Hello and welcome to the TGS Speedrunner Series 2.0 presented by Shaw Internet. We're coming at you with Super Mario 64 and Celeste today in that order. My name is Warning by Electric, and we're about to watch 16 players play 16 star, for my money, the most thrilling SM64 speedrunning category.
Exactly right. It's one of the shortest out there. Pretty much the any percent no major glitches, as we'll kind of get into. There's some pretty major ones involved, but there's so much volatility involved. It's got some really difficult strats, especially in the basement section. Some really difficult tricks towards the end, and of course, in these early rounds, we're going to be only playing best of one. So. Even though we've got some really top level world record contenders here, do they have that ability to get a really good time within just one short session? We're about to see in just a few minutes here.
Yeah,
We got our
go ahead. There's no margin for error, though, right?
we got that first matchup coming up for you pretty soon between Deadledge and VonJim on stream, and I'm super pumped to be here. This is one of those categories that's always fun to watch, always fun to commentate, and we've got a pretty diverse set of runners here, so we're going to be seeing potentially some pretty big variations in route between these different runs.
Yeah, the fact that it's best of one, though, gives the underdogs that upset potential because it's one mistake, one death, one fall, one tortuously long BLJ attempt could send you home just like that. High stakes and high pressure. As you say, it's a high variance kind of category. Anything is like the whole spread from world class to barely on the leader. But when you throw in the fact that it's not even best of five, not even best of three, just one shot, you crank that variance up even more, and it gives the players who maybe are a little less experienced a little more opportunity to pull off that crazy upset.
Exactly right. Because as a top level player, it's really easy to fall into that sort of trap of thinking, I've done these hard tricks millions of times. They're never going to go wrong. I can just show off and do whatever I've done before. And then you're sitting in the middle of the run, depending on some really hard strat that hasn't failed the last 10 times you've done it. And bam, you're losing 20 seconds because one little thing went wrong that you didn't even foresee. So it's going to be really interesting seeing how, especially these really high octane top level runners, decide to maybe tone down a few of their strats to prevent that exact situation and guarantee themselves this win with stuff that they're super comfortable with. And it's also going to be interesting too to see these players that more or less have that underdog stance that don't really have anything to lose in going for the harder strats and will go for those things and potentially gain some time over just this one attempt. So
Yeah.
it's just anything can happen here, and it's going to be so exciting to see what exactly does happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a GreenSuigi who's playing today and is the world record holder, you probably don't need to pull out the entire bag of tricks. You can probably just play, your 60th percentile game, slightly above average, and you're probably going to be okay. But maybe some of these players who maybe don't have PBs that are sub 15, like GreenSuigi does, like SlipperyNip does, they might have to take more chances, as you said. And to that point, Deadledge and VonJim, both of their personal bests in the mid 16th. So this is a very close matchup potentially that we're starting off with today.
Exactly right. And around this skill level, it's going to be interesting seeing what these runners decide to opt for with their routes. Since one thing that you don't see too often at super world record level play, but you do see a lot at like general high level play, is the decision to go for LBLJ or non LBLJ route. The LBLJ route does save a substantial amount of time inherently, about 40 seconds, but it does involve much more difficult tricks and a few more difficult stars. So you're kind of having to weigh there if that potential time save is going to be achievable for you, or if you're going to be too inconsistent at those harder strats and would be better off going with the more casual route. And we've seen races that the no LBLJ runner that should be running the slower route does take a pretty substantial lead just because they don't make as many mistakes.
We are off and running, or should I say off and speed running. We are underway. Deadledge on the left, VonJim on the right, both of them, again, with personal bests in the mid-16s. Hopefully a very competitive match, but really, with one run, anything can happen. It almost doesn't matter if their personal bests are close or not, because you only get one shot at this. So consistency, as much as skill ceiling, is going to be the name of the game today.
Yeah, and one of the potential big time losses coming up just in a moment here with Lakitu Skip, these players trying to hit the very left side of this bridge here. And it's a really narrow window that's very easy to miss. Some players will opt for a more difficult setup that saves a tiny bit of time at the expense of their camera angle, but VonJim getting a really nice skip there. And Deadledge, unfortunately, getting stuck, going to be 8 seconds of time loss there. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, but in this category where very commonly leads are determined by just single-digit time differences, it can certainly make the big difference. And
Yeah.
VonJim already committing immediately to the LBLJ route, but goes right outside the castle and loses that current lead that he had to Deadledge.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to think of some of these mistakes. If it's an 8-second mistake, it's like, what does that buy you later? It buys you maybe one halfway down fall in the dark world, right? Like
Yep,
something like
and
that.
both of these players at this point having a lot of issues with this LBLJ trick that would save them a lot of time if they got it first try. And VonJim barely managing to save his angle there. Really, really struggling here. Okay, Dead Legend is going to be the first one into Dark World, completing that really, really difficult trick. So to kind of very basically explain that, you build up a lot of backward speed and have to navigate Mario at speeds that you would never normally play at. And so you're going so fast that he moves across the entire lobby within just a couple of frames, like just a quarter of a second pretty much. And so as you saw there with VonJim, like he had that a lot of speed, but just wasn't quite getting where he wanted to in the lobby. He was hitting like beside the staircase instead of on the staircase, so he wasn't able to actually advance that speed into Dark World like he wanted. But now you see both runners very nicely navigating through Dark World, making some decent cycles here. And not quite out of the woods yet, as VonJim's showing there. Very easily could have taken a death if that sort of bonk had gone a little bit worse, but both players nicely navigating through Dark World without any deaths, which is like, especially in the LBLJ route, that's the earliest thing that you're concerned about in a run. Like this is the biggest point of anxiety within the first 3 minutes, because all throughout this stage, any minor movement mistake could cost you at least a minute.
Anyone who's ever seen any Super Mario 64 16 star, and you and I certainly have, we probably can tell right away the platforming is much more cautious than we're used to seeing. Much more. I mean, they're not trying to fly through this. It's not a lifetime attack. It's not best of 3. They are making very sure. Look at this. Even the Bowser throws are kind of muted.
Yep. Granted, there's not a whole lot that you can do with Bowser throws to make them that much faster, unless you're some insane runner like Kano, who's just gone into the mountains and practiced spins for years, apparently. But both players getting out of Dark World, and this is what you love to see at the beginning of a race. We're not seeing any players taking those 30-second or minute-long deaths in Dark World. Both players getting out pretty comfortably around the same time, just a few seconds apart, going into the next inconsistent stage of Whomp's Fortress.
Yeah, it's very cool because you see they've actually made different mistakes entirely, and yet they're roughly in sync. That kind of shows the different routes you can take and the different ways you can win or lose this. I expect we're going to see a fair bit of syncing here, too, in Whomp's Fortress, because this is one area where several of the stars are pretty straightforward, I would say, for runners of this skill level. Couple trickier ones, though, like Cannonless, for example. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive they are with that. I would say with the best of one, probably a little less aggressive than normal.
Deadledge, nice Owless setup there as VonJim gets bullied by that Piranha Plant. And this is one of those stages where, like, if you're very confident in your movement, you can mostly avoid some of the common mistakes. But the thing is that any mistake is going to lose you a lot of time. Like missing Cannonless, 10 seconds. Missing Owless, 8 seconds. Like, just you instantly lose larger chunks of time than somewhere else where a minor movement error might just lose you 2 or 3.
Right. I mean, it's not about number of mistakes. It's about number of seconds lost. You can fall in any number of places where only lose 2. There's a Deadledge missing the Cannonless and is immediately going to go for the backup star.
And VonJim here going for the harder setup, but if VonJim misses, it's going to be less time loss. So VonJim also missing Cannonless, but it doesn't hurt quite as bad as with Deadledge since they didn't take that full setup. For on Deadledge's side, like that's a full 10 seconds just immediately gone.
Yeah, less likely to work, but it fails more gracefully, at least, too. So you can actually see they're a couple seconds apart again, and this is what you get when you're in the leaderboard, you're in the mid-16s. It's a little rough around the edges. They're capable of doing each trick, but stringing them all together. There we go, Deadledge with the Cannonless, a little better that time. Not the super fast version, but the second fastest, I think, and he'll take that at this point.
Yeah, and playing fairly risky too, going for texture setup, even though it is a bit faster, but in that situation where if you miss texture setup, and VonJim making that same decision, committing to texture setup, even though missing, it's going to lose you so much more time. But both runners are now going to be advancing on down into basement. VonJim, unfortunately, getting caught up on that little staircase slope, leaving Whomps is some of the worst castle movement. And it's partly because of that slope. You really want to roll out to get over that so you don't have to deal with Mario decelerating there. And if you just aren't able to get everything lined up just right, it can make that movement a big pain. But Deadledge advancing into one of the most inconsistent and difficult tricks that you're going to see throughout this run, Pillarless. And we'll see if they opt for the most difficult setup, which is very common in 16 star. They've got the good bomb grab, though. Opting for a slightly breezier setup that loses a couple seconds, but makes things a lot easier, but they're going to miss the double jump.
Oh, misses the double jump, takes the death, and we said it before. One death can be the difference in this format, but you've seen both runners struggle a little bit here and there, so I have to imagine that VonJim is going to give us another opening just because there's so many barriers still to pass through. So many difficult tricks. Deadledge having trouble maybe again here. Let's see. Here comes the double jump. This time they're
Nicely
through.
done.
There we go. That's a nice save. And this is kind of what we're looking at. Maybe you can fail once. If you fail twice, that's when things get really dicey.
Exactly. But VonJim is going to take a nice lead there with a very clean first try pillarless. And that's what you want to see. But there's so many little moving parts to that trick. It would be impossible to explain it adequately during this short period of time. But all you need to know as a viewer is there are like 5 or 6 distinct, very hard things that you have to make sure all work at once for that clip into the pyramid. And in Deadledge's case, they just didn't hit A twice within like a fifth of a second or something. Just some very arbitrary sounding thing like that. But that's what cost them the lead in this instance.
I mean,
we'll see how long VonJim is able to maintain this lead moving through the basement, because things only continue to stay dicey. Things don't really stay consistent from here on out.
Yeah, they stay dicey, and look, it only looks easy. That's what they do. They make these tricks look easy, but some of them are frame perfect, as you say, multiple button presses in half a second, and if you make one mistake, suddenly we're yelling about it on screen, and next thing you know, you're losing, and then one race, and your day is done. That's what we're dealing with today.
Yep. Now we see VonJim advancing into Lethal Lava Land, going to be completing a fair number of stars here. One of the interesting bits of 16 stars, runners actually have a choice, even all the way to the highest level, of what stars exactly they want to complete in this stage. So we see VonJim first going for the Big Bully Kill star. Going to be just not even attempting the ledge grab skip there. Probably pretty smart, since that can sometimes lead to some extra time loss. Only saves about a second if you get it.
Yeah, pretty clean there from VonJim too. Maybe not perfect, but pretty close to it, maybe within a second. If it's perfect, they're basically about to land on the steps when the steps appear. We were just behind that, let's say, but you will absolutely take it. Definitely maintaining a little bit of a lead here, but we're talking one missed jump and it's even again.
Exactly. As we see VonJim advancing over towards side hop here, another very, very easy star to lose a lot of time on. As VonJim misses his double jump there, lands a little bit early on the slope. Let's see how the backup goes. And it looks clean. There it is. Nice ledge grab. Nice follow through. That backup is so much more difficult than the standard setup there, because when you're going through at it with full speed, it becomes this routine exercise. But Deadledge showing off here, having to back up as well. And they are able to get the ledge grab on the backup. That's one that you have to practice that backup distinctly and separately from practicing the main strat. You have to make yourself like sit there and practice backing it up, because just practicing doing the strat the normal way is not going to help you when you're in that situation that you have to redo it without all that speed.
Yeah, you lose that momentum, and it's a totally different technique entirely. So it's interesting. Yeah, you need to practice failure, basically, which if I don't think I could summarize speedrunning any better than that.
And VonJim taking a critical error there. So that star that VonJim did inside the volcano is actually the easier of the two to go fast on, but unfortunately VonJim just taking a weird camera angle on that jump dive and now having to advance all the way up the volcano the traditional way. This is going to cost a pretty significant amount of time. Might even cost VonJim the lead here. At the very least, it's going to be a lot closer between them and Deadledge.
Yeah, I said one jump, and there it was. That is a big, big mistake, and he could see it. Eyes to the sky over there from VonJim. He knows that's a big, big error, and now Deadledge in the lead.
Yeah, let's see how Deadledge handles the same star here. Even though it's the easier of the two that you have the decision to do in the volcano, it's not free, and this jump here really shows it. Going to be jumping, roll out on the small platform, and there it is. Perfect star grab. Making it look easy, but any little thing goes different about that, it can suddenly become really, really difficult to tell where you should jump on that pole to make sure that you're not going to bonk and fall.
I mean, it happens the first time we all played Super Mario 64, the 3D platforming. You know, it throws you for a loop sometimes. You mentioned unusual camera angle. Camera angle, definitely, camera work, an underrated part of running Super Mario 64 for sure. It's something you might not think about, but it can make all the difference.
Yeah, every time you hear that weird slide whistle noise, that's a runner doing something with the camera, and I guarantee you it matters, and it's important. Deadledge here showing off a strat that you don't really see too often. Going to be doing the elevator clip to grab this star, as VonJim attempts, but unfortunately fails that box jump that would have replaced the elevator clip. And so VonJim actually going to be going for the same clip here. You just got to, make Mario snuggle against that wall for a little bit, and he'll go ahead and pop right through once the elevator lands on top of him.
Deadledge now collecting the easiest star in the entire game, and we're at 13 and coming up on 11 minutes. Not a ridiculous pace. Normally, you want to be coming out of HMC at around 11, I think, if you're at a really good pace. But I don't think you need to be on quite that pace to win today, especially if VonJim makes another mistake. He led most of the way, albeit by a few seconds, but a couple significant mistakes in the last couple of minutes have put Deadledge out into the lead, and now VonJim trying to catch up, hoping Deadledge makes a mistake, and he hasn't for a couple of minutes now.
Exactly right. But we're about to be moving into the segment of the run where any little tiny mistake can suddenly just lose vastly more time, since we're about to be stopping with the stars and moving more into the sequence breaking sort of segment. And with things like MIPS and BLJs, you can lose so much more time than, just taking a little bonk and having to dust yourself off and get going again just 3 seconds later.
Yeah, totally right. We've seen so many great runs and even more not so great runs made even worse, derailed completely by BLJs alone.
Yep. And so now we're going to be moving into the sequence breaking segment with Dead Ledge here. First, we got to grab the rabbit and then try to clip through a wooden door with him. And there are a lot of little subtle ways that this trick can go desperately wrong. And VonJim not too far behind, only about 15 or 20 seconds or so. Dead Ledge gets a good grab. Not the closest to the door, but doesn't need something super close to the door.
No, again,
let's see how
we're going for high probability strats here, too, especially if you sense, correctly or otherwise, that you might be in the lead.
And we got very nice wooden door clip. Like you were mentioning earlier, camera manipulation, hugely important, and nowhere does that show more than that wooden door clip. And very nice clip through the 30-star door. That's a really easy one to have to just redo a couple times, since it's kind of sneaky in that, like, you don't have to set it up very much, but...
Yep.
Oop, and VonJim going to be dropping this going through the door himself, but... Let's see. Okay, here we go.
You were just saying...
Still dropping him a little bit too late there.
This is not something you're already behind. You really need to nail this soon, and you've got another door waiting for you. That's going to be 3 failed attempts. We're on number 4 now, and the difference in the lead is mounting. Finally, we are through.
Yep. Getting through the, you could see the effect that sort of tension and anxiety had on him as soon as he realized he was losing time. Like, he started going for MIPS drops in positions that were never going to work. He was anticipating the shadow disappearing for his setup and, like, reacting just a little bit too early. And that's one of the hardest things as a speedrunner. Once things start to go wrong, just quelling those nerves, staying calm, doing things the way that you know how to, rather than letting all that tension get to you and just reacting, trying to go too fast and then just making even more mistakes.
That is 16 stars for Dead Ledge, and what do you know? That's the format, 16 stars. He is now free to try to complete the game whenever he wants to, and he's going to try to do it in the next 3 minutes or so to roughly equal his personal best, and I think if he does, that will be enough to take things home, because VonJim is going to have to rely on him for mistakes, maybe several, to get back in this.
Yep, and at this point, Dead Ledge taking a very awkward bit of movement there that unfortunately damaged the very early cycle pace that they would have been on, but still managing to get the early elevators movement, which is really what matters in Fire C. You really don't want to have to take that I think like 15 or so seconds time loss. Wait, VonJim just went back into tire.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I guess VonJim
now.
must have been running 70-star recently, because that's what you would do in 70. But unfortunately, he already got the submarine star, had no other point to be in that stage. So
do not be multidisciplined, people. Only specialize. It's all downside.
And what really hurts about this is VonJim can't just walk back into the Fire C door. He has to go get MIPS and do MIPS clip again.
Oh my God, that is brutal. Oh, he's
laughing.
To
be honest, I'm not sure why he exited course there instead of just taking the whirlpool death. That actually would have been the better decision. But this is such a rare situation. You never think about what to do in this sort of scenario.
Yeah, there's so much muscle memory to speedrunning, and every now and then it can work against you.
Exactly, yep. Sometimes just in the absolute worst ways. And VonJim actually going to try SBLJ here.
I do not see this very often.
Yeah, this is normally banned in 16-star, but
I don't think it's going to matter from the looks of things. But I mean, hey, I've seen crazier things. I've seen crazier comebacks.
As Dead Ledge goes for their first set of BLJs on the 50-star staircase here. Let's see, not quite getting a catch on this one. BLJs are one of those tricks that feel random. They're technically within your control, but it's such a precise thing to get right every single time that they're effectively more or less random.
Yeah,
unless you've just invested so much time.
It's all about building up that speed, and to that end, our sponsor today is Shaw Internet, all about connectivity, speed, reliability, low latency, all that stuff. And that's something that I'm going to say it's important to any gamer, particularly important to speedrunners.
Yep, and especially as cloud gaming gets more common or co-op speedruns, it's going to be even more crucial to have an internet connection that will not only remain stable, but give you those low pings that will keep your games feeling more reactive and keep all that input delay at bay. Nothing is worse than trying to speedrun a game with horrendous input delay. And if you're trying to play a cloud game on a really bad ping internet connection, that's all you're going to experience. So definitely check out Shaw if you're wanting that professional sort of grade internet that will definitely be able to stand up to the rigors of things like co-op speedruns. And if you've never seen like co-op speedruns of like FPSs, for instance, they're some of the coolest runs out there because they really show off a dynamic that you rarely see within like normal solo game speedruns.
Yeah. While we were talking about that, though, Dead Ledge, very clean BLJs, and that was probably, I mean, you never say it's over until it's over, but that was one of the biggest, most likely ways for VonJim to get back in this, right? Is if Dead Ledge has one of those little horror story BLJs that don't take 5 or 6 times in a row, which I think every runner has had. There's a fall, though. That's the first thing VonJim needs. Might need 2 more of those, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, going to need a little bit more drastic of time loss than that, but that is the start potentially of the sort of lead change that VonJim would be looking for. Let's see if this trick works this time around. That triple jump wall kick is pretty finicky there. It's really easy to have Mario go just a little bit too high, and the game thinks that you're trying to go into the ceiling and just goes, no, 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 and then just makes you fall no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, the glitches give and the glitches taketh away, don't they?
Exactly right. It's easy to forget sometimes that being a very, very early 3D platformer, the physics engine here is sometimes just a little jank, but we'll see if...
That's why it works, right? Otherwise, a lot of these cool things would not be possible.
Exactly right. Now, Dead Ledge gets their first throw here in the Bowser fight. We'll see if they're able to finish with a very clean 3-throw fight. They're 2/3 of the way there. A little bit over eager to jump dive into that third regrab, but...
Yeah, they could miss
a little bit
here.
short on that throw.
They're going to need several more, though. They've just built up too much of a lead from those other mistakes from VonJim, and I just really have not made many mistakes themselves, to be perfectly honest. You know, even if VonJim played, you know, not I want to say mistake-free. Oh, there's a second miss. Okay, all right. We're still not quite there. Going to need a few more at least.
VonJim advancing upstairs, slowly trying to close up this lead, but Dead Ledge going to have to miss a couple more throws. That might be what VonJim was looking for.
Okay, I mean, we still need like 4 or 5 more, but we have missed 3 times on the final throw. We can't quite close this out. It was going to be a low 18, and now it's going to be a mid or high 18. There we go. Finally. Dead Ledge about to close this out. 18x something or other. That's going to be about 2 minutes behind their PB, and that's not great for a one-off run, but it turns out it's good enough.
Yep, and especially for like a best of one scenario, like I mean, that's all you can ask for. And you got to remember like how the early game in this run kind of went, and that's something that can be very tilting a lot of times as a 16-star runner. If your Womps goes really bad, you have a lot of issues with cannonless. It can just be really easy to just not be able to build your momentum back up. And it was really good to see Dead Ledge avoid that sort of mistake and be able to really keep some good pace and good momentum going through the rest of that run.
Yeah, if he'd made his mistakes earlier in the run, it probably would have been a really close run. But because they were all at the end when he'd amassed like a 2 to 3 minute lead, he could just miss Bowser throws and we could laugh it off. But normally, missing your third throw 3 times would be absolutely catastrophic.
Yep, and we have to talk about, though, how unfortunate it was for VonJim to go back into Dire Dire Dock, because that would have been a much tighter race without that mistake. But those are the sorts of things that can happen, especially when you have that pressure of it being a best of one scenario on your shoulders. It's really easy to just internalize and make mistakes you wouldn't otherwise make just because you're so caught up in, I have to get this one attempt right.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough break for VonJim, talented runner for sure, but talented runners are going to be falling left and right today in this best of one 16-star format. You've heard that correctly if you're joining late. Best of one 16-star, super high variance, super high stakes, very, very difficult. It's going to be Dead Ledge coming away with it then, not just making fewer mistakes, but really not making any major mistakes to my memory. Even though the run itself, mid-18s, not too good, not too bad, solid, but was mostly because they played it cautious and avoided big mistakes, I would say entirely.
Yep, and that's really the name of the game for these best of one scenarios. What sort of run can you put together where you're avoiding those 30-second, minute-plus mistakes? And if you get the consistency down, you don't need to be going ultra fast. You don't need Salt Cannonless. You don't need Tama Pillarless. You can just use more basic strats and still get really, really far.
Yeah, tremendous first match. We've got plenty more for you today. Again, 16 players total, down to 15 now, and it's just going to get tighter from here and better and better. More talented runners coming right up. We're going to throw it to a break in just a minute, too, but you're not going to want to go away too long because the next one is going to be probably even more exciting than that one was, and you could see how there's a lot of excitement, regardless of whether or not the final margin is all that different. But before we go, a little trivia question for you. In Super Mario 64, how many times can you race Koopa the Quick? Is it A, 5 times, B, 2 times, times, C 3 times, or D 1 time? Stick around through the break to get the answer to that. We will be right back.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Canonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Hello and welcome back to the TGS Speedrunner Series 2.0 presented by Shaw Internet. I am still Warning Track, and sitting across from me still, at least virtually, is Electric. We just saw our first match, Deadledge versus VonJim, with Deadledge coming out on GreenSuigi. And for those of you who don't know, GreenSuigi is sitting atop King Koopa Mountain right now. He is the world record holder in this format.
Yep, absolutely incredible runner, and one of these rare examples of someone who got into the game with not too much of a background and managed to get to the very highest echelons of gameplay within just a couple of years of starting, which is so unheard of. This is a game that typically takes people years upon years to master and get to this sort of level. But Suigi pretty much just said, no, I get things pretty well. Let me go ahead and just get a 15 and then now a 14 within 2 years of playing. And so, like, it's really interesting seeing them stay at the top of this category and stay competitive with so many really long-time runners, even though they haven't really been playing the game quite so long themselves. And it's really just proof, I think, that you don't have to have spent forever at this game in order to get good. You know, you can just put the work in to understand the strats, understand what is fast and what isn't, and get yourself to that upper echelon with just hard work.
Yeah, I'm green in color and in experience, if you're familiar with that meaning of the word, and it doesn't really matter, although I can forgive anyone who's maybe a little new to this format for hearing, oh, only 1 or 2 years, that's all it took him, as if that's standard, but it is in this format, as you say, it's hyper-competitive. We are going to go back, I think, to the trivia question we asked just before the break. I know you're all on pins and needles, certainly, and you want to show off your Super Mario 64 trivia skills. The question was, in Super Mario 64, how many times can you race Koopa the Quick? 5, 2, 3, or 1 times? It's going to be B 2 times.
Yep, and so it's going to be in Bomb Battlefield and in Tiny Huge Island. And of course, you are able to get a Power Star each time for each of those races. And I believe one of those races allegedly might be a bit of an April Fool's joke, but some people claim that one of those races was actually supposed to be MIPS. But, you know, there's been a lot of interesting claims going around the internet over the past couple days, so take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, take that with a grain of salt. You don't win any prize for being right about that, by the way, other than pride. But we do have prizes for you today. A couple of them, in fact. We're giving away an iPhone 13 later, which you're definitely going to get in on. To enter, you just share something, anything that you think is fast on social media with hashtag #GameWithShaw. More information at tgs.gg/shoWsSpeed. And we're also giving away a HyperX Cloud Stinger headset. And it's so easy to enter that, like Lakitu skip easy. Just enter !headset in the chat. I do say that after someone missed Lakitu skip earlier, of course, but generally speaking, one of the easier moves.
Yep. It's one, though, that you still see top-level runners manage to miss just on occasion randomly, and it's so early on in the run that no one's going to bother practicing it to make sure they're consistent at it. But, of course, in these race situations, it does matter whether or not you're able to hit it every single time. And as we've seen, there are a fair number of runners that will have the philosophy with strats like that and just generally throughout the game of, I want to do it the fastest way, and if it goes wrong, so be it, I'll just reset. And in PB attempts, that's a decent philosophy to have, but in these one race, no reset situations, it doesn't quite work out quite as well. So it's been interesting seeing how runners will decide to adapt their strats into races, even especially to watch runners like GreenSuigi, who are known for going for some really, really maxed out techniques and strategies. GreenSuigi is one of these players that part of why they got to where they are is by taking strats that a lot of other players would look at and go, oh, that's too hard. I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to be inconsistent at that star. And Suigi would say, let me do the hard thing and try to get consistent-ish at it. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Suigi and like a few other of their contemporaries that were the first to integrate like certain strats like single jump, wild blue, or just little movement optimizations that didn't save a lot of time, but a lot of people just kind of ignored thinking, why would I bother putting this in and make the thing I already know harder?
Yeah, earlier we saw VonJim. Our best guess, your best guess in particular, was that maybe he went back into a world he didn't intend to because he was thinking of 70 star. There's that muscle memory. You might get the same thing with guys like GreenSuigi. We've seen events where people do a hard reset during like a best of 3 or something like that because they're so used to making a mistake and resetting when they're grinding for something, when they're optimizing a strat, or when they're even in a live time attack. Yeah.
Suigi showing off now. He's not backing down from anything. The way that Suigi just did Lakitu skip, I don't think there's a harder way to do it. And he maybe saved a handful of frames over a more traditional method. Introduced so much more capability for mistake, and at this point, Sunnard is slightly ahead just because of a slightly more decent LBLJ, but he's going to have to really, really put in some work to maintain that lead over GreenSuigi. And unfortunately, going to be taking a burn there already, more than likely going to be a cycle late here. as Suigi advances on through Dark World without taking that same burn. Going to be doing the box rollout to speed things up just a little bit, and we'll see how their moving elevator cycle goes here. Looks like they're about on pace for what's known as Shia cycle, which is a little bit faster than the sort of standard of Shigeru cycle that you see. But unfortunately, missing the red, that's going to put Shia cycle in serious jeopardy. But yeah, Suigi just going to commit to Shigeru cycle, which for years was considered pretty much the standard cycle to hit of those moving platforms under the 6th red. Since obviously if those platforms are in the wrong spot, you can't grab the red. You would just fall down. Right. So a lot of your movement in the stage is reliant on making sure those platforms will be where you want them when you need them to be there. And Suigi, even though making a couple mistakes, was still able to hit that like sort of community standard cycle, while Sunnard, unfortunately, from the very beginning, just had minor movement mistakes and ended up just a few seconds behind. But this kind of shows the difference of what you're looking at here. Suigi being like a world record contender, their definition of a sloppy Dark World is everyone else's definition of a good Dark World.
Right, yeah, different standards entirely. We talked earlier about kind of in the first match about those mistakes that only cost you a second or two. That can only be a second or two unless you're trying to go for a particular cycle that doesn't allow for that, like you were just saying. So at the highest levels, that second or two becomes a bigger deal, not just because it's a bigger deal and the margins are smaller, but also because they're trying to do harder things that don't work anymore if you miss that one little jump here and there. And it is really, really telling that GreenSuigi kind of made a statement right away, like you say with the Lakitu skip. I'm not going to be holding back. I'm going to go as hard as I can, and I think I can win that way anyway.
Yeah, and one of the biggest stages where you're going to see that philosophy either made or broken is going to be here. Suigi is almost certainly going to be going for Salt Cannonless and Double Jump Owlless, which, like, for PB attempts is their standard. But for someone to carry that standard into races is a really just incredible decision.
Into races, into a best of, which is not a live time attack, into a best of one. It is actually the craziest situation in which to do something like that. It makes no sense except as a flex. But when you're the world record holder, you flex a lot.
And Sunnard trying to stay competitive with things like texture setup, but unfortunately missing as GreenSuigi gets the Salt Cannonless setup first try. It looked like we got a bit of a stream cut out for a sec, but getting the Cannonless star on that first attempt, already just saving even more time over Sunnard, even though Sunnard was doing something a bit slower to try to be a bit more consistent. Now we'll see how GreenSuigi approaches Owlless. Unfortunately, not getting the glitchy double jump they want, but do get the glitchy or non-glitchy double jump Owlless itself.
And took it fast.
A lot of double jumps happening in a short period of time there.
Right, there's a lot of double jumps simultaneously. Pretty good Cannonless from Sunnard, though. We're definitely seeing like a higher skill tier here, maybe than we did in the first match, with no disrespect to those runners who are both excellent. But this is about as good as it gets, some of this stuff.
Yeah, even something like Wild Blue, like I was mentioning earlier, Suigi doing the single jump setup there, that used to be kind of considered just too inconsistent for RTA play. Like, that was something that people would go for if they wanted a record on that star in particular, but why would you bother going for a hard thing after doing all these other hard things in Womps? Suigi was one of those first people to say, no, I want to do this hard thing too. I want to save all the time.
Oh, no.
Sunnard, unfortunately,
Two falls.
Really starting to melt down on Owlless there. One of the worst ways to fail at falling on that slope.
Yeah, and this would be really bad news against anyone, but Sunnard knows. Sunnard knows who they're up against. Yeah. So if you see them taking any risks, you can't blame them. They understand that they're going to have to take risks to win today.
Yeah, and Suigi, they're just incredible castle movement there. Like, a lot of runners wouldn't try to take the movement that close to those walls because it would be very, very easy to take a bonk with just a misstep. Yeah. You'll see how Pillarless goes here. Perfect Tama regrab there. Nice double jump. I think we're getting right into the pyramid. Beautiful first attempt. That was pretty much picturesque what you're looking for out of Pillarless. And as with everything else, that's about the most maxed out way you could do that. The Tama regrab that Suigi did towards the start there is about the hardest way that you can start out this trick, and really adds an extra layer on top of how difficult everything already is there.
Just does not care. This is the one Speedy goes at.
Here's a bit. Okay, we're not going to see a Fly Guyless this time around. That would have been the extreme flex. Right. Because Fly Guyless is, I think, kind of agreed upon like the hardest thing you're seeing in this run.
And with one of the smallest time benefits, from what I can tell, too. We're talking like that is when you're going for the world record.
Yeah, that's... Oh no! Unfortunately, Sunnard does manage to get up there with medium bomb, but then just clips right through, not ground pounding low enough to actually fall into the hole.
That's rough.
With that 2 stars behind, not a whole lot of room to catch up, unfortunately, with Suigi just really steamrolling ahead.
Yeah, you just can't afford really any of these mistakes against Suigi. I mean, look, somebody had to draw the current world record holder in the first round.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's rough. And he's not playing bad. There's a few mistakes there, but roughly on par with what we saw in the first match, I would say so far. It's just when you're up against someone like GreenSuigi, uh, maybe one of those mistakes might be one too many.
Exactly right.
I mean, when you
Now
see that...
Squeegee advancing into Lethal Lava Land. Oh, we'll see if Sunnard is able to go ahead and hit Polis this time around. Does manage to get into the hole this time. Nicely done.
I mean, it makes sense because you were pointing out GreenSuigi's castle movement is just so clean, and it's good enough that he can afford a few major mistakes because he's going to shave off a second here, a second there, and get it right back after a few minutes, even without doing anything particularly tricky, just through sheer fluidity of movement.
Yeah, that's something that like so many runners kind of don't really consider or don't put enough value into is how much time you can save between stars. Like different things like making sure that you're really optimal at navigating to that continue without saving box and then getting right back in the painting as soon as you can, making sure your movement between stages is perfect. And of course, you can even start getting into stuff like lag reductions, like constantly throughout this game. Little changes in where the camera is positioned will save you bits of time by the game just not lagging quite as much. And just knowing the way to move those camera positions, like when those things are appropriate, is huge in saving a lot of time throughout the run. And every occasion that you're doing that sort of camera manip, you're saving maybe a third of a second, a fifth of a second, who knows. But oftentimes it's the accumulate. Now, Squeegee taking a pretty significant death there on Bully Star there. I think kind of showboating a little bit because normally you don't actually have triple bullies within your route. So I'm not exactly sure why Squeegee was even going over there in the first place. I guess just trying to flex. But
yeah, well, one flex too many,
go
I
ahead
guess.
And take that death and close things up just a little bit here.
Just a little bit, sure, but maybe enough to make him a little more modest going forward. Obviously, you can see he turns it right back on, no problem. He's midair before the steps are there, and then they land beneath his feet just like that, and he is flying again. Maybe we've had our fun now. We'll see.
Yeah, and in chat pointing out, like that's one of the most infuriating, but also one of the easiest mistakes that you can make. GreenSuigi wanted a very quick ground pound on that single bully, but ended up getting a long jump instead. Just had that Z press register like just slightly before the A press, and that's what ended up sending him to his death there.
Pretty rough,
but
pretty rough.
Recovering really nicely and getting through the rest of the stage pretty cleanly. I don't like the camera angle he uses for side hop. You just got to be transparent about it. I don't know why people use that camera angle.
I guess it works for him, yeah. It's funny, you were talking earlier about camera angles for platforming, but then also with the frame rate, also with the lag. Like, it matters in lots of little ways. This is not normally the level you have to think about it unless you're going for world record, and obviously we've got a few guys today who do think on that level.
Yeah, but it's different from a lot of other 3D platformers where like you have very granular movement of the camera since you have a camera stick. Like here you have camera buttons. So it's all about understanding how to get the camera in the exact position you want it in and then doing whatever you're trying to do from that position. Like if you end up with the camera out of place, out of where you want it, like it somehow just something happens, oftentimes it's really hard to get it back where you want it without just taking 5-6 seconds to stand there. It's because like a lot of the stuff, to be frank, just isn't very intuitive. Like the camera system is one that even back in the 90s people complained about, and rightly so. So imagine trying to navigate an archaic, primitive 3D camera system fast, and here you go.
Yeah, that's just pretty much how it goes. Just eyeballing it, the routes are different, so it's hard to say, but just eyeballing it, it looks like we're looking at about 2 minutes quicker than the previous match. So GreenSuigi maybe with an uncharacteristic possible 16x something here if things continue, but there's still plenty of time to make up time. I'm kind of extrapolating another mistake here or there, but boy, it would not surprise me if he's done making them.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if Squeegee decides to kind of take things a little bit more breezy after that death in LOL, which I really wouldn't put it past them. Even though they probably went into this thinking, oh, here's the C up slide, a more difficult strat that, again, like runners like Squeegee and GTM were the first to start implementing that in runs after people for a long time just kind of considered it too hard for general RTA play. And the thought process used to always be, why would you want to get a run to the very last star and then lose your run trying to save a third of a second? And of course, it was Squeegee and GTM saying, look, man, I just want to go fast. I don't care if I lose my runs. I want to go fast.
Anytime you say to me, oh, this is considered too risky for these runs, then I just say, okay, so it's just going to take a little longer then until it becomes standard, because that's what always happens. The risky things eventually become standard. There's GreenSuigi, a little bit of a door clip issue. It can happen to the best of them, and we know it right now he is the best of them. But I think every time he makes a mistake, there's a sort of, okay, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, one other thing that really does impact that too, over time, communities kind of just, okay, Sunnard entering a soft lock bonk
Oh
situation
no.
here.
I was going to say entering
Hopefully
an
that
alternate
Mario
dimension, it
eventually
looks like.
falls.
Yeah. Oh dear God.
Because otherwise, that might be run over. It
Uh,
looks like he's moving somewhere.
uh,
Boulders are getting close. Okay, I get. Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna have to take the reset there. That's
wow.
really unfortunate.
I mean, I guess it helps that, maybe a couple minutes behind anyway, potentially, with some of those issues earlier. And you'd rather it happen like that than maybe in a neck-and-neck race. But that is going to make it, much, much tougher to beat someone who is already going to be very tough to beat. Very unfortunate. As you say, kind of an old glitchy game, and that's one of the reasons 16 star is even possible. But the downside is that it's glitchy in ways you don't like, too, in ways that the players can't always control.
Yeah, and sometimes bonks will just send you in the worst possible position there. Sometimes things like that happen, but we'll see how Suigi's able to close this out. Very nice Polish to go ahead and start out Fire Sea. Suigi's one of these players that has really, really mastered the Fire Sea cycles here and can do some incredible things once they hit the ending movement early.
Yeah, it's
something that you didn't
ridiculous.
see runners go for until just a couple years ago was the ultimate cycle on the ending here.
Jeez.
Where usually you'd see runners run through the side rail, since it's you don't need anything through the middle of this upper section. But it was figured out at one point that, like, if you reach the top early enough, it is actually a bit faster to do that very difficult movement through the middle of that upper section. And you just have to be very confident in what you're doing. But of course, a runner like Suigi performed that ultimate cycle multiple hundreds of times.
I mean, that was essentially perfect as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Whole thing.
I don't think there's any runner on Earth that would complain about getting that Fire Sea in a normal PB attempt at all.
Yeah, I mean, any improvements are microseconds at that point. That's
Yeah.
He's got it down, and you're right. Insofar as the world record holder has a specialty, you might say it's that. Does it in his sleep. You could see a couple times he wasn't on camera, did not stop. Doesn't matter. He knows where he is. Can do it in his sleep.
And now we're going to see the Suigi BLJs. And once you get to this very upper echelon of world record contention, you get to a level of player that these players have invested tens of potentially hundreds of hours just mashing A on a staircase effectively. Now, to them, it's a lot different than that, because when you put enough time in, you can start to kind of recognize positions that will work and start to catch for BLJs and positions that won't. And just like that, Suigi was able to go ahead and set himself up on the staircase and get a catch near instantly, just because he put the practice time in to recognize where Mario needs to start out on the staircase, how exactly you need to start that backwards long jump. Like, these were runners that back when Aki was first trying to explain consistent BLJs to people, they were noticing things like how Mario will have a different animation based on how much speed he has starting out his long jump, and different minor things like that. That, like, once you learn to recognize all the little tiny differences between attempts and start to work out what things work and what things don't, you can gain just a little more consistency on the most notorious trick in this run.
And it's getting to the point where when he does his catch the first time, you get surprised.
Exactly, yeah. And just like we saw there, like, that was for nearly any other runner, that would be perfect BLJs. But for Suigi, I'm sure he could pinpoint, oh yeah, I didn't get a first try catch on the 50 star, and I could have gotten into the bits entry a little better. Like, that's the level you're working with. Just things that would be okay to anyone else.
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous, and it's a pleasure to watch, certainly. And we are in the final Bowser fight here. It's not going to be anywhere near world record pace, of course, but for most people, it would be PB.
And it's incredible, too, that with the start of this run, that Suigi is still able to potentially pull off a 15. We'll see if the third throw lands, but that's going to be it. That's a 15 on a really interesting start.
With several deaths and maybe a couple flexes, as we talked about. And just so you know, a 15x gets you basically into the top 100 in 16-star history. And he just did it while making plenty of errors, kind of just starting off his day. This is what Suigi does half asleep.
GG's to GreenSuigi there. A beautiful finish to that run, especially. I mean, of course, like, going into DDD with the MIPS clip, things were a tad shaky, but especially exiting through that run, DDD through the end was just exceptionally solid. And I'm sure Suigi's got to be feeling good about having that good of a late game.
Yeah, I kind of talked about, well, maybe the fun is over now after that second mistake, that death there with the lava. And it turns out that was the case. He basically did not make another mistake. He didn't pull put his foot off the gas too much either. He really just kind of nailed it the rest of the way as we expect him to do. And, commiserations to Sunnard, certainly for drawing the matchup and making a couple errors along the way. But it turns out he would have had to play almost flawlessly to beat that 15x from GreenSuigi.
Exactly right. It's a tall order of any runner to try to be competitive against someone else with such a drastically higher PB. But huge shout outs to Sunnard for still sticking with it and really trying through that run, just having that unfortunate ending, especially with that soft lock. As we go ahead and see the way that our bracket is starting to shape up here. Moving on into our top 8.
Yeah, very significant. You can see SlipperyNip going to get that bye and move forward, and he's third in the world too, by the way. So lest you think this is just going to be a cakewalk for Suigi, it's not. There are some very, very high-level runners here that could pose a problem for him, especially in this format. When we get to the semis, it'll move to best of 3, but for now, it's still best of 1, and best of 1 means anything can happen. Yeah, let's go to the trivia now. We got another question for you guys to test your knowledge here. You're probably smarter than me, maybe not smarter than Electric about this stuff, but here's your chance. What is the name of the sea dinosaur who lives in Hazy Maze Cave? Is it A, Plessy, B, Tessie, C, Lori, or D, Dory? The answer when we come back in a minute.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Cannonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Hello and welcome back to the TGS Speedrunner Series 2.0 presented by Shaw Internet. I am still Warning Track, and I am still here with Electric. And we're going to be getting you SlipperyNip and Mickyyyr in just a second. But first, we're going to resolve that little trivia question that I know you all want to hear the answer to. I'm guessing Electric already knows it. What is the name of the sea dinosaur who lives in Hazy Maze Cave, Plessy, Tessie, Lori, or Dory? And the answer is D, Dory.
Yep, of course it is going to be Dory. You can jump on his head, ride him different directions by just pointing Mario in different directions. You're intended to use him for that star in the middle of the cave and to reach the metal cap entrance, but of course speedrunners don't end up needing him for any of that. He's just a touch too slow for those little things.
Yeah, you can also use him to be scared witless as a 12-year-old like I was, because I did not realize there was a giant sea monster in the room with me. One of 3 really scary moments in the game if you're a kid. You could probably guess the other 2. We'll probably have a chance to talk about those too. Yes, I'm still scarred, sorry. But I will distract myself from that by talking about the next match. SlipperyNip versus Mickyyyr. And SlipperyNip, pretty formidable, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. Former world record holder and an absolute longtime titan of this game. He's one of those runners that anytime you face up against him in a racing situation, you know that you're going to have to pull out your absolute A game. Because he's one of these runners that has a reputation, I think, for not necessarily being the most optimal ever. He's not one of these guys that's sitting down with every single star, spreadsheeting the way he can save every individual frame. But rather, he looks at the run a bit more holistically, kind of just wants to generally go fast and gets really, really great results out of that. So you're going to see a lot of really fast things like Tsukishima Cycle, like Tama Pillarless, but you're not necessarily going to see all the little tiny movement optimizations that might end up causing significant time loss if they fail. You know, you're going to generally see a little bit more consistent gameplay just all around. And I think in a racing scenario that philosophy especially holds true for Slip. And of course, moving into these semis, we are going to be moving into a best of 3 format. So it is going to be interesting seeing how these runners kind of choose their strats, choose their level of high octane versus consistency. Keeping in mind that if this run goes bad, they've still got 2 more attempts potentially to go ahead and clinch out this game.
Yeah, a little less variance, still a lot, because best of 3 is not very much, and 16-star, as you mentioned earlier, already very volatile. Not at all volatile, however, is SlipperyNip. You said not necessarily out there with spreadsheets, and that's true, but I think we both agree, reputation for being borderline robotic on cam. You'll get almost no reaction sometimes. I remember one time, almost died, and his eyebrows went up, and we lost our minds. We thought, oh my god, that's the most emotional reaction we've seen from SlipperyNip all event. He is a cool customer, to say the least.
Exactly right. Yeah, I mean, you may as well just replace his webcam with a static image, and I'm sure that most viewers would take multiple minutes to notice.
Yes, yeah, pretty much. Just like one of those like security cam feeds that you loop for the big heist in the movie. Like it's just no difference, no difference at all. He's just there. He's not awake. He's not asleep. He's just there, existing and running very, very fast. And it's going to be a tough effort for Mickyyyr here to kind of pull that down, especially moving to the best of 3, as you mentioned, because it's not just hey, maybe SlipperyNip makes one big mistake and I take over. It's no, he's going to have to make a few across multiple runs because you need to beat him twice. And that is a big task because even beating him once is a lot. There we go, onto the Lakitu skip, and it's pretty much perfect right away from SlipperyNip. Get used to saying that.
And you see right there, Mickyyyr using probably the easiest form of Lakitu skip with like a very nice set camera angle. Slip uses a faster form, but you kind of notice he's not using that ultra fast dive rollout kick setup that Suigi was using. He's not interested in those last couple of frames that could be saved, but rather just going generally fast on tricks like that. And unfortunately, on LBLJ, going to be going right outside the castle, but Mickey's just going to be following his lead.
Yep.
The Princess Peach had to pay a lot of money for the solid mahogany doors, and Mario just wants to make sure to appreciate them properly.
Yeah, I was going to say, she didn't pay enough because we're going through doors left and right, too. They're not very good at keeping people in or out, at least not Mario. Yeah, that is unfortunate because that is the way you're going to pull off this upset, right? Is that SlipperyNip makes that kind of mistake and you don't, rather than you match him mistake for mistake.
Exactly right. And now going into Dark World, we'll see SlipperyNip, again, not pulling out the movement for Tsukishima Cycle, but being such a high-level runner, going for Shigeru Cycle that, like, something that another runner like Mickey's tier or a little bit lower than Mickey's tier might find difficult is going to be easy for Slip. Like, hitting Shig, he's so early for Shig that if he wanted to, he could press for Shia. But that's not what this attempt is about. He's not trying to save that extra second here. He's trying to keep that general fast pace that it's going to be hard for anyone else to keep up with, generally.
Yeah, and that's why it's probably good that Mickyyyr didn't go for like the extra half second on the Lakitu. Like, we said that the underdogs are generally going to have to take more risks, and that's true, but those aren't the kind of risks you want to take. You want to take the ones with the big time saves.
Exactly. And Mickyyyr does manage to pull off a very solid Dark World to correspond with Slips there, so not really bleeding a whole lot of time here. Just both runners with that little bit of an LBLJ flub towards the start. But that's one of those tricks that if it goes perfectly, I mean, it's not noteworthy. And if anything goes wrong, you feel horrible about it.
Right. And it should be noted that even though they look pretty close right now, they did not start at exactly the same time. So you're going to keep your eye on those timers specifically, the individual timers, and not just where they are. Obviously, not a lot of races come down to just 10 seconds. That'd be pretty close, although they can be pretty competitive until the end. But you're going to want to keep that in mind if the race does finish within 10 or 15 seconds of each other, because then the actual start time is going to come into play.
Yep, and now we're going to be seeing both players advance on into Womps, and here again, going to be one of these opportunities that Mickey's looking for Slip to start making some major mistakes and maybe leave a few seconds on the table for them to pick up. But if you're on Mickey's side, it's a very difficult question of how you approach Womps here. Do you want to stay with the high consistency with stuff like full setup cannonless or triple jump outless, knowing that more than likely you're either staying even or bleeding time if everything goes right? Or do you want to go for that harder stuff, knowing that it might be more likely to fail? But see, Slip here goes for full setup cannonless. He wants that pure consistency.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to mess around with the potential inconsistency of salt cannonless, even though it's so much faster.
I mean, you need to be clear on it. You need to know I'm good enough that this is just what I can do, right? If you understand that your movement speed is probably going to be better, if you understand that you're a significant favorite, at least on paper, and I know that's not always the most significant thing in the world, but you have to take it into account. You have to be very honest with yourself about what you are or aren't going to need to do, and you have to make good decisions based on it. There's a fall from SlipperyNip, for example, and that's going to be at least 7 or 8 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, and you're just speaking of double jump Alice is one of those strats that Slip goes, I've done that enough. It's consistent enough for me. But right there, just pressing A a little bit too late, not getting the jump, just falling right off instead.
Yeah.
As Mickey does get a nice cannonless there, and like that, our runners are more or less synchronized on screen. But of course, the timers tell a slightly different story.
Slightly different, but this is still pretty darn good for Mickey so far. If you'd showed them this setup and this time difference at this point, I think they'd say, okay, yeah, I'm still in range. I'm one mistake away.
Yep. And now we'll see Wild Blue here. Again, Slip going for that single jump Wild Blue, Mickey going for the side flip there. And you see not too much of a time difference, but it's little things like that that are going to add up. And Slip being at that world record high echelon level has just integrated all these little things that Mickey, if Mickey wanted to go for some of this stuff, it's probably stuff that Mickey has just played with in practice on occasion. Slip has been doing the attempts with all these strats for, like, I think years is honestly appropriate to say at this point, which is incredible.
Yeah. Yep, we're going downstairs now. I should note, by the way, this is the second of 3 events in the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw, of course. And if you like this one, and you know you do, you're going to want to be at the next one, which is in just over a month. Set a reminder if you need to. Siri, remind me about the 3rd TGS Speedrunning event on May 7th. And if you don't have Siri, if you don't have an iPhone, good news. Towards the end of the show, we're giving away an iPhone 13. To enter, just share something, anything that you think is fast on social media with hashtag GameWithShaw.
One thing I certainly think is fast is that pitiless attempt from SlipperyNip there, just absolutely picturesque through there. And that's what you want to see on a trick that difficult. For anyone who hasn't really watched Mario speedruns a ton before, the first part where you're grabbing that bomb in that weird glitchy way involves a frame-perfect punch. You have to hit the B button within a 1/30th of a second window to then even think of proceeding to the rest of that
Nip
trick.
misses the Shy Guy. Look at this.
Oh, no, that's a brutal mistake to make there. And Mickey could actually save some substantial time here, but having a lot of issues with Pillarless themselves. But that's one of those really big mistakes that you really don't expect to see a ton from Slip. In fact, going for the Fly Guy at all is Slip kind of playing things safe. The normal hard strat of Fly Guy list just not really being worth it in a race scenario. But unfortunately, even the safe thing just not quite playing out for Slip there.
This is going to sound a little crazy.
Oh,
no.
Slip again having some weirdness on the
it?
pillar, but nice backup there.
Nice recovery.
That is such a crazy backup.
Is it actually crazy for me to say that maybe when you're dealing with the best of the best, that they do kind of Shy Guy lists so often that even though it's the safer strat, they don't do it enough to do it consistently when they do try to play it safe?
See, the thing with that strat in particular is to even attempt Fly Guyless, you have to get multiple things right in a row, like from your beginning movement. So oftentimes runners will kind of have practiced how to do the Fly Guy movement as a backup for Fly Guyless not going quite right. Like you realize, oh, this jump was a frame off, so I'm not going to be able to hit Fly Guyless. Let me go ahead and back it up with the Fly Guy. But to do that, like you're used to using the Fly Guy off the left side of the pillar. So I think there is something to be said for if you're setting up from the beginning to use the Fly Guy and you're using an entirely different setup on the pillar than you're used to, it might just be that you haven't practiced it anywhere near as much and it just kind of doesn't come as naturally.
I mean, if you're Mickey, you're saying, fine, yes, whatever. I'll weaponize my opponent's skill against them. I'll take what I can get, whatever. I'm going to need a little bit of help. But Mickey is, it has to be said, also running pretty darn well. So a couple mistakes out of SlipperyNip, maybe Mickey playing closer to the edge of their range. That's the formula for a big upset. Still a long way to go. But so far, this is probably uncomfortably close if you're SlipperyNip.
Yep, but Slip is still like really pulling out the strats. This star in particular here doing Lava Boost rather than Elevator Tour really demonstrates kind of that Slip is still trying to push the pedal to the metal at least a bit here. And with that ending there, things didn't go quite so perfectly, but you could tell Slip was really trying to save as much time as he could with that star.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll see how
it could happen one of two ways, right? You can make a couple mistakes and say, I better play it safe. Oh, no, case in point, SlipperyNip misses it, has to do the reset that you talked about earlier.
And I think that was actually a fat finger error there, because there was like a dive that came out where I never would have expected a dive. So I really think that was just an accidental B press that caused that. But really, really nice accounting with that backup. You could see, though, as Mario like came away from the wall, that backup was very, very sketchy. But
I mean, it's easy to imagine. So you're one of these runners. We might be thinking, well, you make a mistake, so you play it safe. If you're the top guys, though, maybe you think you've made some mistakes, so I got to make that time up. You think the exact opposite, maybe, of what most people would think.
Exactly right. Let's go and see the ending of the Bully Star here. Nicely done. As we're going to be advancing out of Lethal Lava Land over into Hazy Maze Cave.
Oh, man, that's great. I mean, there's still a time difference. Again, we want to establish that there is a time difference here based on starting time. Here's the crazy thing, though. It might actually factor in. You look at the names here and you think SlipperyNip, great player, pretty good chance they're going to win with time to spare, but so far that is not happening.
Yep, and we'll see how Hazy Maze Cave goes, because there are a couple strats in here that I'm expecting these runners to go for, like C-up slide. Slip does hit C-up slide, but that could have easily been just another one of those things that Slip just lost a ton of time on. But we'll see how Mickey decides to respond. Not going for C-up slide doesn't lose a ton of time, but of course, Mickey not going for it at all is going to lose a little bit more of that lead that he doesn't quite have yet. That he's struggling to almost get. Like, they're neck and neck at this point. I think saying that they're within like 10 to 15 seconds is honestly appropriate, which is not really the result that we would have expected with these two runners at this point in time.
Yeah, SlipperyNip not letting up.
SlipperyNip has some issues setting up for triple box jump here. It's one of the kind of more finicky things that you have to set up since you have such a small target to land your triple jump off of.
And the fact that it's best of three looking very good for SlipperyNip right now, because this is, as I said, uncomfortable. But they are not letting up. Give them credit. They are staying aggressive. They are trying everything to shave every second. And honestly, just the best speedrunners, I just don't think they're capable of thinking any other way sometimes.
Yep. And we actually have like a pretty much synced entry with 14 stars. Both players entering the stage again at about 10:31. So, and Mickey going to be opting to just use more traditional movement for the Watch for Rolling Rock star. No C-up slide involved. But Mickey is actually going to be maintaining a slight lead out of HMC, which I don't think any of us would have really expected going on into this race.
Yeah, some slight difference in start time,
based on that timing difference,
yeah,
like it's even closer than it looks like here. But
right.
We'll see how they handle MIPS and then everything else through this run.
If these clocks are dead on, and we'll retime as necessary, but if they are, Mickey needs to be a few seconds ahead to basically be even, and that's kind of where we're at right now. They might be on the clocks down about 5 or 6, but on the actual screen they're ahead 2 or 3. And boy, that is a scary formula for SlipperyNip. Thankfully, not best of 1 though.
For being in this position, I don't know how nervous Mickey's feeling, if they're even aware that they're slightly ahead. Unfortunately, dropping MIPS over the rail, but that was such a clean wooden door clip right beforehand.
Oh, second one's giving him trouble, and SlipperyNip is ahead now, both on the screen and on the timer instead. But you're right, this is a really good showing from Mickey, and it's not just that Nip's made a few mistakes. They haven't made a ton, just a few more than we're used to seeing from them. It's also that Mickey has played safe and solid the whole way.
Yep. And we'll see how these players decide to approach the submarine here. This is one potential avenue that Slip could lose some more time on if Mickey decides to go for rear sub and Slip decides to go for front, which it looks like that's how they're setting up already. You have Mickey setting up his camera for rear sub. It's going to come down to whether Slip gets this trick or not. Now, the submarine does cause a lot of lag, and it's really easy to mistime your jumps here. You're wanting to maintain a lot of speed through these jumps. Nicely done as Slip managed to get through front side without very much lag at all with his camera angle. Going to be saving just a few more seconds over Mickey.
That's what happens.
But of course,
yeah. I mean, it's interesting to think, like, if you're Mickey, it's possible some of these guys might think, I don't know how likely it is I can win. I want to put up the best time possible. I want it to be close as possible. Or maybe you think I go, all out and take the risks, and I'm okay losing by more if it gives me a slightly greater chance of winning. You could think either way. I wouldn't blame either runner for thinking either way. Oh, by the way, you see why SlipperyNip is third in the world here too. This is a Suigi level movement.
Beautiful fire seed. It almost certainly going to be ultimate cycle. Yep, the side flip wall kick, and going to be going right through the middle, just like we saw earlier. The triple jump dive and all. That beautiful long jump around the pillar there. That doesn't look very hard, but go try that yourself, and you'll see how hard it is to navigate Mario around like an object that's right in front of him when you start a jump.
Yeah, and if you get bonked, it's real bad.
Oh, yeah. And you see Mickey there taking the much more traditional movement. This is not that much slower than what Slip did, but you can see how much easier it is, and you can see why it took a fairly long time for players to even want to go for the sort of movement Slip went for. Like, for a while, people knew that cycle was faster, but you would rather just long jump over the railing to the end of the stage for your run rather than have to do that really difficult movement through the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's much harder with a slight time gain, which means it's going to be involved in the top runs, but for everyone else, it's just not a good trade.
Now we see Slip going ahead and going upstairs for BLJs. This is one of the last sort of points that Mickey could save significant time on if things go bad for Slip here. So we'll see what happens here. Slip kind of demonstrating through this run, they're not absolutely perfect. No runner is absolutely perfect. So anything could potentially happen with these BLJs.
Yeah, during this very brief downtime before things get really crazy, I mentioned earlier we're giving away an iPhone 13. We're also giving away a HyperX Cloud Stinger headset, and entering the contest, so easy! ! Headset in chat. Go ahead and do it.
And Slip, unfortunately, does get a first try catch, but then loses his speed going up the staircase. But the second try does work. So going to be losing a few seconds there to a perfect set of BLJs, but still in a pretty commanding lead at the moment.
Yeah, and if you're Mickey, you're
absolutely
thinking
Slip's race to lose. But Mickey going to be getting through, just has to do a couple extra air jumps. Now we'll see how Sky goes.
We'll see how Sky goes. We're still sub 15 on both sides. This is a really good run for Mickey. It's an okay run for Nip for what his normal runs are like. But there's a fall from Nip. Nip's gonna take a death. This is what Mickey might have needed.
And with that, Mickey's gonna be in Sky at this point. Now with the timer disparity, it's certainly, again, it's closer than it looks, but we'll see how Mickey's able to go ahead and pull this out. Visually, at least, Mickey is in a lead.
Oh my God. It is, at the minimum, even with the timer difference, potentially, we are in range here. One mistake could do it. That's what we said earlier in the best of one. It's a best of three now, but still, this would be such a statement for Mickey to pull out the 1-0 lead in the best of three.
Yep, and let's see. This is going to be one of the defining moments right here, the triple jump wall kick. We'll see what setup Mickey goes for, moving left, and it's going to be good.
Wow.
We'll see how the final elevator movements go, but
that
looks at this point like Mickey's going to be the first one, at least visually,
no!
into the pipe, but then Mickey falls off without a long jump.
Oh, goodness.
And with that, Slip is going to be in a commanding lead going into the pipe, at least a throw ahead at this point.
Oh, that was heartbreaking. He was gonna, yes, it would have been, if you get in here and you don't miss a throw, you've got it. And now it's going to be the other way around. Now SlipperyNip's going to have to miss one. Mickey's so close to taking the lead there. Is this going to hit? It just does for Nip. I always get a little nervous.
Barely on the edge there.
Yeah, barely. This one's going to hit too then, I think. Yep, it's going to bounce in, and now Nip, one more throw is going to take this out. We are into the 16s roughly, and that's going to hit. It looks like that's going to do it. SlipperyNip is going to go up 1-0, but boy, was it closer than anyone thought.
And absolutely. Like Slip did make a couple of unfortunate earlier game mistakes, but I think it's really this end game that definitely got Slip this win here. But like Mickey really, really pulled through with a strong performance for this race. A lot stronger than I think most of us were expecting, seeing the PB disparity between these two runners. Like Mickey really made Slip fight for this win at this point.
Yeah, his PB, Mickey's, is 15:54. Obviously excellent. Any 15X is excellent. I'm not sure where he's going to finish there, but I think he's going to finish, I don't know, within 30 or 40 seconds of his PB, which doing live in the first match is really good to come that close to your PB in a pressure situation too, not just your first run of the day here, but against one of the tournament favorites. That's really impressive.
Exactly right. I mean, you got to imagine the sort of nervous energy that Mickey was dealing with the whole time, not only knowing that, like, I want this attempt to be good so that I don't have that pressure of having to win 2 games in a row against a former world record holder. But there's also just that automatic tension of, like, if you're in Mickey's position, you kind of are always thinking to yourself, any mistake I make, Slip wouldn't have done that. Slip would have gotten that right. Slip wouldn't have lost that second there to that castle movement, So
yeah.
It's a really huge thing to be able to get out of your own head, not make yourself nervous with just like, I have to play perfectly because I'm against perfection, and just be able to play the game on a normal, more or less like level mental field. Like that's a really hard skill to do it. I mean, Mickey being able to play at this level against such a strong opponent is huge.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to say. SlipperyNip comes out ahead 1-0, and there's something to like for both runners there. Obviously, Mickey playing near the edge of their ability, coming very close to winning that run over SlipperyNip. And if you're SlipperyNip, you're also thinking, well, I won anyway, first of all, which is the main thing. And also, I made a bunch of mistakes, and I don't know if I'm going to repeat all those mistakes. If I can make this many mistakes and still win, I'm probably going to be okay. But they're also probably thinking, can't sleep on Mickey.
Exactly right there. And a fair amount of like the things that went wrong there, especially like with the fly guy mistake. That's not something that in the next run Slip can just go, oh, I'm not going to use the fly guy in this run and everything will be okay. But, it's not like he was failing a bunch of really hard stuff that he can back off on. A lot of these strats are things that it was probably just a one-off inconsistency, but when you're in this sort of best of 3 scenario, anything you get wrong in the first race, you're going to be hyper fixated on that strat in the second race. Like that'll be the forefront on your mind whenever you get to that strat again is, I failed this once before. Let me make sure I don't fail it again.
Yeah, we'll often see runners miss something, and we'll see sometimes on screen there'll be a little practice session between the 2 runs sometimes if they have a couple minutes, if they're waiting for the other guy to finish, something like that, and they will practice the thing they just failed. I think also you mentioned like kind of like staying even mentally there. Psychologically when you get to the part you failed last time, so easy to tighten up.
Yep, and we'll see exactly how these runs end up tightening up compared to their predecessors here. It's mainly going to be those Slip. It's mainly concerned about like fixing up mistakes because I mean Mickyyyr really for the most part that was an exceptionally solid run from them. I just really can't get over like it's impressive to be able to play at that level against such a strong opponent. You see other like long time stalwarts of the community like Cheese or Punkation talk about when they face another high level opponent, there's a unique level of anxiety they get and they start failing different stars that they never failed before. I've seen races like Cheese versus Punkay where Punkay fails Alice 3 times. And right after the race, you talk to them in interviews and Punkay will go, I never do that. I never ever do that, only against an opponent like this. So for someone like Mickyyyr to go against an opponent like that and hold his own that well, like that really speaks to just his stoicism as a runner, so to speak.
Yeah, as this one gets started, I do want to give a little shout out to Shaw Internet again. Look, we all know speedrunners care about playing fast. When it comes to the internet, I think we're kind of all speedrunners. We all want that mix of consistency and raw speed, and both that and today's event are made possible by Shaw, which is powering this whole thing. There's SlipperyNip with the LBLJs. Oh, and it's perfect immediately. I can barely get the sentence out before he's already here, already moved past the castle.
Yep, and Mickyyyr also, I think nearly losing his speed there, but losing a little bit too much speed to get through the door, so going to have to redo the trick all over again.
Oh, that was so close. He really almost had it there.
Yeah, just hitting A slightly early there looked like.
By slightly early, you mean a few frames, probably, right? How dare
you?
Yeah,
I think he was expecting the text box to be there and wanted to try to scroll through it, and then
that's what we're talking about, man.
As Slip pulls off yet another just nice, solid Shig pace Dark World.
Like it's nothing. Good grief. Yeah, look at him go. Oh, a bonk! A commentator's curse. Every time we marvel at one of these top guys, they take a face to the wall to the face. There's a little mustache imprint on the wall there, maybe?
Thankfully, that's not the worst way that you can end up closing out this stage. Sometimes that Goomba just wants to get right in your way when you're trying to do those long jumps right at the end and can cause a pretty nasty death.
I mean, bonks look bad, but most of them are a second or two.
Right. It's mainly just those bonks that send you off the stage, or like we saw in that earlier race, those bonks that send you into an infinite loop.
Right, infinite loop, or if you're going for a cycle and you miss it, like that's when it really matters. But 9 times out of 10, it looks worse than it is, and you can afford to do that 4 or 5 times before it equals even 1 death.
Exactly right. But Slip pulling off a pretty decent attempt, about 10 or so seconds off of what you'd be wanting for like a really good pace Dark World exit. So in a race scenario, that's absolutely fine.
And a race scenario where you're already up 1-0, and you made a number of mistakes the first time, and you know that if you clean it up just a little bit, you're probably going to go home 2-0 real quick. And although if you're Mickyyyr, you're like, that's the run I really needed to make this a match. Probably that's when I played, one of my better runs, and Nip gave me an opening, and I was maybe 1 fall away from cashing in on it.
Yeah, that's got to be a really interesting mental position for Mickyyyr to be in, because I really wonder if Mickyyyr kind of felt like that was their best run potentially, or if it felt more to them like they could do better. And so, seeing that they lost, it's like, okay, well, I know that I can still do even better in this next attempt.
I mean, that's a good point, right? Yeah, you might finish that and think, wow, that was great. That's one of the best runs I've had in months. And then if it's still not enough, you're thinking, well, there we go. SlipperyNip did miss Cannonless, I should point out, a little bit, and goes for the backup star. No big deal. The big deal is what happens if you miss it again.
Right. And especially in Slip's case, having gone for Salt Cannonless and not taking a ton of time on the setup in the first place, rather than losing, like, say, 10 seconds like you would with a full setup Cannonless fail, you're only losing around 6 or 5 here. So it's a much more bearable mistake to make. And of course, Slip going to go ahead and back up with the full setup to make absolutely sure he's not going to miss it a second time.
When you don't have that backup star, yes, it's worth the extra seconds, especially when you're SlipperyNip. So, but you can see Mickey
Exactly
once
right.
again starting off pretty strong. He's definitely not shaving seconds off. He's doing what we described, right? He's just making sure he avoids major errors, that he stays close, and it has worked so far. It almost worked the first time.
Yeah, in Wumps, the major consideration all the way up until you're at world record level is just in not losing time. Like, because every mistake, like Mickey kind of showing off here, missing cannonless, that's a very big, significant time loss for something that's fundamentally a very small movement error. And that's something you see repeated all the way through Wumps. Like, any little bobble is going to end up losing you like 8 or 10 seconds just because. And so, like, that's Mickey's main objective, is just avoiding as many of those scenarios as possible. But Slip, on the other hand, is kind of playing more that game of like, okay, I'm probably not going to make any of those mistakes. Where can I save time now?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, well,
moving on down into basement.
For early game, Womps is a very vertical level. And those are the things where the bonks really hurt you, is verticality, when you can fall afterwards.
Yeah. Absolutely. And especially in cases like Owless, where it takes you a decent amount of time to get back up to where you were and set up the trick again. But Slip going to get a medium bomb on his first try at Pillarless, so just going to go ahead and throw that away and go for a backup star here.
Yeah, those backup plans are important, but they only work once or twice. You get to this point where it's like, you know, you got backup plans, but eventually you need to make that one work. And when you fail then, that's when stuff really goes off the rails. That's when you get to 10, 15-second failures.
Exactly right, because that backup that Slip just did only cost about like 3 or 4 total seconds over having to do that star the normal way. But here we go, bomb exploding in Mario's face. Now we got to do the second backup star, which still only loses about 3 seconds or so compared to doing it its normal way without having to use the backup. But now Slip has no leeway. If he gets a medium bomb, he has to use that medium. Oh! How? Wow, that was a backup.
Woo!
Barely managing to clear that little quicksand pit there. What a nice reaction there, realizing that he was going to overshoot that edge there, and just massive, massive backup.
Wow.
Nearly any other runner would have taken a death and lost 15 seconds there.
That's
crazy.
Like
guaranteed. That's the sort of thing that really separates the wheat from the chaff. Like, you have to be an exceptional runner to have the presence of mind and the awareness of your options there to be able to handle that situation in real time.
Yeah, taking the risks. Here's Mickey trying the same bomb maneuver, and I think it's going a little better here. I think he's got it. He does
there
indeed.
We go.
Very
Nicely
nice
done.
from Mickey to kind of keep pace roughly, at least, or stay in range. Oh no!
Oh, but gonna take the fall of shame there. Does get the star at least, but that's going to be a few more seconds.
I mean, he fell with the star, so that's okay. That could have been much, much worse. I did not see the star going down with him, and I thought it was much worse than it actually was. And I don't think there's any recovery if he falls there without the star, right? Like that.
Oh yeah, no. If you fall down in the pyramid and you don't have the star in your hand, I think you just have to take the death and respawn in the pyramid.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't kill your run.
No, but that is like a 20. Isn't that 20 seconds or something? It's a big mistake.
It's a lot. Yeah. It's when I say it doesn't kill your run, I mean you can still finish your run. But
yeah,
that doesn't mean a whole lot in this sort of situation when you're racing against someone that's probably going to get a 15.
Yeah, that was so both of them with near misses in the sands, and both of them coming out of it relatively okay. Slip definitely has the lead here. Not a massive one though, and like we were saying last time, Mickey is in range and is ready to pounce if that big mistake comes at the right time. SlipperyNip did give him an opening in the first match, but a fall from Mickey meant he entered the final Bowser fight a couple seconds behind, and SlipperyNip did not let up and had 3 perfect throws right after that. So Mickey is just, the only way you could put it is he's hanging around. He's hanging around. He's staying close, and if Nip messes up, Mickey could be there to cash in.
Yep. Ooh, but Nip pulling off some really, really high-level strats, though. That side ground pound off the bully is pretty much the highest level way that you could do this bully star here. So, you know, Slip saving those extra little bits of time with things that a lot of other runners would definitely shy away from in this sort of situation, thinking like, okay, I don't want to risk something like that. But for Slip, it's just another day in the office. A lot of these strats are things that he's gotten accustomed to over so many attempts.
Yeah, so some of the, and this one in particular, for example, this is one of the more straightforward stars for Slip here, and right into the volcano. Let's see which way he goes.
You're gonna actually go for elevator tour here, as Mickey unfortunately misses the triple jump, having to take a dive. That's going to be a death.
Yeah, that's going to really push him back too. Again, like I said, hanging around, but this is giving SlipperyNip a margin he didn't necessarily need. So, you know, relying on one mistake, not too bad. Relying on 2 or 3, that's asking a lot.
Yeah, now Slip advancing on over to Hazy Maze Cave. Like we kind of saw before, still going for strats like the C-up slide that a lot of runners would probably shy away from for inconsistency in a situation like this. But for Slip, just that's the way he goes fast.
That's the way you play. That's the way you play. There are only backup plans in retrospect after you miss the star, but plan A is always the fastest thing.
Yep, and part of what's really nice about the C-up slide is the way that you get set up for the ending there. Like it's pretty nice to be able to hit the wall more perpendicular rather than having to kind of take a slightly more angled approach like with your more traditional setups.
And you can see, even though the star count is very close, there's a lot of movement between where Mickey is and where Slippery is. So the lead is a little bigger than it looks.
Nice triple box jump. Slippery definitely fixing up some mistakes from last time. That was one of those stars that he had to take a couple of attempts to really get the camera set up right and get his positioning. But this time around just worked right off the bat, just like he expected and wants it to.
Nip at 13 stars total. Hey, speaking of, we're giving away an iPhone 13 a little later towards the end of the show to 128 gig model. To enter, just share something, anything at all that you think is fast on social media with hashtag GameWithShaw. I'm thinking Sonic might be a bit on the nose, but I don't know. You could share a picture of one of these runners, or how about you and I talking too fast? Too easy. Right?
I mean, there's so much to cover with these runners just playing so fast. I mean, it's hard to talk about the game in any level of depth without talking fast.
Right. No, I mean, we don't, especially in 16 star. I mean, I wonder if they have the opposite problem with 120. I don't cast a lot of 120, but I'm guessing that's a chiller vibe, yeah?
A bit, although with 120, there's so many little things that can happen just pretty continuously, especially on your 100 coin stars and everything else.
Yeah. It's never not hype is what you're saying. It's all hype all the time.
There you go.
There you go. If you're interested in the game, it's true. There is never a dull moment, and that is definitely true with 16 star. Here's Nip with the Nips clip. Here we go. And he's
very nice wooden door clip there. We'll see how the 30 star door clip goes.
I'm going to guess it goes pretty well. No.
Dropping it right inside the door real quick, but we'll be able to get him out just fine. Just need to... There we go. And nice little backup setup. Wasting a few extra seconds here, but overall things still going pretty okay for Slip.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens in Dire Docks, though, since the front sub can cause some issues.
Certainly can. No issue last time. Mickey went back sub, and they both, did what they wanted to fairly easily, but we're at the point now where I think Mickey just kind of, trudging along, playing a solid game, might not do it anymore. The lead is a little too wide here for Slippery, and if he plays the way he normally plays, it could only get wider, but one big death, maybe. One big death still might do it. The problem is SlipperyNip can afford to lose this run, and Mickey can't, because Slip is already up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Exactly right, and the tension's on Mickey knowing that,
missed the star.
Slip actually diving right past the star. Going to eat a lot of lag as he goes ahead and advances back over to it. That's movement mistakes on the sub are uniquely punishing just because of how laggy it is up there. You really just want to get out of there as quick as you can.
Yeah, but again, it's another one of those 2-second mistakes, and you've got a bunch of those in your margin right now if you want them.
Yeah, we'll see how Fire Sea goes with Pole Glitch getting started. The setup looking a little bit odd. Going to still go for it as a backup and still working okay, but Ultimate Cycle unfortunately going to be off the table. We'll see if early elevators is still going to be for dinner, though. That's the real big question here. Ultimate Cycle, like I said earlier, doesn't save that much time, but hitting this early cycle versus not is a much bigger difference. And Slip landing on top of the railing even.
Wow.
Just an absolute show of dominance with the movement in this stage.
I mean, this is where you can usually tell who the top runners are, is their I always like to say, like, their open world movement, kind of the acrobatic stuff, the Olympic Mario stuff, basically. That's when they really shine, because it is just a joy to watch. I mean, it's cool to watch a glitch and everything, but let's be honest, this is where it looks cool.
Oh, yeah. And even like closing off the ending with a single burn ending, I'm not even sure how much time that the single burn ending saves, but it's one of those things that's you more just do it just because you can.
Yeah, Mickey taking a bit of a bonk and a burn
for sure.
Yeah, bonk and a burn from Mickey, and his movement afterwards is pretty good, but this is just time he didn't have to give away, and now you're really at the mercy of your opponent, hoping they give you those openings, maybe more than one, right? And the cycle not lining up here, so all that movement kind of for naught, because you're still waiting for the elevator.
Right, and that's the penalty of missing early elevator cycle, is just you have to wait so long for the elevators to get back in position. But meanwhile, we'll see how those backwards long jumps go for SlipperyNip here. One of the last obstacles standing in his way of victory.
Backward long jumps have humbled the best of runners during their best runs, but Nip can afford for it to take a few tries to catch at least. He's definitely got some margin here, but I've seen BLJs eat up a lot of margin.
When, again, getting a first try catch, but just can't quite carry it through into the doorway. And that's one thing that's really difficult. You've got to the first 3 to 4 jumps are uniquely difficult compared to maintaining the mash through the rest of the BLJ. As you can see there, Slip did manage to maintain just enough speed to go ahead and get those air BLJs at the top, but like that's really the hard part. It's so easy to get like 2 or 3 jumps in a row to catch, but then you just drop the mash a little bit and you end up having to start the trick all over. But here we go, Slip getting up the endless staircase into the hole, and that's going to be the bits entry.
Yeah, and that was definitely good enough for the lead you have. A little bit of drama there. Kind of wondered the first one was going to take, but as you say, the air BLJs do catch just in time, and that's probably going to do it, barring some major mistakes. That was definitely the best chance, at least, for Mickyy to get back into range. We've seen crazier stuff, but that's what you're looking for now, is something crazy. As Nip crosses the 15 mark, there's a little fall, but it's only going to be a few more seconds. He's into the 15s already, possibly looking at maybe like a rough 16x here, which could get it done with a 2-0.
Exactly right, and we'll see what happens here. Advancing on, surely going to be doing moving right side. Doesn't know any other way to advance up sky, but then hits the ceiling there. That's going to be a big fall.
Keeps going, too. He had a chance to land halfway down, and he keeps going down. That might be, I mean, I'm not going to say it's enough, but this just made things a little more interesting.
Oh, and then another kick to fall down there. Speed kick not quite clearing the gap.
Oh, boy.
As we see Mickyy advance on up to the first triple jump. We'll see how Mickyy advances up the rest of the stage, but it's
good. He needs this to be good coming up.
Yep.
He really does.
Still going to be committing, but okay, there it is. Going to get the ending movement this time around, but Slip has to get a 3-throw fight to seal this off.
Yeah, he's given Mickyy that little opening. Now the Bowser throws have to be good. They were perfect last time, I'll remind you. They weren't.
And Mickyy gets that first try moving right side as well. Advancing up to the pipe, gets the long jump that he missed last time, and he's holding him to it. Slip needs to hit all 3 throws because Mickyy is really just a throw behind at this point.
Yeah, slight timer difference too, but it's closer than last time. There's Nip with the hit. Oh boy, and he's catching it right away. This is one of the things he excels at. This is not a great place to be making up time on him. Could Mickyy barely lose this at the end again after being so close? There's Nips. Oh my goodness, I think he's got it again, and Mickyy is going to be watching him in the same room, basically, narrowly edge him out both times. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, but GG's for this close finish. Slip, unfortunately, with a lot of mistakes in Sky on the end there, but still managing to clutch out the win with a 16-49.
Wow.
Just absolute GG's. I mean, that was such a clutch finish. I don't know if Slip was keeping track of the stream themselves, but that's the sort of scenario that if you realize that you're losing your lead to your opponent like that's the hardest thing to play during. Like you're so stressed, you're so mad at yourself for losing so much time already. It's so hard to make yourself calm down enough to just keep your movement consistent and just keep things together. But Slip managing to keep a cool enough, level enough head to play everything out. But I mean, huge GG's to Mickyy for applying that pressure. It's hard for runners to apply that level of pressure to someone as skilled as Slip at all. So, yeah. I mean, huge shout-outs have to be given to Mickyy for how well they played throughout this whole set.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it's possible that, Slip had that big fall and that the falls we saw afterwards, the bonks we saw afterwards, were as a result of that, right? The sort of, oh, God, I can't believe this is happening, right? And it kind of compounds and it gets worse and you're thrown off your rhythm. And yeah, definite. Huge credit to Mickyy, who played very solid throughout, couple mistakes here and there, but nothing too bad, and put himself in a position to capitalize. But both times, he was basically one missed Bowser throw away, I would say, roughly, both times, which is a great position to be in. The problem was, SlipperyNip was perfect on the Bowser throws both times. Exactly. You said he clutched it out when he had to. If you're Mickyy, I know the scoreline says 2-0, but you got to be pretty happy with how you played today, for sure.
No doubt there. I mean, I'm sure Mickyy probably didn't have the highest expectations going into this, and the way that they played, I feel like those expectations should be more than fulfilled. Like that was exceptional gameplay, and like I said earlier, even top-level runners will talk about how stressful it is playing against another top-level world record contender type runner. And so for Mickyy to be able to enter that situation and still hold his own as well as he did, like that's just insanely impressive for any speedrunner.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Mickyy. Could be up-and-comer here a little bit, given SlipperyNip all he can handle. But SlipperyNip does come away with the 2-0. I think we have a little more trivia for you guys, maybe. Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. Yeah, look at this. Which of these is not a special cap of Super Mario 64? Wing cap, metal cap, vanish cap, or speed cap? The answer to that when we come back in just a minute with the next match.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Cannonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Hello and welcome back to the TGS Speedrunner Series 2.0 presented by Shaw Internet. I am Warning Track, and I'm joined again by Electric. And what's this? A wild ALT insider appears. He's going to join us in the booth, and it's going to get a little crazier. And I've got work for you right away, man. We have a trivia question to clear up that we asked just before the break. It's okay if you don't know it. I'm going to pretend like I do, and then when it comes up on screen, I'm going to act like I knew it all along. We'll have that up in just a second. There it is. Which of these is not a special cap in Super Mario 64? Wing cap, metal cap, vanish cap, or speed cap? The answer is D, speed cap.
There you go. I think I was kind of a little bit of an easy one for you out there, chat. But there you go. Nice to see. We get some trivia here. This is always a fun way to kill the time in between matches. So I love this. I wish we had more of this in speedrunning. So awesome job to this event. Love this so far. And we only got 2 matches left, my friends. Electric, can you walk us through the last this match that's coming up right now between these 2 great runners?
Absolutely. So coming up in just a moment here, we're going to be seeing GreenSuigi versus Thomkar. And GreenSuigi is one of these runners that if you follow 16 Star, he needs absolutely no introduction. World record holder, very interesting runner of the game, probably has like the most unique history of any world record contender for 16 Star right now. They're the newest to the game by a pretty significant margin, but don't let that fool you. They really know their stuff with really optimal movement, really maxed out strats, doing a lot of really difficult stuff that you wouldn't see a lot of runners even bother attempting. But meanwhile, on the other side of the equation, you've got Thomkar, who is no slouch on his own right. He's had to fight through a couple of races to get to this point in the first place. And Thomkar is one of those runners that if Suigi makes some mistakes, especially if Suigi decides to go for some hard things and doesn't quite have as much success as they want, Thomkar is one of these runners that has the absolute capability of picking up that slack. I think we're going to be seeing a much similar run to what we just kind of saw with Slip versus Mickyyyr, where like we're going to be seeing some really fierce competition, and especially if GreenSuigi kind of lets things off the gas just a little bit, I think Thomkar is going to be right there applying that pressure right back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is obviously one where, you say the favorite is going to be the world record holder. That might be obvious to say.
Way to go out on a limb there. Yeah,
yeah, I was saying too crazy. But Thomkar fans, fret not, because we've seen a lot of things can happen. He's got a lot. Each of these games is a test, right? Every single star is a test. Every single star, lots of things go wrong, and a lot of things can happen in Super Mario. That's why it's so great to watch. I hope you're hyped for this one. I know I am, and I know Track is. I know Electric is. We're all ready for an epic game that could very well change the history of speedrunning forever. I don't want to build up too much, but
that is going out on a limb now. Actually, now I'm not being sarcastic anymore. That's a big statement. Look, I mean, like Electric said it all right, which is like SlipperyNip was a big on paper favorite, and yet it was very dramatic anyway at the end there. And you said if GreenSuigi kind of goes for those tough maneuvers, we saw in the first run he did, and we kind of basically said to ourselves, I don't think he's capable of not doing it. Right? That's you do the fastest thing, same as SlipperyNip was doing. You do the fastest thing as Plan A every single time, and you just trust yourself to make up the difference if you fail. So I think that's what's going to happen. I think he's going to keep his foot on the gas. And I think Thomkar is going to have to play, the game of his life. But we've seen it can happen. We've seen it can be surprisingly competitive. And even though this isn't best of 1, it's not as crazy and swingy as that. Best of 3 is still pretty swingy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. That tension that you have if you lose game 1 and I have to win games 2 and 3. Like every star just has that automatic tension of I have to do this star right. I don't have a safety net anymore. Like I'm playing on the knife blade at this point.
For sure. And of course, every game starts with a great luck to skip, right? Every good run starts with one of those. Don't think it's going to be an issue for these guys, but you never know about anything here.
And it's going to be interesting seeing if GreenSuigi still continues on with that just absolutely cracked Lakitu skip setup that he goes for with the rolling out on the bridge. No one else rolls out on the bridge for the longest time. If anyone tried rolling out on the bridge, they'd be called a tryhard. It'd be like, why are you trying to save time with that? You're just making it harder on yourself. But Suigi's going, no. I can do this consistently.
There we go. We got the name switched.
They're all sweaty tryhards, guys. Come on. Every speedrunner. That's what it is, man. That's the job description.
And he's going to actually play it a little lax on this one. He goes for the long jump across the bridge. I mean, it's weird calling the setup he just used there lax, but seeing the other Lakitu skips that Suigi's used, I mean.
Laxitu, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Brick coming in hot Track already. Oh, GreenSuigi
taking
not
quite
trip.
having enough speed. He's going to enter that
unfortunate.
little room of death if you've never seen it before.
Oh my God, door slammed in his face. That's not a good way to start. You're not worrying if you're Suigi because, you're Suigi, but this is the start. Let's just say this is the first of 50 things that would have to happen for this to get as hype as we think it could. But what do you know?
What's unfortunate here is Thomkar is suffering from the exact same situation. He's still having trouble with that same LBLJ once GreenSuigi's finally gotten himself into Dark World. And if Thomkar had gotten a first try there, that'd be a huge time save that would be really, really clutch for them to try to hold on to for the rest of the run. But unfortunately, just still having to work their way through that trick. And this is kind of the penalty you pay for trying to go for this ultra fast route. This trick is very finicky right at the start.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thomkar was in the weeds a bit. He did recover now, but he's already behind the 8-ball now.
Yeah, it does hit the LBLJs eventually, and that's a pretty good run. I would say in any other context, I'd be like, you're fine with that, but somehow you're behind already.
Yeah. Now, GreenSuigi getting a pretty okay shake cycle. Thomkar makes a nasty rollout right into the pit.
That dive looked very, very spicy, and it just was a bit too spicy, and he falls down.
We're going to call that the Thomkar crash, I think, unfortunately. That is a one-car Thomkar pileup. That is really rough. And it's a full death, too. It's not even just lose a little bit of time. That is not a point where you can fall gracefully.
Yeah, at the very least, he died early on in Dark World, not at the very end, but... Oh, man. But this time around, still on Suki pace through that very intro. Getting nice elevator movement here.
Jeez, that was great looking, yeah.
Yeah, going sort of the underside route on that moving elevator is much, much more difficult. That used to be part of the Shia cycle movement as well, but box rollout became the more standard way of doing that.
This is the red coin.
Thomkar barely missing the coin, but very, very nice backing it up without any real issue.
I mean, when I saw him miss that coin, I thought this is disastrous. Like, it's off your normal plan. You have to improvise. It's going to really hurt, and there's a really good chance we're going to fall again. But I know that was a very impressive recovery.
And it's really, really easy there with your kind of panic response to like instantly go, oh, I need to pull back to get that coin right now. When like in reality, the real solution was what he did there. Like, you know, go forward a little bit, then go ahead and make your movement back.
Yes, that was
get yourself
great
steady
presence
ground.
of mind. That was really good that he kept going rather than panicking. You are totally right. That shows someone calm and collected.
Exactly right. Yeah, and that's the hardest thing to do in those situations.
Does get the Bowser throw there. And, you know, Thomkar is not feeling good about how it started here. It makes that even more impressive is like, you know, he's probably not feeling great about where he is right now. Notices he makes a mistake. Doesn't panic, though. Clearly on the ball, though he hasn't had the results he wants so far.
And Suigi getting a nice texture setup off of a pretty sketchy initial part of Cannonless. It looked like the way that they jumped onto the slope to get to the bridge was a little bit wonky compared to normal. So they just went ahead and downgraded from salt back over to the texture setup.
For those of you keeping score at home, that means Thomkar is both behind the 8-ball and on the ball. So I'm not sure how that works physically, but I'm pretty sure it's fine.
It's also a whole new ball game.
It's a whole new ball game.
GreenSuigi ground pounds in celebration of that.
We're not so much mixing metaphors as we're throwing them in a blender.
I mean, if nothing else, Suigi's absolutely having a ball with this time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, are we done? Like, I think we did them all, right? There's no more. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what? You got to stay on the balls of your feet.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Now we're
There's
done.
so many.
Right?
Yeah, I have to be done. My mind.
Now, I mean, at this point, Suigi just kind of has to ball up any anxiety that he still had about single jump wild blue and just.
You're gonna make me crawl up into a ball.
All right, I'm out.
We're done. We're done. We're calling it.
F's in chat. F's in chat. We're done.
We're gonna have legislation passed over us if we don't quit.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Triple jump outlets for Thomkar, and he makes it happen. There we go.
Oh, right. There's a match going on. My mistake.
Yes.
Sorry. But Suigi cruising along again after that initial mistake. I mean, it was a heavy mistake early on, you know, walking back outside. It's such a lovely day all the time here in the Mushroom Kingdom. But I think better inside. We're in the basement instead, which is the polar opposite. But he's really been flying since that initial mistake.
We're about to have some nice sunshine, though. I mean, a pretty nice contrast from the basement over to the desert.
That's a good point.
It's a sunny place.
Yeah. Fair point. I would say maybe even a little too sunny. Let's see how he goes with the bomb here. We saw some
nice
issues from Nip earlier.
Beautiful Tama regrab. Beautiful double jump, just like you'd expect. And, of course, just picturesque yet again. Yeah. To kind of like, if someone isn't familiar with Tama, what we're talking about when we say Tama is the regrab section of the trick, where you have to, like, once you have the big bomb in front of you, but you're moving backwards into the slope, you have to, like, jump, release the bomb, and then re-grab it again before continuing the rest of the trick. And the Tama regrab in particular is just such a just insanely precise way of doing it. It's a lot faster, but it effectively combines multiple steps. And so if you just get that positioning a little bit wrong, then everything else goes wrong afterwards, almost like you just didn't do a fundamental part of the setup in the first place.
I've been looking at Twitter, like the history of kind of tricks of Super Mario 64, just kind of research, and a lot of people on Twitter, big names, I'm talking Punkay and stuff, were like, "Yeah, this trick's never going to be a part of the run. It's too hard." I mean, literally,
That's what
was
they
said.
always say. That's what they always say, man.
You
And then
know?
next thing you know, it's standard. Let me stop you right there, though. Speaking of Twitter, if you want to win an iPhone, just share something, anything that you think is fast on social media, like Twitter, I guess.
Thomkar going for the left side for Fly Guy there.
Swag.
Pretty clutch there. Doesn't save as much time as going for totally Fly Guy less, but still is a pretty decent little time saver that you don't see too often.
I think you're safe now, Track.
Oh, yeah. Hashtag game with Shaw is what you're looking for with whatever's fast. And again, whatever you think. I think either of these runners would be a fine choice, especially because one of them's literally named Car. So that probably works. But whatever you think is fast, hashtag game with Shaw, chance to win an iPhone 13 later in the broadcast. That's a heck of a prize, people.
Oh, definitely.
As Suigi now moving on into the lethal lava land, getting past the first kind of breezy start. Let's see how they handle the volcano, though. A lot of different ways you can approach this, and as Suigi commits to pro lava boost here, so there are like 5 or 6 different ways of advancing up that lava waterfall, and then of getting past those poles. Suigi chose the hardest way of getting up the lava fall, and the second hardest way of getting through those poles.
This is starting to feel like a habit, right? Suigi's doing things the hard way, doing things the fast way. And again, like there's a confidence thing too. It's like I trust that I'm skilled enough that if plan A doesn't work, plan B will be fast enough because I'm going to make up time with my castle movement. I'm going to make up time here and there. I'm going to shave these seconds off, and I can afford to, have some big mistakes. And if I don't make any big mistakes, I'm just unbeatable.
Ooh, a little bit of difficulty
now,
here.
Suigi getting bullied here.
Yeah.
Wanted his ground pound to connect fully, but didn't quite make it. Barely still on that ledge to get the kill.
That was close.
That was dangerously close.
When that's done correctly, go ahead. I want to hear this.
I was gonna say that bully almost kicked him out of the whole schoolyard.
There we go. What a
my schoolyard wasn't surrounded by lava. I'm pretty sure that's not safe at all. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
Bully's one of those stars where if you get it correctly, the most advanced strat makes it look so simple. Like, oh, that's just the way you're supposed to do it. But if you miss it on that first try, it can do very hairy, very fast.
Right, because he hits you
absolutely.
and you're reacting to the hit, and by the time you've recovered, there's almost no time to get out of the way again. So it's suddenly you're doing frame rate stuff just not to get killed by a giant anthropomorphic bomb.
So we can see Thomkar there taking the elevator strat, which is again not as advanced of a strat there to get this star. Instead of the lava boost star there.
Doing the star that Suigi did is only faster pretty much if you do it like Suigi. The slower forms of lava boost are going to pale in comparison to elevator tour instead. But Suigi like very, very commanding lead at this point. 2 stars ahead is Thomkar just cleaning up the last little bit of LOL. And unfortunately not landing that long jump, trying to get the ledge grab skip. This is where things get really, really dicey. But still managing to get the bully kill without a death.
I was going to say, it was almost LOL in more ways than one. It was a little dicey there.
Yeah, this one was...
I think...
Go ahead.
I think putting lethal in the name of that stage was absolutely appropriate. More appropriate than those devs could ever know.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I played The Floor is Lava. I didn't play the Everything is Lava. It's not an easy game to win.
Not at all. And Suigi going for a just absolutely cracked method for that amazing emergency exit star. Like I honestly don't understand why he just went for that.
He can't help it.
Barely saves like a second or so, if that. Then...
The answer is that like you're thinking this is a decision-making process as opposed to a pure compulsion to do the fastest thing every single time, no matter what. I just feel like it's not even a choice for him anymore. It's just what he does.
There it is.
Yeah, like it's an addiction to a point.
Yes, it's a problem. You have a problem, Suigi. This is actually not a stream. This is an intervention.
Look, Suigi, you're already winning. Just slow down.
Just slow down, man. And he's like, no.
That's one of those things, I think, if competitive speedrunning, I've commentated a lot of competitive speedrunning. That's one thing that, it doesn't matter what the game, doesn't matter how big the lead is, or how small the lead is, runners cannot avoid doing that. Like, even though it's like strategically, this is not the smartest move. You gain a 0.1 of a second if you do this insane trick. Just do the easy strat, but that is very difficult to do for these runners to commit to doing the not advanced strat that they spent hours practicing.
Yep. And now we've got a visual near sync, but of course the star count about a star off on Thomkar's side. So Suigi in a pretty commanding lead at this point, but the end of the run is nothing except inconsistent. So
64 speedrunning news: the community Sum of Best just got improved by Gamiru, Japanese runner. That list was only before Suigi and the runner Ouija with the best splits of individual sections. That just got bested a few days ago by Gamiru. So now there's 3 players on that list.
That's
crazy.
Yeah,
that's an absolutely incredible. But like, not only is it really cool that the community keeps track of those like all-time best split times, but for a while it was just like impossibly amazing to see like one runner maintain that whole spreadsheet. It was like, how is this even possible?
Right.
Like, how can one person understand this game so much better than everyone else? But it's so amazing seeing other people start to populate that list again. Because for a minute it was almost exclusively Ouija too. Like Suigi's then started like breaking through with a few more splits, and it feels like the game goes through these cycles where like at one point there will be one person that's way ahead of everyone else movement wise, but then like over time everyone else kind of just starts to catch up.
I mean, it's not just, it's 2 indications of the health of the community, right? Is the number of people who are on the Sum of Best, first of all, but also how recently it's still being broken and updated. Like you said, this just happened, right? So that shows you how healthy and competitive the category is as well, that this is happening recently. Like this has never been a better time to kind of do the 16-star run.
Especially never a better time to be a pace pal.
Yeah,
definitely.
Or a caster of it, for that matter. We're living in easy times, gentlemen.
Look at this.
Suigi, speaking of easily getting through on a ultimate cycle pace in Fire Sea, like really just making what's one of the hardest cycles in a Bowser stage look just free.
Yeah, it makes that's the best way to put it. It makes it look like that's what you're supposed to do, is just walk on that platform. But we've seen how many times today already people, all right, I gotta wait for it. It
looks like he's on rails, right?
Yeah,
like it looks like he's just pressing forward, and then the game does the rest. And it's like you could tell, like you said earlier, it's like that's his specialty. Like this is what he really excels at, and he excels at a lot of stuff. But if you had to pick a best area, I don't know. I've seen him do it like what 2 or 3 times now, and it's perfect.
Yep. Meanwhile, Thomkar unfortunately missing pole glitch, so already off to a much shakier Fire Sea start and doesn't have the lead to spare for it. Like GreenSuigi, not only is GreenSuigi just playing at an exceptionally high level, but like you can tell he's comfortable playing at that level. It's not like he's straining himself to play this well. Like this is just how he plays the game. Like he's just playing Mario, man.
He's just playing Mario, man. No big deal.
Yeah, so I gotta wonder where Thomkar's head's at now. He knows he's not. I mean, we can see his splits. He's not happy with how he's playing right now. Again, this is best of 3. That's the good part. So he can definitely pick it up because GreenSuigi hasn't shown many chinks in the armor here at all.
Exactly right. And we'll see how these BLJs go. But historically through today, the nice second try catch, loses the match for just a moment there, but picks it right back up again for a very nice first try out through that 50-star door. Let's go ahead and see how the Endless goes. Almost expecting him to just slide right into the Bits entrance.
Ooh,
It takes a minute to get that catch going, but once he does, right in there.
Slam dunk.
Like, the angle is so perfect. Like, he's not to the left or to the right by a single degree. He's hitting exactly in the middle of that hallway, which is like you go try setting up like facing Mario directly at the camera like that, just instantly in this sort of situation.
Oh, thanks. I'm good. I don't have that kind of time.
Beautiful sky so far from Suigi. Of course, we're going to be seeing a moving right side.
Of course.
Nothing else would be expected.
Yeah. And of course, he's going to nail it. I mean, are we being too effusive at this point? We're like, oh my, maybe we might be a little bit too like. I'm not going to start a religion around this guy or anything, but that's what it sounds like sometimes. And I want to give credit to the other runner. Like I think Thomkar's running pretty well here.
Thomkar entering Sky at this point, like Thomkar is no slouch. This is
he's having a good run over there.
It would take any player at least multiple years, I'd feel like, to kind of get to this point in their career.
He's looking real solid. I mean, there's been some mistakes, but it hasn't been terrible. It's I mean, look at him. Here he is, 1530.
Look at this base here. Not a missed throw. Fast regrabs at all. 3 throws hit. That will be the end for Suigi. What kind of time are we looking at here?
We're going to say about a minute off his PB, which is the WR.
There you go.
Still a 15, which is just a ludicrous race time. Like getting a 15 in a race anyway is already incredible, but getting 15s with the regularity that Suigi is getting them is just absurd.
Right. No, that's a good way to put it. Right. It's like obviously there's like 100 people are on the leaderboard with a 15x, but the fact that he's getting them such a high percentage of the time, it's not like he gets it, every 10th run or something. It feels like the majority of his runs, if he doesn't hard reset them or something, end up in around the 15x area, which is just disgusting, right? And it's crazy to think that run that we just saw is a minute off his PB.
Yeah, which is a world record. Let's not forget that. Let's not understate that. The PB is the world record. That's the best in the whole world. So how many people would kill to have a 15?
It's just B.
Thousands.
It's just best. It's just the B.
Yeah. Take a letter away.
Yeah.
But of course, we do have a best of 3 here, so he has to do it again at least one more time. But if he plays that good in game number 2, I'm not sure Thomkar is going to have much of a shot. He's going to have to pick it up himself. Didn't play bad himself, but he cannot have any mistakes, especially the big variety.
No.
Yeah, and what we got to mention there is with that run, he lost, I think, almost an entire minute on LBLJ alone. So, like that's kind of something that dictated a lot of the pace of that run for Thomkar. I feel like if we get a first try LBLJ out of Thomkar in this next race, we're gonna have a really interesting time seeing what sort of pace he's able to establish.
Yeah,
I wonder any thoughts to that? Maybe not doing LBLJ. I mean, what's the total loss on that? Not doing LBLJ electric?
Because the approximate loss there would be about 35 to 40 seconds. But, of course, you've got to weigh the fact that you are doing an easier route fundamentally. The stars that you're having to trade out, it's going to be a more lobby-centric route. So you get to do a couple stars in Womps that are fairly easy, a couple stars in Cool Mountain that shouldn't provide much issue. So if someone made that decision, what they're kind of banking on there is that their opponent makes enough mistakes that lead just kind of gets entirely countered. And what they're kind of banking on is being consistent enough at everything that's left over that they'll end up still clenching out that win. So to be honest, I don't know if it's the good play here, because getting a 15 on LBLJ route is already difficult. Getting a 15 with no LBLJ is like near world record contention. In fact, GreenSuigi is one of the only handful of people who has ever gotten a 15 on the no LBLJ route. And in fact, he holds the world record over there too by a staggering 15-second lead.
Jeez.
He has a 15:28 no LBLJ time, which I still can't believe is something that I can say. A year ago, the world record in that subcategory was a 15.5x.
That's nuts. That's stupid.
If I remember correctly, the way that story went, after Suigi got his first world record, he didn't feel like stopping doing attempts, so he just did no LBLJ and got world record that night in that category.
What am I going to do next? I got to do something. Jeez. Speaking of what you're doing next, by the way, you saw the bracket on screen a minute ago. SlipperyNip is looming in those finals for Suigi. If he finishes the more win here, we'll give him the 2-0 that SlipperyNip just had, albeit with a little drama over Mickyyyr. And then if that happens, we will have the 2 on-paper favorites, it has to be said, meeting in the finals. More likely, but it's not a sure thing yet.
Yes, Thomkar fans, don't fret yet, but what a finals that would be. But Thomkar fans and Thomkar himself, I know, do not want to see that happen. He's got to win the next 2 games against a world record holder. That's a tall ask for any mortal man. And it is for Thomkar as well. But this is Super Mario 64. Anything can happen, my friends. Let's have fun.
Yeah, and if he wins this
one of the highest skill ceiling speed games out there, and by extension is going to be one of the most inconsistent. You really never know what's going to happen with a game like this. There's so many racing games where 10 minutes before the end, you could probably bet on who will win and be right 95% of the time. Yeah. This ain't that game at all.
No, because the last thing that happens is this very precise Bowser throw thing, which we've seen the best players in the world mess up. The fact that the very last thing is not totally routine keeps that drama going the whole time.
And now here we go with the opening here. Suigi already upgrading a strat, doing the hardest kind of Lakitu skip that he can with that rollout speed kick. We'll see how LBLJ goes. This was a big sticking point for both runners last time.
Big
and Suigi, it looked like, made sure to kind of include a couple extra jumps and made sure he had that speed, but Thomkar especially with the improvement there.
Yes, okay, that's good. Thomkar gets in there as well. This is a much better start for him. He needed this.
Yeah, if it seems like we're rooting, by the way, I say this almost every time we do a cast. We're casters. We like drama. We like comebacks. We like underdogs just because, even though these are, we don't dislike GreenSuigi. In fact, we're effusive about him, but we do love drama. So yeah, we're gonna be hyping up Thomkar a little bit here, especially when he starts as strong as he's starting right here.
Unfortunately, with that ground pound out of nowhere, but he was starting a great pace here.
Yeah, pretty decent Dark Worlds from both. Thomkar had to deal with some weird amp RNG around the middle too. That's one thing that a lot of people newer to the game don't really realize can be random. Oh. Those little shocker enemies in the middle pathway. Now, Suigi really getting bullied by that Goomba, but does manage to go ahead and get through pretty safely in the end. But Thomkar with a very mild lead at the moment, actually.
I understand how you get bullied by the bomb or something, with the lava, but how do you get bullied by a Goomba? That's like getting bullied by a kid a few grades lower than you.
Like, it looks like it should just be like a water balloon, right? Like,
Yeah.
even if Mario runs headlong into him, it should hurt the Goomba, not
No,
Mario.
no. Instead, we got invincibility frames for crying out loud.
All right, both players on with their first throw. What a start we have so far. This is true sync now.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
it actually is this time. Like, this is it's early, but Thomkar is he's not letting up, and I really have to pay a lot of respect to all the runners today, and but particularly the ones that look on paper like big underdogs. Like, they have not been cowed by the caliber of their competition at all. They have absolutely gone toe to toe with them.
Yeah, and to just kind of like state a different way how good of a performance Thomkar's on right now, I think any 16-star runner would continue a 251 Dark World for a PB attempt unless they were going specifically for a 14.
Yeah.
And even then, I don't think it's an instant reset. Like, this is objectively a decent run, just in general.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, looking at it in a race scenario, like, it's really solid. And Thomkar absolutely, like, has been performing really solid so far. We'll see how Cannonless goes, setting up with the salt setup and gets the like upper ledge grab there. So going to end up just going back for a texture setup for the backup there, and
This is
unfortunately going to fail. That's going to lose a ton of time compared to any other
it's
kind of setup.
backups within backups now, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, so luckily that Wild Blue Star is sitting there as a nice backup, but again, this one counts now. There is no backup after this. So let's see
Yeah,
if he
this
can
is
do
the
it
one
this
you
time.
worry about. This is the one that keeps you up nights.
Mm-hmm.
Now Suigi also going to be trying for Owlus at the same time. And beautiful double jump Owlus there, maintaining a ton of speed through that turnaround and just very, very nice height into the cage. And let's see, Thomkar tries for salt yet again, but doesn't quite make it.
I respect the try, but that,
Yeah.
you know, he has to take chances like that. But when you miss him, this is what happens.
That's tough. That's a real tough loss there.
Yeah,
Now he's
that's
gonna go for
unfortunately
texture.
really going to put a damper on this run. Suigi's just going to kind of be breezing through a lot of the rest of the stars here in Womps. We'll see. Still goes for single jump Wild Blue, even with that slightly awkward movement up right before it.
Yeah, we'll see Thomkar here getting his Owlus star, and he'll use the triple jump method, which is, I know we can't lose that much time, but it is, as we see, GreenSuigi does a double jump variety, which is much harder.
Yep.
When he gets up here, he'll go for 3 jumps instead of the 2 that Suigi does, which is the top of the top level.
Wasting an
And it's-
entire second. Oh no.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting, like, how what's difficult about the trick changes a little bit depending on the setup. Because the main thing that makes double jump Owlus hard is just timing that jump adequately and maintaining your speed through the turnaround. Because if you don't have enough speed, you can't make the double jump work, period. But you kind of have the opposite problem with triple jump, where you don't really want a whole lot of speed. Otherwise, you won't be able to get certain wall kicks to work. But Suigi now getting a nice start on Pillarless, and it looks like this is going to be a perfect attempt, just like every other run he's done.
He just doesn't miss those, it seems like. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
that's a really sticking point for a lot of runs. Just die there. Okay, the bomb got too big, got to throw it. It just doesn't happen with him.
Right? Or like, oh, I barely missed the Tama regrab. Like, what's so hard, we'll see if Thomkar goes for Tama there as well. You see, like, right there, that little jump dive where Mario kind of moves backwards a little bit past the slope, that's what we're calling the Tama regrab. If you weren't doing Tama, that little, like, dive landing on the other side of the slope would be a big process that would take about, like, 2 to 3 seconds and would be kind of involved. And you're condensing all of that to just one little flick of the stick, quick button press that you hope gets you in the right position that you want. Like, GreenSuigi and Thomkar made that look really easy, but that's the sort of trick that, like, you have to spend days while you're watching streams, while you're waiting on your food to cook, while you just have any free time, just practicing that trick alone.
Yep. This game is filled with them. And Thomkar will get that.
Oh,
no,
no!
Thomkar. That one
Unfortunate
really
death
hurts.
there.
A little bit lackadaisical there on the jump off the pyramid. Gets into the quicksand and gets into a bigger deficit here.
Yeah.
And that may not have looked like he was that close to surviving to our casual viewers, but
He
keep
was.
in mind the very edge of that quicksand doesn't actually kill you. You have to be a little bit deep into it for it to kill you. So he was just barely away from missing that death plane.
Cars cannot drive on sand. We all know this.
Especially
He
not
does recovery though,
quicksand.
nice and clean the next time at least. But that was, I mean, those are just the kinds of like pixel mistakes that you can't afford.
Exactly. Yeah. Just kind of jumping too early, not having enough. And that's the sort of mistake that I guarantee you Thomkar realized seconds before he died that he was going to die there. Like, it's one of those mistakes that once you do the input, you know what's going to happen and you're just forced to watch it.
Oh,
And
no,
Thomkar this is sort of what I talked about. Like, once you start making mistakes, it's easy for them to start dogpiling. Like, right there, he just kind of went for that dive. I'm sure he didn't really think through, like, oh, that dive will make it there. But it was more a decision of, like, let me go fast. A dive will help me go fast.
Right.
I just want to be fast now.
I mean, it's a split-second decision, like most of the decisions here.
It's one of those phenomena that you see many, many times. Once you get one mistake, you start pressing.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm losing. Now I'm losing against GreenSuigi, and it just keeps multiplying after that. Now we got a booty burn that you just don't want now. It's going to be an adventure now to get these red coins.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Missing, like, the first part of the cycle. It feels like the puzzle pieces kind of take themselves away from right where you need them to be.
Right, yes. As soon as you're 1 second off, the whole thing is backwards. It's a decent recovery, though, under the circumstances. He only cost him a few seconds there.
But like, it's worth kind of mentioning the thing that he messed up there was just like a professional type movement with doing a jump dive for the beginning there, and doing a long jump movement that's 100% consistent would have only lost a third of a second. So in the process of trying to save a third of a second, Thomkar ended up losing like at least 5 to 10.
Right. Yeah. Good point. Oh, and
I don't want to say the word. Yeah, I don't want to say the word I'm thinking of, but it starts with an M and ends with a Eltdown. Because we're almost at that point now with Thomkar. Don't want to call it too early, though. But
we're getting a second try, though, on that side hop. That's, like I mentioned in an earlier race, that's so hard to back up. So there's at least some level of calm level-headedness left in there.
GreenSuigi now on the big screen, and he's got the lead. It's not a crazy lead, but he doesn't need much normally. He is up 1-0 already, by the way. If he does take this run, let me remind everyone, he meets SlipperyNip in the finals right after this. Pretty hype matchup either way, because either it's going to be GreenSuigi versus Nip, or it's going to be Nip versus the guy who beat GreenSuigi. So I'm pretty excited either way.
Right. And I'm pretty excited to see what Suigi's about to do with the last couple of HMC stars here, because we've seen in other races in the set, he's doing the C up slide. We've seen in that previous race, he went for that just ludicrous setup for amazing emergency exit. So whatever star he goes for next year, I feel like we're about to just see something wild.
All right. Hang on to your butts here.
Yeah, surely he's going to pull off the most basic strat just because I mentioned it now. But...
yeah.
You say hang on to your butt. I call it a ground pound, personally.
And here we go with the C-up slide. Beautiful
slide.
stuff there.
There we go.
GTM slide hype. Making it look like it's an easy thing, which he's been doing all day here. Thomkar, again, now 2 stars back. 3 stars back now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty steep lead for Thomkar to try to catch back up from, but it certainly isn't over quite yet. And if Suigi keeps going for those really wild strats, he might make that job a little bit easier for Thomkar. We'll see. It opts for the normal amazing emergency exit this time around. Not trying for that just wild triple jump. I think I've only ever seen Suigi and Luigi mess with that personally.
Tom with a death. By the way, I love the phrase normal amazing. Excellent.
All right, we're going to bring GreenSuigi here for his MIPS grab here. Let's see if he can get that. Look at that. Just so fast ahead of the rabbit that he can turn towards the door to get it. And that's how you get the fastest time there. Momentum moving towards the door, grabs rabbit with that punch right in front of the door, which is faster than sliding. Just everything.
Oh, and he punches the door frame. He didn't even mean to do that.
Oh, my God.
That's like so ludicrously precise. SlipperyNip in a world record, I believe, actually hit that like door frame punch and skipped the split to not save it as a gold. Because he felt like that trick was too inconsistent to like make that a meaningful goal.
Wow.
And Suigi just got that in the middle of a race.
Chip clip
what
too.
Happens there, if you happen to punch just in the right angle, you both punch the door frame and grab MIPS together. Like, it's such a slight angle where that's possible. Every other angle, you just punch the door frame, go to the other side, and you don't have the rabbit. Like, that's so crazy rare to see.
Wow. Chip the right after that too. Like everything.
I'm trying to think of any mistakes we've seen from Suigi's side this race. I mean, have we seen
the beginning, right? Just the beginning a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I want to say there was something with Owlus or Canonless or something.
I mean, look where he is. You know, this is sub 12, and here he is. So it's a pretty darn good run.
Like, it's technically still 14 pace. Realistically not.
You're right.
Like, the BPT...
Never mind.
Oh, okay, now it's officially
all right,
not with that
thanks for ruling that out for us. That's good.
My ploy worked perfectly there.
Yes.
Make this a closer race.
It is kind of just demonstrates, like, Suigi's gotten that trick no problem every other time, made it look easy, but that is a wicked precise trick. Like, if you're not familiar with what he's trying to do in that pole glitch scenario, he's trying to hit the very edge of that ceiling polygon. if you touch just the middle of the ceiling polygon, nothing happens. But if you touch the edge, the game will end up doing that sort of like up warp to you. And Suigi also going to miss the side railing there, so having a little bit more kind of iffy movement through the center. But like this is the shakiest Fire Sea we've seen from him, and even still, like he's finishing it fairly solidly. I mean, one wedge of health, a little concerning, but
I mean the others were perfect. That's the first non-perfect one. It had like two different mistakes in it. And it really, like we were saying earlier, it's kind of like one mistake, which leads to a second. So I'm not even sure it's accurate to think of it as two mistakes so much as you made the mistake, now your timing's thrown off, and, you know, bad things happen.
Oh, now Suigi going for a special grab on Bowser there without getting too technical.
Does not throw it
God,
enough.
and throwing short there.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Got the tap in.
Man.
Tap in.
That would have been so easy to die during. Like, if he would have dove slightly later for that regrab attempt and just bonked Bowser instead, like, oh, man.
Yep. He's still got a significant lead, though. There's Thomkar trying the front sub to make up some time, and instead it's going to lose him time. I think there's front sub at least, isn't it?
Yeah. Front sub.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate when you miss it once because you're already going to be losing time to rear sub, and dealing with all that extra lag for your backup attempt is just brutal.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough, but I mean, you got to respect the attempt. That's what you got to do. I respect the try, just didn't work.
Now, speaking of tries, let's see what GreenSuigi gets for his BLJ attempts here. We've seen some really stellar attempts so far. Doesn't really seem to have a ton of issues with the 50-star staircase. Let's see, gets a very, very immediate catch, but then overjumps. That's actually a little bit of a rare mistake.
Yeah, we don't see that very often. We see all sorts of other failures on the stairs, but not that.
Yeah, when you mash really, really fast, that can sometimes happen. But usually you can keep your kind of mashing rhythm in check. It's why it's also kind of good practice to slow down a little bit on your mashing rhythm once you've gotten 4 or 5 jumps, because Mario will kind of hold himself to the staircase more. And that endless staircase BLJ was like pristine. Jeez.
Yeah, that was perfect. He flew onto the ledge pretty much perfectly.
And like I said before, you have to be like pretty much angle perfect to actually get Mario to fall in the hole like that. Like if you're a degree off to the right or left, Mario will just end up beside the bits entrance, not inside of it.
Yeah, Thomkar probably a good minute and a half behind right now. You're going to need some mistakes out of Suigi, and those are not usually common. I say as he gets a little bonk, but he recovers very quickly and then falls for
trying
real.
for standing right side, but doesn't quite get the height to be able to clear there. You can't really grab the ledge on that sloped platform there.
If this were an LTA, this would be a hard reset right here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no matter what happens, I mean, Suigi's now looking more and more likely to be in the finals. I mean, right side here is looking to be a bit of an issue. It's been, 4 times in a row now he's missed that in his first attempt?
I think at least one of his previous races he was able to get it first try.
Oh, okay.
But that's 2 in a row right there. He recovered pretty well the first time, but then took the long fall.
As we now get into the fight. And as we've seen before, Suigi, no slouch when it comes to the fight. Got those really nice throws, really optimal regrabs.
Yep, not a problem so far, and it continues. Fast regrab there. The throw
Very
is
nice
good
second
again.
throw.
I mean, I love that he doesn't even look at where the bomb is. He knows, right? Like he doesn't even change his camera angle.
I think that may have hit.
I think it missed. Yeah.
No, that wasn't. Yeah.
That missed. Yeah, it was a miss.
Wow.
That was really close. Yeah.
They moved
Oh,
the
that
camera.
looks like a miss.
I think
as
that
well.
he just got it.
Oh, barely hit.
No, you're right. That was close though. That must have been close.
That's the magic of these throws. We've all in this booth right now have watched this game races thousands of times. We still are not sure. Like, I think that hit.
Yeah,
I
I'm like,
think it
They
hit.
have the weirdest hit detection ever. Like, I don't
Yes.
know if it's just this game's lack of depth perception or what.
Well, I mean, we're all sitting there thinking, God, move your camera. We want to see what happened. Don't you want to see what happened? Sometimes they know. Sometimes they just know.
GG's to Suigi, clutching out that race with a 16 on that last attempt, but still a beautiful 2-0 over Thomkar, and just demonstrating how consistent he is at all these really, really high-level, difficult strategies.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the kind of the flow of that. The second game, right, was, much better start for Thomkar for sure. In the middle there section, he had a bit of a Mario meltdown. Wanted to avoid saying it, but let's call it what it is. Had a little bit of a meltdown there, and then Suigi showed us everything he has until the end there. A little bit of a mess at the end there, but still great time in the end.
Yeah, not too bad, and he's going to cruise into the finals on a 2-0, just like SlipperyNip. Not quite as close as SlipperyNip's was, but both of them with plenty of margin to spare because they are some of the best in the world, and that's going to be your finals, and that's going to be coming up next. So if you watch this far, and apparently you have, because you're hearing me say this, you're going to want to watch just a little bit more. Again, this is the TGS Speedrunner Series 2.0, powered by Shaw Internet. I think we might have a little more trivia for you before this last break, before we go into those finals. How many times do you fight Bowser over the course of the entire game? If you've been paying any attention today, you should be able to remember 1, 2, 3, or 5. I know you guys know the answer. We'll see how many people in chat do. So put your answers in the chat and hang with us for just another minute while we come back with the finals.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Canonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner Series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
People of Earth, how are you? If you come this far, I think you're going to be willing to come a little bit further because we are here ready to present to you one of the most intense, hype, incredible matchups possible in the world of Super Mario 64 16-star. I am ALT Insider, joined on my left by Warning Track, on my right by Electric. Before we get to that match, though, we got to go to a little bit of trivia we teased before this break. The question is, how many times do you fight the big Bowser over the course of the entire game? Electric, I'm going to let you handle the answer to this one, please. The answer is shown. There's some more information, though, you can share.
So, of course, as we're going to see in this run, you're going to fight him 3 times. Fight him once in Bowser in the Dark World, once in Bowser in the Fire Sea, and once in Bowser in the Sky. But notably, you can actually technically skip the Bowser in the Dark World encounter with some very, very glitchy shenanigans if you are a tool-assisted speedrunner. But as far as we're aware, there's no real way to lower
Electric
that
calling the
number
trivia
under
into
2.
question. I like it. That is next level.
Very risky strat, calling the whole the TGS TGS in question here, but no, we're just kidding. There's a lot of different answers to that question. Depends on the category. But today we're playing 16-star, of course, which is personally my favorite way to enjoy competitive speedrunning here. Track, can you please tell us about these 2 runners we have about to compete, about to get in the biggest slobber knocker you've ever seen?
Yeah, the reason it's one of the hypest matchups possible is because we have the person who is first in the world, GreenSuigi, in this category, against the player who is 3rd in the world in SlipperyNip. Ouija is number 2 overall, and he's sandwiched right between the two. And as you might imagine, the difference between their PBs, it's like 6 seconds, which to them is an eternity, but to any normal human is a couple of blinks of the eyes. And that's how easily you can lose in this format, is in the blink of an eye. It's not best of 1 anymore like it was earlier in the day. It's best of 3, but these guys are so ridiculously closely matched, you could hardly come up with a tighter, closer, more impressive matchup to close out the finals.
Before we get started here, Electric, I want to put you on the spot here. Please tell our viewers one strat to watch for that only these, not only, but one of the handful of people on the earth are doing. These 2 guys are going to be people that are putting off the strat. What's a strat to watch for? If it goes wrong, it's use a lot of time. If it goes well, you don't even recognize it because it just looks smooth.
Oh, man, there are a lot of different things you could see. I definitely think basement is going to be the really, really key point to kind of watch for in these runs. Because I feel like when you get to this sort of very, very top level of play, we're not really expecting to see a whole lot of really ludicrous. We're not expecting to see people go for the MIPS doorframe punch, right? But I got to say, I don't think it's entirely outside the realm of possibility for one of these runners to go for Fly Guyless in one of these sets. Or for one of these runners to just start absolutely wilding out with a supersonic lava boost. I think the basement section generally is going to be where we're maybe going to see some of these runners really decide to just leave it all on the table. They know who they're up against, and they know that if their opponent is taking things safe, they're going to get great times already. So I feel like maybe in the basement section especially, and in particular, around that SSL to LLL area.
Awesome. We'll definitely watch for that. And this is, we've seen a lot of different runners today, a lot of different skill levels, a lot of different personal bests. These 2 are, again, as Track said, this is the world record holder versus the 3rd place holder. They're not pulling out any stops here. We are seeing every single advanced strat that you can see. That anything less than what a Taz has to do, and even then, they might try that anyway. So just watch 2 of the best players in the world play an awesome game. Let's enjoy it.
Exactly. I mean, for my money, 2 of the best players in the world playing one of the best games ever made.
No one can argue with that. Electric had a little bit of a issue, or you agree?
Oh, I'm totally agreeing. Look, you can make the argument that this isn't the best casual game in the world, but best speed game, no question, hands down.
Yes, definitely.
I mean, this is part of my childhood. I've been playing this since I was 12, or as I like to call it, sub 13.
Right off the bat, Slip getting a very, very good LBLJ. Is Suigi going to walk right out the door? That's going to be an immediate massive time loss on Suigi's side. Now, in a race against Thomkar, or anyone else really, Suigi could have just kind of brushed this off, said, okay, I can make up that time somewhere else. But against Slip, you can't really talk yourself into that sort of self-assurance. He really doesn't know that Slip is going to make 15 to 20 seconds worth of mistakes across the rest of this run.
Definitely not. We saw it come out there, like you said, against player with lesser PBs. That's not a big deal, but against SlipperyNip, it's the hill to climb is now very large.
And Slip very nearly hitting a Tsukishima cycle in Dark World, having to kind of settle for Shia cycle, which is so weird to say. Shia cycle's already above the norm a bit, but settling for it? Okay.
Firsties
And
as
double
well?
firsties on the ending too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, if you hit that on the first frame, the wall kicks, you get to keep your speed, right? And SlipperyNip did that. You don't see that every single race, and SlipperyNip is starting extremely, extremely hot right now. On fire, do I dare say.
Yeah, let's see what this final time is out of this Dark World, but this is a 2-4x, which is like, in a world record attempt, you would still continue a Dark World like this.
Oh no, Suigi.
Just having a lot of bobbles with this stage. No outright deaths or anything, but just losing a lot of time to just random things throughout.
I mean, it is an age-old question in like any form of competition is like, would you rather be fresh and rested, or would you rather be like dialed in and like in a groove, right? Because one of these players just played before this, GreenSuigi, and he's the one struggling right now relative to SlipperyNip, who had that nice break. And everyone's different, and maybe one day's different than another, even for the same person. But at least insofar as you can have an answer, it sure seems like SlipperyNip getting that little reset time, not having just come off their own match, maybe benefiting a little bit.
Yep.
It certainly looks that way so far. So he does have a lead. It's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, for sure, but it is a lead nonetheless. And the better the runners are, the more those small leads do matter.
Yes.
Right. And it's worth noting, like, at this point, Slip kind of has it in his mind, like, he hasn't made any major mistakes. And, like the point where you make your first mistake, that actually alleviates a fair amount of tension that you're putting on yourself and a lot of pressure you're putting on yourself to be a perfectionist. But Slip going for full setup, and this is the full setup cannonless, actually.
Wow. I was going to ask you, Electric, what do they, I mean, that can't be something SlipperyNip does usually, right? The full setup there.
So I think the thought process there, if you're a level, if you're a runner as high level as Slip, then full setup cannonless can effectively be 100% consistent for you. So if you want to just be sure that that trick isn't going to cause any issues, you could go for that setup, and like, if you really know what you're doing and study that setup enough, you can kind of correct for any potential errors. Like the first ledge grab position that Slip just did there, based on that position, you can roughly tell whether the trick will work or not. And there are better or worse positions to start in. It's sort of like the adjustments you would have to make during Salt Cannonless. The difference is you don't have to make those adjustments in real time. If you make that ledge grab for full setup and realize it's in a bad spot, you can just get up, redo the ledge grab. You only lost like 2 to 3 seconds. As opposed to like in Salt Cannonless, if your alignment is off, like you just missed the trick and lost all 6 inherently. So like I can see the argument to be made, like it puts the power more in the player's hands rather than like dealing with a pseudo RNG trick, but still, as we kind of saw here, it sometimes does pay off in the opposite way, where a Slip missed a trick you'd expect him never to miss. But with all that, Slip is going to be leaving Womps just barely ahead of Suigi. Did have better luck through Owless at least, but now going down into the basement, we'll see what the desert area has in store for these players, because this is where things can certainly get really dicey. And we've seen both of these players don't really have much of a problem with Tama, but how do they have a problem with Tama in this sort of scenario where they're facing someone so high level against them? Because like we talked about earlier, there's a unique anxiety that comes from facing a high level opponent like this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Nip, you're just getting like real consistency across the board, not a lot of ups or downs. But with Suigi, I feel like he responds to, he's been making some significant mistakes, but I feel like he gets better after they happen. There's like this bearing down and this extra level of focus, almost like he likes having his back against the wall and having to play perfect.
Yep. Now, Slip having to just cancel that first attempt, but Suigi having a really nice first pillarless attempt, and that's going to be clean. That's going to be really, really huge for Suigi going into basement here. Now the onus is on Slip to go ahead and match up on his second attempt.
Yep. And Track, I'm putting you officially in charge of telling us the difference between these runners in seconds. He has to throw away the bomb again. Has another backup here, unfortunately. Track, though, please keep in mind the difference here. We need you here. Gonna go for the bird. And he does reach it.
Well, he's not losing a ton of time on this backup, but he's got to deal with whatever bomb grab he gets on this next one. If he gets a medium bomb, he's just going to have to go for it. And medium bomb is vastly more difficult and inherently loses 5 seconds over standard plus.
I mean, I was going to compare like to like, but then they kind of diverged here in the order a little bit, so it's kind of hard to say now.
Oh, Slip is actually just going to continue on without it. He's not even going to be going for another plus attempt, just picking up another star somewhere else in basement. So that does guarantee him a few seconds more of time loss there, but at least it stems the blood flow. You know, he's not losing even more time on more plus fails.
Wow, misses a red coin, though. Things are coming off the rails just a bit. He's still
super good recovery, though.
The train is still on the rails for sure. It's solidly there, but it's shaking a little bit, right?
It's rattling. I mean, but that was such a good recovery. That's such a great example, because we saw someone kind of make a mistake on the red coins earlier, and they recovered fairly well, but it took them a few seconds. With Nip, it was like a 1 second loss. Like he was on his feet again so quickly. That was a really good adjustment.
And Suigi now working through reds. Now it's Slip going towards the Volcano. We'll see how this one goes. And what they opt for with Volcano, because like we mentioned in previous runs, they're going to commit to Lava Boost here, which is the more risky play, but they could save some time with it. The boost is good, and double pole ending, really nice. So they are going to save a bit of time over Elevator Tour there.
Yeah. I mean, look, these are different stars, but insofar as you care about the different stars, they were about 7 seconds apart hitting the 8th.
Yeah, and let's see what happens with Suigi. Going to be also heading into the Volcano, probably also going for Lava Boost if I had to guess.
Yeah,
so back camera.
Watch how he handles the poles. Could be a big difference here. How they handle the poles at the end, how quickly they make their way through there.
And still going to be going for the double pole movement there. Getting a little bit caught up on the second, but
yeah, good example there of how you can get caught. Yeah.
The absolute like supersonic way of handling that only does one of those little pole skips, and like to kind of understand just how difficult that is. Like you're wanting to hit the platform pole sort of combination low enough that Mario just stands on the platform afterwards. So like if you're just a little bit too high, you'll just get a pure pole grab, and then like you probably will hit A thinking that you're standing on the platform, and now you've just jumped off the pole facing the wrong way and probably killed your run.
And there we go. Pretty good sync so far in this run. 8:25 into this thing.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, they diverged for a while, but they've kind of come back together right around 10 stars. So now it's looking a little more apples to apples.
Side hop for both. Let's see. Yes, both going for side hop here. Let's see who can make it successful or not. Oh, no, excuse me. SlipperyNip saying not yet.
Is Slip going to go ahead and also do Elevator Tour to make up skipping Pillarless?
Mm-hmm. Nice little bonus. Going to start sitting here just in case you need it. And it turns out he does need it because he said bye to that star in the other stage.
And for perspective, like a really good Tama Plus, you would expect to have a final time around like the 13, 14 second mark, whereas Elevator Tour, a good time is about 19. So you can kind of see like you'll inherently lose 5 seconds with the replacement. But like I said, if Slip had gone back for a third plus attempt, there's a fair potential he would have just lost even more time. So I think like doing the replacement like he did was honestly the smart play here.
So, Chad, I just want to point out, asking about the iPhone a little bit. It's worth reiterating. If you want to win the iPhone 13.
Oh, unfortunate death from Slip there.
I have amazing timing with these promos, though.
Yeah,
promos
happen right. They foretell doom.
They really do.
Promos.
Oh, I'll get it out quick.
Finish it up now. Hurry up.
Share anything you think is fast, like my mistakes, on social media with #GameWithShaw to win the iPhone 13.
All right, SlipperyNip is safe now. Track is done with the promo.
Until we need some more drama, in which case I will bust out another one.
No, he's not. He's not safe. Bonked on the wall there.
And then going past the start.
I like the wall kick to grab it. That was pretty cool. But it's not a great time there. Things are getting a little bit more shaky here on the Nip side.
Meanwhile, from Suigi, like really, really beautiful control there. You could see like with that delayed dive right before the star grab, he waited until the very moment that he knew for sure Mario could clear that ledge with a dive to commit to that. And like, as another runner, I honestly would have thought that he bonked with a dive there. Like he has such an intimate knowledge of how Mario moves that he's able to predict like that couple of seconds ahead, like whether or not Mario will be able to clear a ledge. Like it just
that
exceptional mastery of the game.
Just the feel they have for the game, you know, after just hundreds of hours. It's ridiculous. You're right. They know when it's off.
Yeah, Suigi looking like he is on quite the roll right now. Remember, he just came off winning that round 3 matchup. SlipperyNip did have a little break there, but Suigi seems to be on fire right now. Great grab of the bunny here.
Beautiful punch grab. And we'll see if Suigi ends up getting another door frame punch like that second race against Thomkar. See, very, very nice wooden door clip. No door frame punch this time around, but still very clean MIPS segments so far.
I mean, it's what we talked about earlier, which is like he made that mistake early on, and since then, it's almost like it fuels him.
Right. It's almost like the pressure or anxiety that these runners feel sometimes just comes from an attempt being good enough to qualify as like a PB attempt.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like once you get beyond that and you know that the run has no chance of PBing or no chance of getting a 14 anymore, then you alleviate a lot of that pressure from yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost like practice at that point. Or you can say alternatively.
Slip gets the door frame punch there.
Oh,
nice.
Little cheeky second save.
Wow. Oh, and real
through
quick
there
for the
like
second
butter.
one.
Like
Like there's not even a door.
fully greased up through that one, and he got through. Definitely gaining a little bit of time here. Suigi still in comfortable lead, it's safe to say. Chip clip for Nip. It goes through,
Nice.
and he is going. It's still a lead here, but it's definitely a little bit tighter, and Suigi missing the hole doesn't help.
And we'll see how Firesteed goes here, because Suigi was pulling off some perfect ultimate cycles throughout the day, but that last run was the first one that we saw any sort of issues. And we'll see if Pole Glitch succeeds first. And there we go, hitting the very edge of that ceiling polygon, getting that nice upwarp. Let's see if he can hold the ultimate cycle, though.
Yeah, ultimate cycle again, where it looks like you can just take a nice stroll onto that platform. And Suigi looks like he is going to be there comfortably. Of course, you do the wall kick there to get up faster, but now was pretty nice.
Beautiful stuff. Not going for the ultimate cycle movement, but really doesn't need it. Like this edge movement is going to be just fine, perfectly fast enough. Still maintaining a very nice lead over Slip here, but it is certainly not at all over yet. This is easily still within reach.
Dare I say, it comes down to Bowser throws one more time. It's happened. It happened twice for SlipperyNip already.
Oh, Slip on great pace, but it didn't end up getting that roll out there on the ramp, so should still have early cycle in the bag. There we go.
Maybe he slipped. It kind of looked like it, didn't it? Well, I'm not going to make a joke about the other part of the game, so.
Slipping on the long jumps there on that side rail. Very, very easy to do by accident. Beautiful backup movement.
It's just a good recovery, though. That's the thing. Like, their mistakes don't even hurt them as much.
And a lot of this is from, like, one of the hard things to do as a runner, like, at a mid-level, is make yourself practice through, like, when you start making mistakes at stars. Because with the practice ROM that we have, it's really easy to just reset your attempt, start the star all over. But, like, making yourself play through, like, what do I do next if I make this mistake? What do I do next if I make this mistake? It's really valuable, and it leads you to being able to do stuff like this, where you have, like, in your mind a really fast thing to do, no matter what happens to you in the game.
This is like a 15-ish seconds difference, maybe a little more even. So that's still pretty significant there. You're going to need something here out of Suigi, I think.
And with Suigi's BLJs, we may not see this make a lead change, but this could change the lead if Suigi has any issues here.
Yeah, again, with lower level runners, I mean, these BLJs can sometimes be a great bottleneck mechanic to kind of make the races closer, but not with that Suigi making that look too easy as all these higher level runners do.
Yeah.
And a pretty late catch, too. It's really hard sometimes to manage to make it through with a late catch like that, but beautiful! Oh my god!
Not safe for work. Not safe for work.
To pick back up.
Oh, jeez.
Not safe for work, my friend.
That's right.
Too clean. That was the best slam dunk I think I've ever seen.
And so Nip is like, Nip has to do it perfectly just to keep the deficit where it is now.
Oh, man.
That's ridiculous. He's been perfect on those pretty much all day. And even when he isn't, it's like, oh, a few more seconds. You know, a BLJ that like anyone else would be happy with.
That was
and there we go. Slip getting a slightly later catch. Like, Slip's
BLJs
were okay for anyone up to, I would say, like a 15-3x, 15-4x PB. But, like, against Suigi, it seems like it was just awful. But, like, it fundamentally wasn't. Like, I would be okay with those BLJs in one of my runs.
We're gonna need a miss here. Otherwise, it's gonna be Suigi 1-0.
That's for sure. 3 throws away now for Suigi to take the all-important game number 1. That won't be a miss, my friends. That's going to be a good throw. The fast regrab. That won't be a miss either.
No, here we go.
He's one away now.
That might be it. It is.
That's going to be a first miss. All right. A little bit of a shaky ending here. SlipperyNip still very far behind, though. We shouldn't talk it up too much.
Yeah. That is going to be a third throw there.
Yeah. I mean, Nip just the margin was too much. You can't go into the end of game here against Suigi with 10 or 12 seconds. You know, 5 or 6 maybe, and then that miss gets you right back in it. But in this case, the fact that he can afford the miss is just because he played after that initial mistake, like lights out until the end.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Again, the beginning did have that mistake, but after that, what can you look to as a mistake besides that one Bowser throw? The BLJs were some of the best I've ever seen. You know, not as there has, of course, has been better, but in a race situation, oh man, I don't think I've seen better in a race.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Like that's pristine in a race. If Suigi is asking for anything else above like the quality of those BLJs, Suigi's asking for too much. Like that's you can't beggars can't be choosers. Come on, like that was perfect for what you're expecting in a race.
Yep. And let's just recap where we are right now. This is the finals, and that was a game 1 win for Suigi. So what does that mean? That means we need SlipperyNip to win game number 2, or we go home and Suigi takes home all the money, my friend. So we're going to see what happens here. A lot to do. Track, what are you going to look for in game number 2?
I mean, I'm going to look for whether or not, first of all, Suigi makes a mistake in the beginning, because if he does, apparently he's just going to win, because he's going to play better after that. I mean, you legitimately, when we saw him do live time attacks and like other events in the past, some of his worst runs were the ones where he was like on a ridiculous pace and then it all fell apart really hardcore 4 or 5 minutes in. So I feel like psychologically, it's almost the opposite of what you would expect, is if he's got that breakneck pace and gets really frustrated when he finally, bonks it or something. Whereas Nip is just like way steadier, but like he's not down by that much. You really don't have to do that much. It's almost hard to analyze, because what are you supposed to say? I don't know, a couple fewer bonks, one less Bowser miss. Like at this level, the difference between winning and losing is like almost so hard already, that like the moment-to-moment variations, moment-to-moment like pixel differences are kind of what determine the entire match, which doesn't really seem fair, but that's what happens when you play a marginal game at the highest level.
Mm-hmm. And let's look to what's a big turning point of last game was definitely pillarless, right? Electric. I mean, that was the if he hit that on the first try, what are we looking at here?
Oh yeah. I mean, Slip lost easily at least 15 to 20 seconds to that trick alone. When you factor in like the amount of time that he lost to doing those backups, the amount of time that he lost to having to do the star replacement at all. So like you're definitely looking at a much closer matchup here. And the other factor that's like a little bit more nebulous, of course, is that without those pillarless mistakes, how would he have fared, for instance, in Lethal Lava Land on some of the stars that he made like minor mistakes on? Because that's a regular thing that you see too. Like once you start to lose that good pace and you stop caring so much about the run, it's really easy to just lose a bit of focus and play worse artificially because of that. So
for sure.
But that'll definitely be a high point that I think we'll need to watch for in this game too, and hopefully fingers crossed in game 3. Like pillarless, especially, like I mentioned before, these races, basement generally, but as we kind of saw here, like the end game isn't totally infallible either for these players. But I think like a huge factor that we just haven't quite touched on enough is like Suigi's BLJs are so hard to stack up against.
Yeah.
That's something that you always kind of keep in the back of your mind in this category is like, okay, well, I may have lost 15, 20 seconds to this dumb star mistake, but at least my opponent might mess up on BLJs. Slip doesn't have that self-assurance. Like, Slip has to go into all these attempts knowing that Suigi's probably getting through around the sum of best sort of like BLJ times. And so he has to like forge that lead for himself before they even get to that point. Like that's a really, really tall order.
Yep. And Slippery now knows the work cut out for him. He has to win the next 2 to take home the championship here to win this awesome tournament today, put on today by TGS. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here. Game number 2. I'm personally going to be watching for that. Definitely Shifting Sandland is where I'm going to be focusing on a lot, but there's a lot of stuff before that we should watch out for. So here we go. Game number 2. Let's see what happens.
And by the way, this is the second of 3 events put on by TGS in the speedrunning series. The third is going to be May 7th. So you're going to set your calendars now, because if it's half as good as this event, you're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, we should say right after this, there's a Celeste tournament happening. So please stay tuned for that as well.
That
just
too.
Today. SlipperyNip, a little bit of a problem with the castle movement, but it's okay. Just a small miss there, but I like to look at those little mistakes he doesn't normally make. We have to hopefully get this in this level quickly here, and he does. Okay, not too far behind the start.
No, but Suigi perfect.
Losing
again,
about
so.
10 or so seconds to a good. We'll see how the actual Dark World goes. Suigi with a nice box roll out there. It looks like going to be committing to either a very nice early Shig cycle or maybe just a Shia cycle, just for funsies. Kind of awkward movement with those amps in the red, though. Yeah, it looks like Suigi's gonna.
This early game, this early room in this game, I mean, it looks like Mario's just running a normal level, but there's different cycles that you can get on this, and people that know the speedrun know that. But it's really interesting about even just a single level. This game is so optimized. This is a bonk by Suigi. Open up the door for Nip a little bit here, but this game is so optimized. Like each stage has like different levels, different categories of strats you can do, and of course we're seeing the top of the top here. But that's just one. There's like 4 different cycles you can get in this level alone. That just each level you level up your skills, get to a different like strat you want to get, or a different cycle you hope to aim for. But here we are in Bowser's, and we are very synced up.
Yep, we'll see how the actual fight goes. No Bowser dances here. Very low chance that Bowser will kind of do this like feint punch attack at you, but if he does that, you can actually grab him faster and throw him a little faster. But not seeing any of that in these races today, unfortunately.
Oh, timekeeper track. Got the difference here?
Do you need to bother? It's 1 second. Yeah, I don't know. Blink and you miss it, like I said earlier. I mean, honestly, the only thing we're looking for here is that like Suigi can afford to lose this and Nip can't. Like that is going to color everything they do. That's going to color the margin completely. If you're Suigi, you'll take a close one right now because if you win, it's over, and if you don't, you get one more chance. It totally changes the psychological dynamic. Look at that though. Now it is basically perfectly synced.
And that's from Suigi making kind of a weird mistake there. So since you get into Dark World such a weird way, you can't actually just walk out the door. You have to enter the course and then exit course back into the lobby. And Suigi just kept pausing and unpausing without actually moving the cursor down to exit course.
All right, time for Cannonless here. Sock folder setup for Nip. He missed this last game. Suigi for texture.
And Suigi gets nicely done first try on both sides, but Suigi with a slightly faster texture.
Yeah, that another strat that there is 4 different ways to do that or more. And I said the long jump method is just insane. Neither player is doing that, but I think that's going to be one of the next strats to become normal.
They always do
in this run.
They always do. I always say it. It starts off as TAS, then like some people try it, then most people try it, then it's mandatory. That is always the trajectory.
Now we got the beautiful double jump Alice coming out from both sides here. Double jump Alice is one too that used to be a big flex strat, but now you've got a bunch of people that think that it's easier than triple jump Alice.
Jeez. It's just now this is going blow for blow right now. This is what we want. This is what we came for.
This is what we came for.
Yeah.
Top level strats, both players going at it. This is pretty good stuff, my friends. Wild Blue Star's coming. This is one of the easier stars to get. He's got to run around the corner here.
But of course, both these players probably going for the single jump lineup, which is a lot more difficult than the side flip. The side flip up there gives you a pretty decent amount of height, but that single jump just barely clears. But I think someone may have messed with and found a new setup for that simming recently, and that's why you've started seeing that more.
Never stops, does it?
Yeah, no, not games like this. And there we are. Now we are entering what we mentioned before as being could be a big turning point here.
Yep.
SlipperyNip had some serious issues here with the first star, Pillarless here. And sorry, not Pillar. Yeah, Pillarless here. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. Got to grab the bomb. Got to re-grab the bomb and work your way to the pyramid. A lot more magic in there than I'm saying here, but it could take me too long to explain it fully. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, by the time you do, it'll be done.
Yeah.
We got a nice big bomb from Suigi's side and from Slip's side. Beautiful Tama regrabs. Beautiful stuff all the way through with the glitchy double jump. So to highlight just a few of the difficulties of that trick, the very beginning involves a frame-perfect bomb grab. That double jump onto the pyramid requires 2 A presses within, I believe, a 5-frame window. It's a very narrow window. The Tama regrab itself requires very specific positioning on the slope, and you have to jump then dive a very particular way. Every part of that trick in isolation is hard on its own. And that trick involves you having to string all of it together perfectly and react to any minute differences as they come up. It is insanely difficult to overstate how hard Pillarless really is, especially the way these runners are doing it.
All right, and you can see we are still on track here, still waiting for our first big mistake, which we might not ever see.
Yep. And this is I think the only star in the run that you could reasonably call free. You do the triple jump, you jump up the pyramid, you're done.
I mean, even with Toad, you might punch him. So
right? You can't punch the pyramid.
Can't punch the pyramid. Don't even try.
Electric's never seen me play. That's why I'm in the booth.
I'll find a way. My new strat is to find a way to punch a pyramid.
Strat finders come out of the woodwork tomorrow. Oh, by the way, it saves 3 frames if you do a speed punch into the star.
Yeah. I can do a 15x. It's just hours instead of minutes.
No,
Suigi
running under the star there.
Oh, wow.
Dear.
And that will put us at almost exact sync
Oh, my
now.
goodness. It was Nip was a half second behind, and he went to a half second ahead.
Enjoy it. Only 1 coin difference now between us. Not that we care about coins, but it's fun to look at anyway.
It's not the tiebreaker? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Let's see. Are we getting Volcano or are we getting side hops? Okay.
Oh,
Volcano
cool.
entrance
Same.
here.
Both go to Volcano. All right. We'll both see Volcano. Lava Boost, they both did last time. Let's see if they both do it this time. And they do. Polls. Let's see how the poll is very important here.
And yet again, double polls, but this time Slip actually going to go ahead and advance a little bit faster there, not getting as caught up on the second poll. And with that, Slip is going to claim a little bit of a lead over Suigi. Looks like there's a slight timer difference, but...
Yeah, very slight. Yeah, but they've been neck and neck for 3.5 to 4 minutes now.
Yeah, we should look at the timer there. 5-second difference is in actuality there, but here we go. Nip going for side hop. As
Beautiful
Suigi goes for
stuff.
bully. No problem for both runners again.
Yeah, a very, very nice bully from Suigi there. Almost encountering that same kind of issue that he did earlier with the bully not quite falling off, but just barely getting that extra momentum to fall, get him to fall.
Now we're going to see them do the opposite star the opponent just did. Nip's going to go to his bully fight.
And this ledge grab skip, a little bit tricky to deal with. You can see Slip there, like making sure to change his camera before he actually needs to make that movement there.
And they do these in the opposite order, but here it converges again. You see, there it is.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, and yet again, just still near synced.
That's crazy.
And let's go ahead and advance on into Hazy Maze Cave now. I imagine we're going to be seeing a triple jump off the box first.
Yeah, I think they've both been doing that first.
Yeah, and I guess each
And
other in
that
particular.
proves true here. Yep.
Beautiful
Look at
stuff
that.
there. Nice navigation out of bounds there. So once you do that triple jump and you're out of bounds, you have to be very careful in how you move Mario, because there's actually a very large kill plane out in that like void area. And so you have to be very meticulous about navigating Mario back away from that kill plane and then like forcing him forward into the star.
Now, Suigi's choosing to talk to Toad here. It doesn't really matter when you talk to Toad. So he will take that star first. Nip is going to go for GTM slide. He's been doing it so far, and there it is.
Beautiful stuff.
That's one of those strats that I'm glad it saves time, because it does look much cooler.
Yeah,
Yes.
but man, it's really, really easy to take a death on if you fail it. Because what you're trying to do there is go into the C-up camera mode, which like the game expects to have you locked in place during, while sliding down that slope. And it like getting those conditions just right. It's a pretty finicky trick. Like it's one of those that's been known about for a while, but it's taken a very long time for runners to justify going for it in an attempt.
All right, so now we will see Nip going for what is left for him on this stage. He has to get emergency exit there for both runners. Look at this time. Remember, look at the timers here. So
There
this
it
will be
is.
about what? Yeah,
I think Nip might be a few
4-second
seconds
lead for
behind.
Suigi.
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. All right, so now
Man.
we enter the MIPS grab here. Both runners have no problems with this in any way. They're doing that momentum right towards the door. That is high level MIPS
Wow.
grabs
Beautiful
right
punch
there.
grabs.
Yes.
And getting the grab right in front of the door like that makes your camera movement so much easier. Like just like that on both sides of the screen here, you could see the players didn't have to do any sort of camera manipulation at all once they got up to the wooden door. Beautiful
this.
stuff right through.
Oh, man,
yes.
that is satisfying.
This is why we're here,
There
right
it
here.
is. Get hyped.
That was awesome.
Let's go.
Now
Chip
let's see
clip,
front
chip-
sub.
Chip clip right
Chip
here.
clip front sub. Chip
Both
clip
runners
front sub.
both
Do
going
it.
for chip
do
clip.
it.
Yes.
We both got it. Let's go.
All right, come
oh,
on.
Wow.
This is a heavyweight
real-
fight. This is like two guys just wailing on each
Oh,
other
yeah.
here, man. Like, I love it.
Of course, got to see front sub. Back sub's not even. an option
Yeah,
in
not
these
even a
guys'
question. Chip
minds.
clip was the
Yeah,
only
this
thing
is
that was
so
even sort of a
tense.
question. Yeah.
This is so tense.
Oh my god.
Back sub doesn't even exist in these guys'
Okay.
minds. Suigi making it look easy, and
Perfect.
Nip
Oh,
as well. Yes.
Oh, this
Oh
is
my
going to be
God.
a fire seat right here. Oh,
Oh, boy.
man.
Oh man, look!
Oh,
I said it
man.
half jokingly earlier that Suigi would lose if he was doing too well and didn't make any big mistakes early on. If that's true, this is SlipperyNip's chance coming up over the last few minutes to actually pull this thing even again.
Now, let's see the pole glitch attempts coming out. This is a big point of inconsistency.
Oh,
Great
there it
misses
is!
the pole glitch.
Suigi.
Flip
But
is
it's
going to
such a
get
good
it. Now,
recovery.
Suigi can still technically get early Ellies. We'll see if he's able to make it up there in time.
It's just the recovery is so smooth given how big the mistake could be.
Let's see. This is going to be a
We'll
big
see
deal
it.
right here. No problem here.
Slip getting up here for ultimate. Now, Suigi barely not going to be able to make early Ellies at all. So Slip definitively in a lead there.
Wow,
Off of
there
just
it is.
one little trick miss.
There's the difference right there. Waiting for that elevator.
Oh wow! I mean, like I said, I was half kidding with the whole Suigi does better when his mistakes come early, but like it's starting to feel like a little bit of a thing, just a little bit.
It's still lots of work left to do, though.
Yep,
Nip
true.
cannot miss a throw here. That would put all this lead to waste here. He makes a good throw,
Yeah,
though. No
beautiful
problem there.
three-quarter spin throw from Slip there.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We could be minutes away from crowning a champion or forcing a final game. Either way, this is crazy.
You know what's left, my friends? 3 letters left. They are called BLJs.
And like I kind of talked about before this is the position Slip wants to be in, because Slip knows how Suigi's BLJs go. And so Slip can put it in his back pocket, like, even if my BLJs aren't perfect, I'm not necessarily losing to Suigi immediately just because of that. Right. I'm in this good position right now. Like,
but they gotta
honestly,
be good.
Slip could miss a whole set of catches on the first 50-star door and would still probably be fine.
Here we go. It's time. BLJs.
Takes a little bit of lineup. Ooh, okay, he's got a late catch. I think, there we go, getting through the door.
Just enough.
Yeah, barely in time. Like, one jump later would not have been able to get through.
My heart was in my throat, man. I'm not going to lie.
You have to call that. That's definitely going to be good enough. No, Suigi and
Suigi's catch as Slip is going to get into Sky.
Okay.
That is crazy. He gets right back there with perfect BLJs.
All right, now let's see how this guy goes out. Going to be going for the triple jump here. Does clear. Probably going to be shooting for Manimo Cycle here on these platforms, and does manage to land it. All right, let's see what happens with moving. Are we getting moving right side, moving left side?
Big
right
choice,
side
big choice.
That's an issue. He's going right side, the most difficult side.
Oh, he hit the short on the double jump, and that's all the way down.
That might be it.
Man,
that might
you
be
hate to see.
There could not be a more costly mistake than that.
Oh my God.
SlipperyNip needs Suigi to make an equal error now, which seems unfathomable for me. But it might happen.
Left, I guess.
Oh, wow, no, this man doesn't know left. He hasn't been there for years, I bet. Oh, wow.
That's going to be
now
Suigi in the pipe.
Oh, no.
Firmly grasping the driver's seat, and he has to hit 3 throws to take this one home.
That's all. And he has to miss a lot now. That is so rough. Here we go. First one's going to hit. Suigi 2 throws away from 2-0ing the bronze medalist in the SM64 16-star, which is no small feat. That's gonna do it.
Perfect fight. No hesitation whatsoever.
That was what theater we got to enjoy. How lucky are we, my friends, in the booth, in chat, to see these 2 insane legends.
Like, as much as we would have wanted to see a game 3, how on earth do you follow this up?
Nip gave him one opening at like the 14-minute mark, and that was it. One mistake each, really, right? Because Suigi made that one mistake, and then SlipperyNip made his, but he made the last mistake.
Yeah, and that mistake was a very, very costly one. I mean, not every mistake costs you that much time, but dying there, falling all the way down, you can't come back from that at this level. That's just unfortunate, really. I don't want to call it like an RNG thing, because it's not, but I mean, just where your mistakes happen to really matters, you know, and just happening there, you don't come back from that.
And it's such a minor thing too. Like, you just released the A button slightly too early. It wasn't even a wrong button press per se. It was a wrong release that happened there, and just too low going into the platform, didn't end up landing on the platform, just collided right with it. I mean, you hate to see it, but GG's to Slip for managing, or Suigi for managing to pull that out. That was just, what a finish. And especially, like, what confidence on those throws after a run like that.
Oh, yeah. Just a great show by all of our runners, man. Chat, thanks for joining us. Track's going to talk us out, but thanks so much for watching, guys. What a show. Track, send us home.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to do it for the SM64 16-star portion of today's show. Congratulations to Suigi. Commiserations to SlipperyNip, who played a great game. All our runners were fantastic. But we're not done running yet. Celeste is yet to come. The big iPhone giveaway is coming, too. My thanks to the GSA, TGS, and Shaw Internet for powering everything. And, of course, to ALT Insider and Electric for keeping that ball rolling. I've been warning Track, saying, may all your G's be WP.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or 2 to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Cannonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Welcome, everyone. I am so excited to be joined today by people that I know and people that I've just met from the Gamers and from HackerGal. My name is Verta Maloney. I'm one of the co-founders of the Gamers, and we are a woman-led media company and community that's dedicated to amplifying and centering the voices of women and femme-identifying gamers. And we just want to advance the role, amplify, and elevate that in the world. And we welcome anyone who wants to join us in that. And we are going to be speaking today with someone else from the Gamers, as well as someone from Hacker Gal. And Hacker Gal is a charitable organization that inspires girls across Canada to explore the opportunities in code. With women vastly underrepresented in tech, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And in the gaming industry, Hacker Gal strives to inspire a new wave of Canadian female coders to bring equality to the booming industry. So I am going to start off with Isla at Hacker Girl. If you could just share with everyone your name, where you are in the world, your pronouns, and what is the first game you played that made you feel like, yes, I am a gamer?
All right, already starting off with a bit of tough questions, but hello everyone. My name is Isla Farnood, and I am a 16-year-old girl located in Toronto, Ontario. My pronouns are she, her, and if I gotta say that's gotta think of like the very first game which really made me feel like a gamer, I think it had to be like Osu, which is a rhythm game that you can play on your computer. I initially got into games through rhythm games, not just like mobile games, but actual games that you can play on your PC or other platforms. So definitely that was the first time I really felt like I was a gamer.
I love that. I love that. And I hope that we can talk about all of the things, and that gamer is not a gate-kept thing. A lot of people that don't even realize it are out there listening are gamers. So next up is Caroline. Caroline, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you are in the world, your pronouns, and what game was it for you?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, hi, I'm Caroline. I'm in just the outskirts of Toronto, actually, in Mississauga. I am the Twitch coordinator at the Gamers and a producer of content. And wow, okay, the first game that really made me feel like I could say, yeah, I'm a gamer was, I think, StarCraft 2. And I got into it like in high school, but I had been playing games for my entire life before that. It was just that particular game made me feel like I actually could call myself a gamer, which is absurd, right? Because I'd been playing games almost every day for like my entire life. So, but yeah, no, that one really kind of solidified it for me, and
yeah,
never looked back.
I love that. I love both of those. And I think that for me, the reason I asked the question is that there shouldn't be that it had to be one game, right? Because there's so many that we played. But sometimes I think as women who game, it's like you don't feel like you are one until you've like either accomplished a certain thing or, you know, or it's a certain type of game. So the first game that I ever really remember playing at an arcade was Ms. Pac-Man, and just loving to stand there and like play that game over and over and over again. And I still get scared of the ghosts, which is like really weird, but they still like bring this like, I get freaked out when the ghosts come. So I feel like Ms. Pac-Man was the first thing, and I didn't feel like a gamer for playing it, right? I think that actually came when I started playing Rainbow Six a little bit, and then when I started playing Bayonetta was when I really started to feel like a gamer. So that was like, you know, relatively recent in my world where I could feel like that. But I want to jump a little bit into talking about women in the industry that have had a positive impact on you as a gamer, and why. Because for me, it's part of that in conversations that I had with other women that started me saying, you know what, I can say I'm a gamer, and I can say that I've gamed for a long time. So are there any particular women in the industry that have had a really positive impact on you as a gamer, and why? And anybody can start that off if you'd like.
I guess I'll take it first. I guess coming from a younger perspective, it definitely I haven't found it too difficult to call myself a gamer. I think that just comes with the sort of environment that I've been raised in and the people who I hang out with. For example, one of my closest friends actually spends a lot of time, she sinks so many hours into League of Legends, and she had been playing it for like years before I even met her. So I think definitely like meeting people like her and hanging out with people like her have like just like creating this community of gamers within my school helped me realize that, oh, I also can call myself a gamer, even if I don't play like really grindy games like League of Legends as much as my friends, but there's definitely been a ton of people in industry, and mainly I'd say in media, which have helped me sort of even just like get into gaming in the first place. Like I wouldn't have realized that Osu existed if I had not like gone on YouTube and found like content creators like who had been playing the game for like years before. I mean, there's so many different women at least like nowadays, so I feel like I'm kind of spoiled by choice, but definitely like some of like the big people who are in the industry like Pokey, or even just like within OTV. Like I remember I had an era where I was like pretty into like OTV content, and that sort of kickstarted my like, I don't know, gaming career.
I love it. I love that you're spoiled by choice. I think that that's something that's like a beautiful, beautiful thing to say about it. Caroline, do you have any women in the industry that have had a really positive impact that you want to name?
Yeah, two actually, who I began working with because of my first job, and which was kind of industry adjacent. It was a bot that was for channel points for Twitch before it kind of got acquired by Twitch. But the Mav Show and Little Siha, who are two partnered content creators on Twitch, they are two women who I look up to very much, and who I can call some really fast friends in this industry, and who have been nothing but positive influences and really lights in my life. I hadn't really had, and I still don't have a ton of women in my life that I game with, or that I like grew up with to, you know, have like a mentor in gaming, or like a real friend that I can consider someone, you know, who could solidify the fact that yes, I am a gamer because I'm a woman, kind of thing, right? But once I was more established in the industry and like working a little bit more and meeting people who have made a living off of it too, I sat there and I was like, it's so nice to, you know, be around people who, you know, who love it as much as I do.
Yeah,
I miss them so. Like I'm thinking about it, I'm almost like tearing up because I miss them so much because of like haven't been able to see them in a long time, and I'm just like,
I love that. And I think, so I'm going to name one. I have many, but I'm going to talk about Jan Lopez, and mainly because before I was able to like actually send a DM and like actually talk to Jan, I like totally crushed on who she was in the world before that. And so the reason I'm going to name it is because I just decided to like send a DM and be like, hey, Jan, I love what you're doing in the world and in the space, and like Black Girl Gamers is just pretty awesome. And then she replied, and now we talk and send messages. And one day maybe I will go to London and meet her. And I name that because I think it's so important, one, to just know that there are, to name the people. I think it's so important that when we get into spaces together that we name those people, but also that it might just take a DM or just going up to someone and saying hi, and that everyone is just a person. And so I'm going to name Jan Lopez because I think what Black Girl Gamers has done for, I think, women in the industry, and very specifically for Black girls across the globe, that game has been really phenomenal to me. You all want to talk a little bit more about what you do day to day. So if you want to talk a little bit more about like what you do at HackerGal, and Caroline, a little bit of what you do as our producer and things at Twitch, I think that those listening would love to hear about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll start with the producer. I guess. I mean, as a producer, I come up with content ideas. You know, we come up with shows and work with all the different teams on the GreenSuigi's larger team to come up with things that, you know, we can put out on social, people we can work with, content creators that we can highlight, and ways to really kind of expand the vision of like women in gaming, you know, like showing that we're visible, that we deserve equal pay, that, you know, we have needs and wants and aspirations in this industry that literally anyone else has, and that we deserve to be recognized and compensated for that. A lot of my work is kind of organizing events, and we just came off of one big event that just happened at the it finished in February, so we're really excited about that. And then we are now looking forward to some really cool events in the future, like a professional boot camp, so that we can get like more people informed about like how to get involved in gaming and empowered. So yeah.
Love it. Yeah, thank you. Isla, what do you do, and how is it that you find yourself at HackerGal?
Yeah, sure. So at HackerGal, I am lucky to be on the ambassador team, so I get to work with quite a few other lovely young girls who are around my age, who are just as interested in bringing more women into tech as I am. We do a lot of workshops, and we record a lot of content for young girls who are interested in getting to learn to code. I think HackerGal has a really nice beginner-friendly like coding platform which we use, and basically our whole job is to get girls interested and excited about creating their own games and creating their own like programs, just to like introduce them to the world of technology and programming. So definitely it's not as like gaming focused as the Gamer is, but we do a lot of the stuff that we do is game based, because I mean young kids, like girls in middle school and people like me, of course we enjoy making games more than making like boring programs which were made to like solve problems.
Well, I think I love that you I love hearing what you do, and also naming that it's so broad what can happen within the space, right? It doesn't have to just be gaming, but the industry has so many opportunities. And both of our organizations kind of exist to amplify and elevate and like just put women in the mix, right? And not put us in the mix in real ways, because we've already always been in the mix. It's like kind of put us in the mix always sounds so weird to me. I was like, but we've always been here. What are you talking about? We're like we're half the earth. And so I want to talk a little bit about, you know, women experience toxicity and harassment while gaming. Like, it's just a fact. Studies report that about 59% of women will hide their gender to avoid harassment while they're gaming online. And so with that in mind, I want to talk about that, and a little bit connected to Break the Bias, which is the theme for International Women's Day. And so I'm just going to share what they have to say about that, right? So they say that their theme is Break the Bias. Imagine a gender equal world. A world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias. So that's just a little bit from their website. And so I'm just like, those words alone just kind of like bring up so much for me. And I'm curious if there's like kind of, what does break the bias even mean for you as someone who works in the space in the industry, or what do those words make you think about when you hear them? Who wants to start? Isla, would you like to start for us?
Yeah, sure. I can totally start for this. So, I mean, I think break the bias, or like breaking the bias, is something that we've definitely been trying to do, like even like years before. So I think it's such a great like topic to focus on for this year, because there's definitely, I'd say one of the biggest things which have prevented either my friends or like people around me from going into technology or even gaming has been this sort of bias that only guys play video games, and only guys can enjoy video games, or only guys can code, and girls can't be as good as them, which, I mean, to me has been honestly sad to see. Like, as someone who's always been interested in technology and in gaming for many years, it's quite heartbreaking to see some of my friends like come up to me and say, like, I don't really think I'd be as good at this as so-and-so, so I don't think it's worth it to start. And I feel like trying to get over that and telling especially young girls, because, you know, like, they're going to be the next generation of people who are playing these games, who are interacting with technology, just getting them to know that, like, they are also able to do as much or enjoy as much these things as much as their male counterparts. So yeah, that's definitely been something that like I've been trying to work at even within like my own personal friend group, and something that HackerGal has been working at. So that's one of the reasons why I definitely wanted to join them.
Yeah. And thank you for that. I think part of why this conversation is so important, right, is like seeing yourself in this way makes something possible, because some of what you talked about is just about having access and seeing it, but also these like wicked stereotypes, and nothing proves it. Actually, there's a bunch of data that proves that all things equal, like men and women are just as good at games, right? It actually comes down to access and some of the psychological things that make it so that women, the barriers that prevent women from just wanting to like step into the ring. So Caroline, what about you? What are some of your thoughts about break the bias and like what those things bring up for you?
It brings up a lot for me because, you know, I've been identifying, I guess, as a gamer. I've been telling people that I'm a gamer for a very long time at this point. And when I tell people that I'm a gamer, some of them kind of like look a little quizzically at me as though like, oh, but you're, you know, you're not like a real gamer kind of thing. Like they'll say stuff like, you know, oh, but do you play like mobile games, or, oh, do you consider like this to be a game, like Stardew Valley, God forbid? And I'm just like, well, yeah, they're all games. I mean, I play a lot more than just that, but you know, even if I did just play those, it wouldn't make a difference because I'm still a gamer. Like, you can call yourself a gamer if you play games once a day or once a week or once a month. Like, it just depends on how you invest, you know, your time and your interest into it. Like, are you interested in gaming? Do you like spending time with it? You might be a gamer. Like, one of the things with Break the Bias that, you know, it brings up for me is looking at esports and seeing how many women, you know, could be up on these stages. They could be up there, you know, winning prize money, like getting the same exposure. They are just as good as any of the guys up there. And the problem is there's just not as much accessibility, and a lot of people get discouraged. Like they're looked down upon just because of what their, you know, their gender. That's just absurd.
Yeah. Do you have, thanks for bringing that up. And I wonder, do you all have any experiences that you would share where there are moments where this happened for you, right? Because I think one of the things, and you don't have to share it, don't go in and share like the worst, whatever you're comfortable sharing, because I don't think that we are necessarily here to have to share like the things that were painful for us. That said, people listen and they always say things like, well, that's not true, that's a lie, or I don't know any women that play XYZ game, right? I literally was in a room and I'm like, well, how would you know if you knew? Like, if they're hiding who they are, what does it even matter? So is there any experience that you want to share with folks that either was a moment where you experienced these types of things, and or where you experienced someone doing something that was really supportive to you during those times? Harassment or toxicity or anything like that?
I'll hop in to say, like, I experience harassment in gaming daily, still. Some of it just makes me not want to be there. Other times I'll just, like, if I'm playing something like Apex, I'll just keep my comms off. I won't talk. Instead, I might type or ping. Like, I'll get really good at communicating just with the in-game tools, which, thank goodness, like a lot of gaming companies now have expanded their pinging systems to include a lot more diverse ways of communicating, so that people like me can not feel like they have to expose themselves to harassment and toxicity, because it's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
You know, so I mean, just, you know, as an example, I used to play a lot of Overwatch, and at the very beginning when Overwatch came out, it was great, like talk on comms, we were hanging out with friends, lots of women in the chat and everything. And there was a very specific turning point where it all changed. And all of a sudden, the next week, it was like guys, and specifically like male voices, who would come in and specifically say, it's, you know, just the most horrific stuff and the most traditional kind of disses and stuff that they'll say, right? Like, anything to do with a sandwich, and God forbid.
I was about to say a sandwich.
Oh my God.
What is the obsession? Like,
and I'm just going to be real with you. I can make a really good sandwich. I am not making it for anyone on the internet, okay? Like, y'all can get your own sandwiches.
Get your own sandwich.
Seriously.
So unoriginal. So unoriginal.
I know. Like, grow up.
It's so true. It's so true. Did you want to say anything else to that?
I think that's, I mean, listen, I could go on with all the examples, but I'm sure everyone, you know, has their own. So I'll let Isla kind of take the stage.
Yeah, sure. I think like that same experience is very, like, that's exactly what me and my friends have been through. I don't know like any girl around my age who like actively participates in like comms like with their voice, simply because I think, first of all, we're quite young, so it is generally like, you know, better to not talk to strangers online, at least. I mean, I'm still we're still like 16, so it is like pretty safe, but yeah, definitely I know of like some of my friends who are a little bit older who have experienced way too much harassment. Like I know one of my friends in particular, I think this was like quite a horrific experience where basically she like never really used comms before and decided to try it out one day. And just because of how badly it went, she decided to just like never go back again.
Never do it again.
Yeah, I think that definitely like also just like YouTube videos like that I've seen online. Just some of like the worst stuff like you imagine.
And thank you both for sharing it. And I really do mean that. Like, I don't want us to have to go in and share. People can actually go and research and they can go look it up. I think that what's really important is that people don't deny our experience and lived experience of those that are telling you what is happening, right? And I think what I'm hearing from this too is that it's not their generationally, we're still experiencing some of those same things as women when we go into games. And so I'm really curious about, obviously, both of our companies and organizations are really striving to make a difference in the space and to elevate and amplify women and girls. I'm curious if you have any anything out there that you would say to people, and I'd say in this instance specifically to any boys and other allies, like what are the things that are supportive? What are the ways that they can enter this conversation around breaking the bias? What can they do? What would you say? Or what are things that you've seen people do that have been supportive and been like, yeah, do more of that. We need more of that.
Call out your fellow man.
Call him out.
Call him out. If you're an ally, for some reason, guys will listen to other guys. And it doesn't solve the issue in the least, but guys will, if guys check each other, suddenly it becomes the norm that, oh, maybe this isn't right. Or it's this weird societal thing where like they'll only listen to other, like a lot of dudes will only listen to other guys, and the ones that don't won't listen to anyone. So don't worry about them. But the ones who might be able to be changed, just call them out. If you're if you're playing with one of your friends as a girl and some guy like starts talking some really crazy shit, excuse me, then not sure if I'm allowed to swear, then say something.
Yes, I love that.
Say something and like call them out, because guaranteed two things are going to happen. One, you're going to make your friend feel a lot better, a lot safer, and like reinforce that you are an ally. And two, you might actually change how that person acts. It's not a guarantee, but there's a chance. And other people listening who might be in that lobby might then be like, oh, and then they might stop themselves a little bit because they don't want to get checked. So
yeah, love it. Isla, do you have any advice or any ways that that you've seen people be supportive?
Yeah, I think that's definitely like been the most like impactful way to combat this. I mean, there's not much else like you can do, like just making sure to like, I don't know, report people and like call them out on their actions is probably, I'd say, the most important thing. But then also like if you're wondering how to act when there's like another girl or like if there's a girl in your team, it's just to act normal. Like no girl wants to have like on their gender or like anything about like them being a girl. You can just like talk to them how you would normally talk to another guy in the game. There's not really a difference.
Yeah, I think that that makes me think of also, you know, there's all this conversation about like, it's the game, that's how it is, you know, like just, you know, it's part of the game, and actually it's not, and it shouldn't be. And I think that people are sometimes struggle with like, what can I say? What can't I say? And I think if you're actually talking about something that makes that person a human being in the world, then you don't need to be talking about it. If you're talking about their gender, if you're talking about their race, if you're talking about all these things, you actually don't need to talk about that. And if they did, you know, they did something terrible in the game, then you could talk about that was a terrible shot. Like you can talk about that, right? And razz them for that. And so I appreciate those things that you're sharing. And there are lots of organizations out there that people can go to and really get support around this. And I think what I want to talk a little bit about as we kind of get closer to closing is around how to support women in the industry. So not even just gaming. So that was very specific to like what's in a game, right? But we all work in the industry and we're all doing things like that. And I'm curious about one, any organizations that you know or any things that are going on in your own organization that are really supportive to women and will break the bias, make it so that when young people are having this conversation 10 years from now, we won't be saying that anyone's talking about sandwiches in lobbies anymore. Does anybody want to kick off with just anything there? I know one can only hope. It's a dream. It's a dream.
One can only hope.
Only hope. So yeah. So anything that you all are doing that you think you would like to share with people around breaking the bias or ways that they can support that work? Do you want to start, Isla? I keep saying Isla. I'll say Caroline next time. Isla, you can start this one. I'll have Caroline start next one.
I think I keep jumping in first. So I don't want
to. It's all right. Yeah. So I think generally most of the organizations that I work with or that I've heard like that I am around are ones which are leading girls into more like the coding area. So I know there's tons of really amazing organizations just within Canada, not even like just globally. And I'm sure like globally there are even more, like there's like Hervolution, Girls Like Games, of course, the Hacker Gal, which I'm a part of. In terms of like specifically getting younger girls into games, I feel like one of the things that has definitely progressed in the past few years is this sort of like, support for younger girls to call themselves a gamer. I'd say that like 2 years ago, I wouldn't really call myself a gamer. I think especially with like the pandemic going online and having all this free time for a lot of like younger girls, a lot of us have gotten into like games and having these like communities where it's not just like 1 or 2 people who are like getting into these games. It's like 5 or like 10 within the same school who can all like talk to each other. You create this really nice supportive community. So I'd say that that's definitely something which has helped with getting girls into gaming. But of course there are like lovely organizations out there. I've name dropped a few, but just Love like it. Showing up to like events that are run by them and making sure to like spread the word. Even if you aren't as interested in it, you can always send it to your friends or any other girls who you might think would be interested in the events. Yeah.
Awesome. Caroline, anything to add?
I wanted to add just Ouija. I know Women in Games International does a lot of like really cool stuff too, and they're excellent leaders in the same mission of empowering women throughout the world in games. So I know the kind of stuff that I personally work on, like with the GameHers, we try to run events and create things that are constantly uplifting women. And I mentioned the professional boot camp earlier. That's definitely like the next thing on the list, but we also have the award show that's at the end of the year, where, we call out to the communities and say like, hey, do you see somebody that we might not necessarily have seen? Like maybe, you should nominate them, and that way they can get the recognition that they truly deserve. So yeah.
I love that. And what I love about these moments and just like these opportunities is together, you know, like what collectively we're just more powerful than we are by ourselves. And so I feel like it is about showing up for each other, showing up for other organizations, and creating spaces that are inclusive and safe, right? Like I think we can do that collectively. So I am so happy to have been in conversation with you all. And so what I would love for us to, before we leave, is to think about for all of the girls that are out there listening to this, if there was one thing that you would want them to know about, you know, about gaming, being in the gaming industry, or just a message to them that you feel is important as we celebrate this, you know, as we celebrate this theme of break the bias this year, what would it be? So like, think about them that are listening. What would you want to share with them? And I said I would start with Caroline this time. So I'm going to have to be a woman of my word. One word of advice.
Just don't let people get you down. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to say that you're not good enough, or that you're too emotional, or that, you know, you're not going to be good for this because of X, Y, and Z. But at the end of the day, you are the master of your own fate. You can do the things that a lot of people are going to think that you can never do, and just keep working at it, because there will come a point where you will be able to achieve them, or that you'll find someone to help you achieve them. So find the people that you need to help you achieve your goals, foster those friendships, and don't take no as an answer.
Love it. Isla?
Yeah, I'd also say this is a pretty tough question. But I think something that I definitely would want to tell like a younger version of me would be that there's always a community out there for you. I think especially back when I was first getting into rhythm games, I had like no friends who were interested in them. So I was pretty hesitant on like reaching out to people online, or like talking to other people about the games. Like I think for a while I was literally like a closet gamer. But like over time, it's taken like a few community switches. Like I've had to hop around some servers, but I've found like a group of people who I can confidently say I enjoy gaming with and I enjoy playing with, and they've helped me get into other games, and like I owe a lot of my comfort in gaming to them. So I think just like knowing that you're not alone. There's always like other girls or even other guys who are willing to be supportive, who like are interested in the games that you enjoy and are willing to help you. Of course, this kind of ties into what Caroline was saying with like they can help you achieve your goals. You don't have to do it alone.
Yeah. I love that. I'm just going to say to anyone out there, you are your special sauce. I think so much, we spend a lot of time trying to like find that thing that like, man, what can I do to be special or whatever? And hiding the things about you that are you. You are your special sauce. Nobody out there is you. So just go out there and kind of like wear that proudly, and do all the things that Caroline and Isla said. Find your people, and make community with them, and don't take no for an answer. If you want to achieve it, you can, because you are your special sauce. That's what I would say. So I want to thank you both for joining me for this conversation today. And thank you all that are taking the time to listen.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I guess I
This
should
is
say, how
awesome.
can people get in touch with you? If anybody wanted to get in touch with you, how would they do that?
You can find me at OMG Vandy everywhere. So Twitter, Instagram, my DMs are open on Twitter. That's usually where I'm most at. Or Caroline at thegamehers.com.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'd say like the most public social media that I'm active on is probably Instagram. You can find me at isla.farnude on Instagram, and you can always shoot me a DM or anything if you want to talk.
Awesome. And I am Verda at thegamers.com. And basically, if you type Verda, not many people are going to show up. And so you can find me in all the places that would allow the internet to find me there. So thank you all.
Alrighty, everybody. Hello, welcome back to the TGS Speedrunner Series 2, powered by Shaw. We just finished up a awesome SM64 16-star bracket. GreenSuigi coming out on top. Shouts out to SlipperyNip with that strong second place. But now, it's time to play some Celeste, baby. Now, I'm Dave Stereo, and we also got my good friend Ben Teasy here in the booth. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Dave? Like everybody, like to welcome everybody to this fantastic event that we got going today. Some great runners, very talented people about to show off some high-level Celeste. I'm really excited to get started here, Dave.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be so good. Taking a look at the bracket here, we got Zkad, we got Skoon, Comet versus Tiyo, Isaac, Talia, Reki, and Mickyyyr. The level of play that the Celeste community has achieved over the years of the game is absolutely insane. Pretty much everybody in this bracket has a sub 30 time, most farther than sub 30. What we're going to watch is going to be lightning fast. It's going to be insane. But what is also insane is some of the giveaways we have going on in this stream. You know, you can type !headset in chat to get the chance to get a HyperX Cloud Stinger headset. And then also, there's an iPhone giveaway going on. All you got to do for that is to tweet about speedrunning with the hashtag GameWithShaw and enter yourself to get an iPhone 13. So that's pretty cool. But without further ado, I think it might be time to get into the matches.
I would love to. Here we got Comet versus Tiyo coming up as our first match of the evening. Dave, you want to tell us a little bit about Tiyo as we get started here?
All right. Tiyo currently sitting at a 27:30. 27 minutes, 30 seconds in this game is a absolutely monster time. They've been showing recent streams grinding for a 26 time, and they've also had recent PBs in other categories, such as 100%, all red berries, all cassettes, true ending over the past few months. Tiyo has been grinding this game. And, as for Comet has a 27:01. So close to getting that 26. I know they've also been playing the Messenger recently and doing some modded map speedruns, but yeah, so God, just seeing these times get the solo is so crazy, and you're already seeing it here in the gameplay. Oh.
I just got a little bit of nerves showing from Comet right away, and this game goes by very quickly. If you're not familiar with Celeste speedrunning, prepare to be amazed. This game goes by so fast. Dave was mentioning earlier to me, is like we can't even really talk about the individual strats that are happening on the screen, because by the time we finish explaining it to you, they're going to be 3 screens further ahead along in the run. So we're going to try to point out the cool tricks before they show up so that you guys can keep your eyes peeled for them. But for the most part, we're kind of just going to maybe make note of any small hiccups that the runners have or anything like that, as we have Tiyo breaking out into a little bit of an early lead here. But Comet not too far behind. Chapter 1 is a relatively short chapter, about on average like a minute long, you would say, Dave?
Yeah, and runners are doing under a minute. Let's see what Tiyo, solid minute. And Comet also finishing out here with a 104 chapter 1, and that is with one death. When I'm playing perfectly, I barely get 104. Like, come on.
Yeah, to kind of go back to what you were talking about earlier, like how much this game has progressed. When you and I used to speedrun this game, like sub 30 wasn't even on the horizon, and like the fact that runners have achieved times as low as 26 minutes with some developments in the route, as well as some crazy execution developments as well. We'll try to point that out a little bit here, as these runners are quickly making work of Chapter 2 with a lot of hyperdashing and a lot of jumping out of these dream blocks. Dave, do you want to kind of give maybe some viewers that are not as experienced with Celeste a little bit of introduction into hyperdashing and demo dashing maybe?
Yeah, sure. So pretty much in Celeste, you can, if you dash and jump at the same time, you you get some extra momentum and height. But what you can also do is if you're crouching when you dash and jump, that's what we refer to as a hyper dash, and that gives you big horizontal distance that you can cover with high speeds. And Ben also referenced something called the demo dash, which allows you to get a crouched hitbox, and you can do that in midair, which can allow you to set up for hyper dashes.
Yeah, so thanks to the awesome developers over at EXOK Games, they've allowed us to configure the controls in such a way that almost everyone plays with a crouch button enabled. And so you're going to see that the runners, when they're dashing, the line is usually that appears behind Madeline is usually like in the middle of her body, but you're going to see that it's almost by the floor because they're almost always doing crouch dashes now. It enables a lot of hyper dashing from the air, which is not normally possible if you're dashing like towards a horizontal surface, and it also just makes it easier to control like her positioning because she's so much smaller. So you're going to see the runners pretty much maximizing their speed by combining those two types of dashes that Dave explained earlier.
And with the old site, both players finishing 1 second behind each other with the individual level timer. Let's see, Tiyo was about 3 minutes and 31 seconds on their in-game timer when opening the door with this key. So let's see, 3:31 for Tiyo, and for Comet, I actually couldn't get a visual on their in-game timer.
Oh, Tiyo taking a death. That's going to give Comet a chance to... Wait, Tiyo's the one that's ahead, right?
Yeah, and Tiyo taking 2 deaths on that screen. So yeah, I guess we should also mention that Celeste races are going to go by the in-game time, not the real time. So we're going to want to reference the in-game timers that both players have provided for us. Tiyo's is going to be on the right side of the screen. You can see it there in the green numbers. And then Comet's is the top left big timer. All right, so let's look at this key door. We got a 4:33. Oh, and a 4:30 for Comet. Oh, even with that death. Oh, that death evens it. We are literally, we're tied. That's a tie right there.
Yeah, Comet had a couple of deaths in the earlier levels, but Tiyo had 2 semi-time consuming deaths in this level, so that's given Comet the opportunity to get right behind. They're catching up, going fast. And Celestial Resort is actually a very interesting level. It's a much more, I would say, circular in design as opposed to the other levels. Instead of going from point A to point B, you kind of arrive at a central hub and then have to go around on little side quests, whether it's getting keys or in this case opening the passages by cleaning out the huge mess that Oshiro has created. So you're going to see these runners going around and hitting all these what look like jellos and that's going to allow them to progress to a different part of the level after they hit all 3 of them.
It's really cool because each switch takes care of a different kind of junk. You know, one is for boxes, one for towels, and one is for books. And depending on which order you approach these subzones, the platforming elements will change. As you can see here, there's only the purple towels available, whereas if you did this earlier, you could have extra books or boxes as platforms available to help you. But now, Tiyo finishing up all of the cleaning up in the huge mess. Going to be going on to the elevator shaft section. Comet not too far behind. Again, we are going by the IL timers instead of the overall real timer. And in terms of these timers, Tiyo is about 10 seconds ahead. So you need to account for that with Comet's gameplay feed.
Yeah, it had a Tiyo there popping the last towel jelly at about 6:04 with Comet popping in at around 6:12. So not too far behind. Is going to miss one of these keys, though, which is going to delay them a little bit in this room.
All right, and Tiyo just got Demo Dash first try. Let's pay attention to Comet screen because they did that so fast that we couldn't even talk about it. So here we go. You're going to see Comet kind of dash through a solid wall, and this is achieved by doing that demo dash we talked about. You shorten the hitbox of Madeline, and it doesn't look like it, but the hitbox of these red hazards they don't match the aesthetic. And right there, a reverse hyper demo dash. Oh, wow. Okay, just styling on us, Comet. Do it. And yeah, so if you shorten your hitbox, you're able to just barely squeeze through these holes between the hitboxes in all of the red hazards here.
Yep, Maddie, being the excellent game designer that they are, did not create hitboxes to scale because they realized how frustrating that is for players. If you've ever played a retro platformer, you might die to a spike that you were nowhere near and be like, that didn't touch me. So in an effort to alleviate that, Maddie designed these blobs to be a little bit smaller than they appear visually, and as a result, we can squeeze right through with that demo dash. Here in that final section, we had Tiyo just finish up Celestial Resort. We're going to see if Comet can finish up without any more hiccups. And one more hyper, and yep, there we go.
Okay, so Tiyo's 743 exit compared to Comet's 752. 9 seconds.
Yep, less than 10 seconds apart. This is a really close race, and it's just getting started.
Is that actually 11 seconds? I think it's 11. I can't do math. Ben, you were doing math earlier.
I don't remember what number you said now.
All right, on
here we
to
have
Chapter 4.
Yeah, here we got Golden Ridge is called, I believe.
Yes.
One of the best songs in the game for sure. Introducing a plethora of mechanics. We got clouds, we got bubbles, we have wind, moving platforms, and our players are probably just going to ignore most of them and just fly through the level at 1,000,000 miles per hour.
Let's see. On Tiyo's screen coming up here, this strat doing a ceiling pop.
Nice. That's the first try.
Riding the block the whole way. Comet's going to be coming up on it as well. Let's see the strats they use to approach the screen. I don't doubt that they do the strat as well. Yep, there we go.
Nice. Okay, both our runners got the first auto-scroller skip. And I'm curious to see if they go for the second one. I would assume Tiyo does if they're going for a 26. We'll have to see what they do when they get here. It's going to come up. I believe it's the next screen.
Yep, this screen right here. Oh, yep, we're going blockless, baby. Pause buffer strats.
Whew. Ooh, let's go. I like that. That was so clean. Using the pause buffers to add to the consistency there, that's super cool.
Back in my day, there was no consistency. And Comet doing pause buffer strats. Both players nailing that auto scroller skip.
This race is so close. Usually these big tricks are where you can really lose a lot of time in these chapters, especially chapter 4, because you go back all the way to the beginning of the screen and you have to set up the trick from the very beginning, and it's very nice that both runners got it on first try, keeping the race nice and close.
And that's a big thing, outside of just what you have to do in the gameplay, the tournament mentality. This is a best of 1 currently. So what strats do you go for? Because you need to pull out all the stops to beat the other players in the tournament because of what players we have in this tournament. But also you need to...
the retry before the cart!
Oh, that's the pain!
Not coming just a little extra time there to catch up. 10:19 on the chapter 4 finish for Tiyo.
Yeah, we got 10:19 compared to 10:27 looking like.
Yep, still less than 10 seconds apart. That early gap that was created in Celestial Resort being maintained by Tiyo here. So in early 2019, we had a little bit of a discovery in the Celeste community where apparently you don't actually have to beat a given A-side to unlock the next A-side. So as a result, runners found out that it's actually faster to come into Chapter 5, get the cassette for Chapter 5B, and then beat 5B rather than continuing through 5A. And so I believe both our runners should be doing that. I don't believe anybody really plays 5A anymore.
And I think the community's like that with Chapter 6 as well now.
Yeah, I think Chapter 6 was so feared when that discovery was first made, but I think over time runners have become a little bit more accustomed to it. And here we have the cassette screen on Tiyo's side. Going for the little wait strat, not trying to jump off of the appearing block as some runners have preferred to do in the past.
Also, both commentators casually missing the depth corner boost being cleanly done by both players.
Depth corner boost is old news. Like,
come on, I'm a Celeste boomer, man. I'm a Celeste boomer. I'm a Celeste boomer.
And here we have 5B, arguably one of the best tracks in the game.
True.
And the reason 5B has actually wound up being faster is because there's actually a trick that allows us to skip collecting a bajillion keys to unlock this path. You can see it right here on Tiyo's screen. Using a pause buffer to get it. And normally that screen that Tiyo entered is a one-way entry, but by jumping off the wall right before you land on the platform, you're able to descend back into the previous screen, change your spawn point to the right-hand side, and as a result, skip basically almost all of the beginning of 5B.
Yeah, Comet nailing it as well. And here we're going to focus on Tiyo for a minute. This is one of the longest screens in the chapter. A death at the end of this is one of the most costly mistakes you can make. All while managing the cycles, threading the needle here. Very nice. Good button presses. And you're going to see a return to map here. This is to save on in-game time. It skips the animation of Madeline standing up here. Saves a very small amount of time, but for top players, you got to do it. All right, and then... we're going to be seeing a lot of Seekers now. If you're not familiar with Celeste, these B-side levels are just alternate levels that take the same mechanics of the chapter, but completely amp up the difficulty, as you can notice with the lack of floor and the bunch of spikes and things that want to kill you.
And coming up, we got everybody's favorite side character, Tiyo. To progress through these screens on Tiyo's side of the screen here, we have to actually carry Tiyo because otherwise the door at the end of the screen does not open. So you're going to see Madeline progressing with Tiyo all the way to the end using some ridiculous boosting techniques by preserving momentum when she picks him up. And yeah, Madeline has to carry her boy to freedom. She's going to be jumping through all of this. And now we see Comet also successfully maneuvering through these sections. Tiyo with some cheeky commentary there at the top of the screen.
And look at that. Tiyo and Tiyo. Name a better duo. Tiyo clutching out. Oh.
Unfortunately, Comet had Tiyo drop, and if Tiyo dies, so does Madeline. So had to restart the screen. Let's see if they go for the Omega strat on the final screen.
The Omega. Reverse hyper into Tiyo.
Ooh, that was. I feel like that was a little bit of a save. I'm not sure they intended it to go that way, but it still worked out. Which is they didn't even lose any time either, so that works.
Beautiful. And here we are with Chapter 6. You'll see the introduction of feathers, allowing for more free-flowing movement. And we got leg skip coming up here, getting a very precise wall jump off that corner pixel. And we'll see Comet. If we can get a focus on Comet here, let's see how they do with this leg skip. Maybe with full screen, you'll be able to actually see the pixel that they're looking for. Okay, so grabbed onto it. Hit the jump second try. Very, very nice, Comet. That is, like, you know, a very crucial thing that, like, in tournament, like, you know, it's... When you do it, you can get very consistent with it. But when everything's on the line in a tournament, that's definitely something that can choke you up.
For sure. And like Dave alluded to earlier, both runners will most likely be grabbing the cassette here and proceeding through 6B rather than 6A. It's, in my opinion, a little bit of a inferior music choice, but it's okay. I'll forgive them for now in honor of going fast for the tournament.
All right, Comet.
Nice save by Comet there.
Yeah, getting that tape. We got Tiyo hopping into 6B now. awesome to see a dual 6B race. I feel like that's going to be the theme for most, if not the whole tournament. All right,
So
and
I want to say Tiyo must have had a couple of hiccups that I missed there, because I think they're still like around 8 seconds apart if I saw the file timers correctly at the start of this level.
yeah, potentially
so it's still
Tiyo
anyone's race.
Potentially having some issue with the cassette room or later half of 6A. But here in 6B, you'll see the introduction of these bumpers as well. One nice little quirk of these bumpers, if you are holding away from them when you get bounced from them, you actually get a nice double boost. So there are many strats that require you to get this double boost, and some strats that require you to not get it. So definitely a huge thing to manage when dealing with the bumpers. Now we're in free fall. Oh, Tiyo taking a quick death.
Yeah, Comet did have a death earlier on this level that was pretty time consuming. I want to say it was almost 5 seconds. So they're trying to make up some lost ground now. But the end of this section can be pretty daunting, because the players like to go for very precise diagonal dashes, and in some instances I believe they also go for a demo dash at the end of one of these screens.
Yep, I think it might be the next one on Tiyo's. Not this one.
There's so many of these screens, it's hard to tell them apart.
You know what?
Comet unfortunately taking another death, though, at the end of one of these screens, so needing to make up a lot of ground here.
Oh, pause buffering.
Nice. I don't normally see people pause buffer that, but I totally respect that, because when it's a tournament, things are on the line. It's like, I'd rather take the extra like half a second to 1 second loss from pause buffering than, potentially fail the trick multiple times because my ego is getting in the way. So I think that's such a smart call to pause buffer those demo dashes.
Yeah, and again, with the players that are in this tournament, you definitely got to set the ego aside to get some consistency. Because
Comet got it bufferless and then died afterwards. No. That would have been a nice little time save there, but unfortunately. And that just goes to show why this level was so scary when this route was first discovered, because like the screens in 6B are just so much longer than normal Celeste screens. So any death, like you would think in Celeste, because the death just puts you at the start of the screen, that it's not really that much of a time loss. But when the screens are this long, sometimes a death can be really, really detrimental to your run.
Yeah, we're getting close to the ending points of 6B. Let's see if both runners can finish out strong. Oh, wait, what's Tiyo doing?
Oh, I love that strat. Oh my god, it's so good. So, fun fact, Celeste is a great game.
And you can go fast sometimes because reasons.
My god.
I believe that was getting multiple wall jumps off of a moving Kevin block in order to get extra momentum and just fly across the screen. And the pause, like, I love the incorporation of pause buffers in this game.
Yep, for sure. So, normally when Madeline is moving on her own, she can't like accumulate speed, but when she's aided by either consecutive hyperdashes or, in this case, a Kevin block, she can store a lot of speed very quickly, and that she used that there to be able to clear that section without wasting her dash, and that allowed her to use the dash crystal to proceed straight to the end, as opposed to having to wait for the whole cycle to go around. That was a great 6B by Tiyo there.
Yeah, good save on the end too with the heart. All right, so Tiyo's moving on into Summit as Comet is wrapping up 6B.
And Summit is such a fantastic level. It is basically going to be a bunch of smaller levels that are kind of inspired by the original 6 levels of the game. So here in this first section, we're basically going through the Chapter 6 inspired version of Summit, and then we're going to go back, because basically what happens lore-wise is that Madeline falls down the mountain. Tiyo having a little bit of hiccups here. Oh, because he's going for that corner boost. That was sick. I like that.
Yeah, you know, making up for it with the style and the speed. It's always awesome when like the cooler looking strat is like fastest.
Now with Battle Line's help, Tiyo is going to reclimb the mountain and entering the Forsaken City part of the level. And with 2 dashes in Chapter 7, the game gets really crazy. So you're going to see a lot of strats now that Madeline can basically fly. She's just going through the level at a Mach 2 like she's a jet.
All right, and you know, despite the shaky start of the chapter, commentary curse in full effect. there we go, Tiyo. Recovering very late. Again, Tiyo's been having a really nice 500 meter, with the exception of the commentary curse. I will take the blame for that one. Comet trailing not too far behind.
I think those deaths in the beginning of Chapter 7 really gave Comet a chance to catch up. So let's see if Tiyo can shore up these nerves. Because Comet is quick on their heels.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the times from when Battle-In places you on the ground at the beginning of each section to gauge the pace of the players. One thing with these dream blocks, you know, we've mentioned hyperdashing. You can actually hyperdash out of the dream blocks, and the fact that Madeline now has the excess of 2 dashes, this just gives us the complete utility to kind of hyperdash out of dream blocks at will, while still actually retaining a dash to use afterwards, making 1,000 meter one of my favorite parts of the entire game.
Yeah, this entire section is probably my favorite in the whole game. Regardless of category, it gets even crazier in like ARB when you have a billion berries trailing you.
Oh yeah!
Ooh, nice little double dash by Tiyo there to get through the bunnies.
Love.
I call them dust bunnies. They're not. They don't look anything like bunnies, but they're definitely a bunch of dust. So
they are dust bunnies. Yeah. All right, so Tiyo left or entered the next section at 21:58, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, so almost a 30-second, 20-second difference between the 2 runners. But you know, all it takes is a death at the end of a really long screen for it to be relatively even again. So we're gonna see if Comet can keep up the consistency. And Tiyo is going for basically like PB level strats. They're not really taking the safe route in any of these screens. Nice triple hypers by Comet.
And yeah, with Tiyo's PB being 2 weeks old, they got to be pretty fresh with all of their top strats.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier, sometimes, you know, for tournaments, players decide to take it easy, you know, be a little bit more conservative. But Tiyo, that's what we were talking about. You go for those lightning fast strats, and then you die right at the end of the screen. That was not that long of a screen, but it was at least a 5-second death, I would have to say. So Comet back on the same. Once you see the runners in the same section of the level, things get a little a little tense.
Yep. And Tiyo is skipping the auto scroller very nicely on the previous screen. Maybe we can get a focus here on Comet here for this this auto scroller skip. It's right here, and okay. Comet just waiting for production. Here we go.
They want us to see it from the start.
Yep, there we go. Threading the needle through that, getting the beautiful corner jump to wrap it up. We don't need no blocks except for this one because we can't skip this one.
Yeah, unfortunate, but sometimes the way to go fast is to just go slow. I think there's some philosopher that said that once upon a time. It's my guess.
Yeah, most likely. But all right, we got 2,500 meter now. Tiyo just blazing through this course. Comet about to be in 2,500. Let's see.
2,500, probably one of the simpler sections of Summit for sure. All the hidden like secrets are off on the like hidden paths, but we're speedrunners. We don't really care about any of those. We're just going straight to the end. Oh, I love this strat coming up here. Oh, actually, Tiyo doesn't go for it. I'm surprised. I think that's the only demo they don't go for. And I've seen them do every other demo in the game. Ooh, Comet, moving and grooving.
I
Trying to
love
catch
that wall jump to get up to the keys. Who needs a double neutral jump? All right, Tiyo getting a nice finish to 2,500 meter. That final screen is always a pain to die on at the very end. But all right, the final 30 flags. Chat, you know what to do if you guys want to count down the flags as Tiyo touches them. All righty. So if Tiyo plays strong, it looks like this could be their game.
Yeah, it is definitely their game to lose, if anything. They have a pretty sizable lead at this point. Already almost a third of the way through the Summit flags before Comet is even on the last section of Summit. Right there, touching flag 20 as Comet is touching flag 30. Though I will say the flags are not evenly sized. That's not saying much.
But all right, now we are in updraft. Updraft for Tiyo, downdraft for Comet.
Updraft's the worst part of the game. Changed my mind.
No, dude, I love it. Like, what is it, flag 13? Flag
It's
13?
Celeste's equivalent of a water level, okay?
And it's a very good water level. All right, flag 13, you see this? Like, this final angle dash that you do to thread the needle up here after you open the door, right there, that angle dash, when you learn that and you line that up, tell me you don't feel like a god.
I will not disagree. But, ooh, skipping the flag. I'm not gonna die. I don't need no checkpoints. I'm Tiyo. I'm winning this race. I don't give a dang. It's like, damn, are you that confident? All right, I see you.
The absolute
Nice.
clutchness coming out from Tiyo here. The confidence, the
Not a single
gameplay.
mistake. And now we got Tiyo entering the last screen of the game. Ooh, guess that.
That's a
Tell you,
thing.
he went for every demo. He went for every demo.
People
The
do that in
man's
2022.
A madman. He's a madman.
Oh, I'm like out of breath after that one.
Tiyo only has 2 flags to go.
And as long as we don't see the sacred flag 1 death, Tiyo's gonna just clutch out a casual 27 in a race. What is Celeste?
And that is time for Tiyo. 27:48. As Comet is entering the last screen of Summit, not too far behind. And I would say that's a little bit of an upset. Comet having a PB almost 30 seconds faster is going to fall to Tiyo in the tournament. Germany taking it over the US.
Absolutely incredible. You know, like that's the thing with Celeste, with how hard this game is. Your leaderboard spot almost doesn't matter. It's about how you perform in a tournament. And best of one, it's all on the line. So yeah, GG's to Tiyo for taking that one. Awesome effort from Comet. Yeah, be sure to follow both of these runners. Yeah, let's oh yeah, you know, we got trivia. All right, chat, you know, we're about to go to a break, but before we go, we want to ask you, who is the developer of Celeste? Do you know? Were you paying attention during last run? Because, you know, we said it, but we got A,
I may have slipped.
Nexile, B, Yacht Club Games, C, Extremely OK Games, or D, Scott Studios. Let us know what you think. But yeah, this is TGS Speedrunner Series 2, powered by Shaw. Thank you guys for watching. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with more awesome Celeste for you.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Cannonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the TGS Speedrunner Series 2, powered by Shaw. We just finished up a fantastic Celeste round 1 of our tournament, and now it's actually time to move on to the semifinals. And I'm here joined by Ben Teasy. We're keeping things comfy for you during this awesome tournament for $1,000. $1,000 Canadian, and also, in addition to the tournament that we have going on, we've got some giveaways. If you guys want to get entered in for the chance to win a HyperX Cloud Stinger headset, all you have to do is type !headset in the chat. So be sure to do that. I want to see everybody type an !headset, get in that giveaway. And we're also doing a giveaway to give away a iPhone 13. For that, all you have to do is make a speedrunning related tweet with the hashtag GameWithShaw. Can also get official details on that by going to tgs.gg/shoWusSpeed. But all right, looks like we are getting into it. The race is starting. We got Isaac versus Mickyyyr, two incredible runners. Ben, do you want to tell us a little bit about these guys?
So, first of all, you have to know these guys are amazing because they have made it to the top 4 of the tournament. We've only got 4 people left. And this is one of these 2 players is going to go to the finals. Isaac, currently 4th place on the Celeste 90% leaderboard with a 26.32. There's 10 exact people that have a 26 in this game. It's one of the most competitive speed games of all time. So just telling you that he's in the top 4 of one of the most competitive speed games of all time should really tell you something. With a recent world record in the all cassettes category, he's looking to maybe upset the tournament favorite at this event. And then on the other side, we got Mickyyyr coming in 15th place, PB of 27.30. Hasn't really been grinding the entire category too much, but has definitely been grinding Summit on stream, and Summit being, like 35% of the run by itself. It's a pretty good bit of practice if you're just grinding Summit.
Yeah, Mickyyyr have been doing a mixture of attempt streams and IL grinding streams. I know they also spent some time in Resort recently. Mickyyyr taking a short death on one of the prior screens. Other than that, the commentator curse in full effect again.
Pretty good at that, Dave.
Yeah, I know. It seems to be happening during this tournament. I don't know why. I maybe should chill out on the talking. But regardless, we got Isaac running the live split timer, so you will be referencing the timer in the top right corner of the screen. All right, both players finishing out in real time at the same time, but let's see what those IL timers say. All right, so 129. It's about
an 8-second difference, I believe.
Yeah, 129 versus 137. So Isaac definitely taking the lead.
If you missed the first race, Celeste races do use the in-game timer. So we're going to be wanting to compare the timer, like Dave said, on the right side of Isaac's screen versus the timer on the top left of Baba's screen. So even though the runners were so courteous to sync up their streams for us, Isaac is a bit ahead at the moment.
And we got some information in chat saying that Baba has PB'd every day for 3 days straight. Okay, my research onto speedrun.com has proven to be not currently accurate.
Oh, so Baba's just a speedrunning demon. I see. I'm excited to see.
All these players giving it all for the tournament.
Maybe he can make it 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Well, let's just hype him up, chat. Let's see if he can bring this run into fulfillment of the 4-for-4 prophecy.
So notice Isaac having a short death in this battle-in section, giving Mickyyyr some time to recover a little bit. Alrighty. Both players making good work at the final battle-in screen. You know, I want to see what some top player awake strats are like. For those of you that don't know, this section coming up after the cutscene skip is the awake section, and it's got some of the crispiest movement available in the game.
Dave trying his best to commentate a curse. Both are runners. Again, I see how it is.
Let's see how it goes. Prove me wrong. Let's go.
Okay, Isaac started the speed build up. Got some more of it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ooh! He got almost the whole thing.
Dude.
Wow, that was insane.
Yeah, Baba doing an awesome job at the first half of oh man.
And
is so sick. I
Baba
love it.
actually gained time on that chapter. They're only 5 seconds apart now, and they went into that chapter 8 seconds apart. So, Baba's no slouch here. Sometimes when you're against someone that's a considerable favorite based on like their PB times or whatever the case may be, like you just want to make sure that you give it your all. Like you don't want to like have silly deaths or like slouch in any part of the run. I'm sure as long as Baba has a good run, they're going to be happy with the outcome of the race, like regardless of what happens. But keeping it this close versus a runner with, well, I was going to say almost a minute better PB, but Baba apparently has shattered that multiple times in the last few days. So I'm not exactly sure the difference right now. But, still keeping it that close is not, a feat that we should be sleeping on.
Exactly. It's all about the composure that you can maintain during this tournament when everything is on the line. Chapter 3 looking good so far for both players. Let's see what time Isaac opens this door. All right, we are looking at about a 4:19.5 compared to a 4:27.
Tiyo saying that Isaac got 5:26s today for warm-up. That does not bode well for Baba. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that is the case, Isaac is looking to tear this tournament apart.
I don't even know how you casually get that many, or a 26 in general. But yeah, I got this tournament coming up. Let me just play a couple runs before I hop on.
That is insane. But like Baba is like, I'm not seeing any mistakes. Like Baba is playing phenomenally at the moment. Like they are keeping his. They might get a 26 right here. Let's go. Let's see.
It is a very, very apparent that they've got all the strats fresh. They've PB'd recently. Baba is ready to go, trailing behind Isaac. Not too far. Some of these longer screens that come at the end of Chapter 3 could definitely be the equalizer for this race. As we are going to be moving on to the elevator shaft after. Oh, towels. Yeah, you got to put away the towels, man. Forgot about that.
Yeah, especially with all the very precise demo dashes that like come up as the run progresses. Any of one of those could definitely, you're off by just a hair and you lose a couple seconds. So it's still anybody's game.
Okay, Isaac getting the final button. Baba about to be doing the same, moving on to the elevator shaft section. Let's see if we can get a nice, clean passage through the hotel. Oh, wait, talking about Baba?
Yeah, that little reverse demo hyper was fancy.
Speaking of demos, we got the demo screen coming up on Isaac's screen. And also, if we could just keep the focus on Isaac, I bet Isaac is going to be doing some crazy stuff on this screen, some demo, hitting the demo? Yep, easy. Easily hitting that demo right there.
And notice that Isaac didn't even exit the screen to set up the checkpoint. Was so confident that they were going to hit all the demos consecutively, not a care in the world. And now we have the Oshiro section of Chapter 3 here, where you're supposed to be running from Oshiro, but really there's no way that man will ever catch these speedrunners. They're just too fast.
Okay, and other than the slight hiccup on the first screen, Isaac looking pretty good here in Oshiro. If Baba can have a perfect Oshiro, gives Baba a little bit of opportunity to make back some time. All right, final screen. Let's see. Gonna hit those ultras into the corner boost. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Better
that's
safe than sorry.
Exactly.
I respect it.
That's the thing, because Celeste moves so fast and your muscle memory is at full force, but when something like that happens, the ability to be able to adjust on the fly and not commit to something that's not going to work. Good eye there. Very really good eye. But all right, both players done.
721 to 727. Baba only lost a second on that level. Baba is playing insane right now. Like, this man is on a mission. He's like, you are not gonna gain time on me. We are going to both play this like we are 4th place on the leaderboard. Let's go.
Exactly. Baba forcing Isaac to stay on top of their game in this, giving no opportunity for mess ups. All right, and good starts here from both players.
Those corner boosts. Always getting the Madeline gains so much speed when she does that. It's really sick to watch.
Okay, Isaac with the auto scroller skip, gonna be getting that ceiling pop. Easy. It's like, not only do you have to get the ceiling pop, but like to just like get the corner jump afterwards. Baba, you two doing the same thing right here. There we go.
They make it look so easy.
I look at that and I get scared.
Oh, okay, good. Baba scared me a tiny bit there, but they were able to clutch out the end of that screen.
All right, Isaac, show us that auto scroller skip. Let's see what you got. No pause
buffers.
Not necessary, not needed.
The man is insane. I'm at a loss for words, Dave.
Me too.
I don't even know how you can do that.
Let's see. Baba setting up pause buffer. Okay, let's see it.
Nice. Still got it.
How do people consistently hit this in races?
I don't know. They are masters of Celeste, Dave. Like, this is what the world has become.
Celeste
While we've been gone, they've been grinding away. 2022 Celeste is a different breed.
Hey, grinding they have. Okay, Isaac, final screen of chapter 4. Let's see what they finish out with. Will we be seeing an early cutscene skip? No. All right, so Isaac finishing out with a 9:42. And then we've got Baba here. All right, so Baba going to be about like 18 seconds or so.
16,
okay.
Not too bad. Not the cleanest chapter 4 for them, but they were really like just trying to make sure that they kept, because you know what it is when you're having that kind of a run, you know, not only is it a tournament race, but you also have the pressure of like, wow, this might actually PB, like it's going so well. So, you know, probably had a couple of nerves get to them there, and like now they're probably in a much more comfortable state going into the beginning of 5A, which aside from this jump that we're about to see here on Isaac's screen.
I love that cutscene skip. Oh, I keep the focus on Isaac here.
Yeah, that's like probably the tightest trick in this chapter, but outside of that, much more of a relaxed chapter, at least on the 5A half of it.
All right, and Isaac going to be approaching into the cassette tape room. Going to be piecing out of 5A and going into 5B. Oh,
Ooh.
Getting caught up on that final wall. Halting the momentum. That gives Baba U2 some time. If Baba can have a clean 5A. Oh, and just like it appears, Baba's right there. We'll see 11:04 return to map compared to a 11:14. This is a 10-second game.
Yeah, saved about 8 seconds in that section, which is, like I was saying, not the toughest of sections. So maybe a little bit of nerves, you know, kicking in for Isaac. We're going to have to see if they can shake that off and hit some of these tricks and demos in these later chapters.
All right, Isaac coming up on... Okay, Bub's drop. Nice little pause buffer to get it. Let's see if Baba can get the checkpoint reset here. God, I love how they go the corner. They do the corner boost into the setup. So beautiful. Both players getting it. Because that's another one of those tricks. you know, you have to hit it. You have to hit it in the race. And like, if for some reason you just get some tournament nerves and you get walled at it, it's definitely something that can throw you for a loop in a tournament. Alrighty, and a clean final screen from Isaac for the first half of this chapter. I'll be doing the return to map, skip Madeline's stand-up animation, save a little bit of time on Isaac's screen. Bobby2 will probably be doing the same thing here. And oh, nope, not again. It's like a very, very, very minimal amount of time. So some people don't want to break the flow of the run and they just want to go into the next section.
Yeah, that's totally respectable, especially if you feel like you're playing well, which Baba really has been playing super well. Don't really want to get like just caught up in a menu or something, kind of kill your momentum. Just keep playing it out, enjoying the game. I love this bounce off of this Seeker. It's so cool. And then the little corner jump afterwards. This is
double ultras.
Such a sick chapter.
Yeah, 5B when it's going well is awesome. Like, you can either love this chapter or you can hate this chapter, depending on how well you're playing. And Bobby2 seems to be loving it, throwing Tiyo around with grace, preserving momentum, absolutely flying.
What a great Tiyo section from Baba so far.
Let's see if they can keep it strong and close out the finish.
Ooh.
Under.
Love it. That was such a great hitting all the tight strats, perfect muscle memory. 13:32 on the final time. 9-second gain. Gaining a total.
They're tied. 13:32. They're tied. Or wait, 13. Wait, 23.
Dave.
I am okay. Commentator dyslexia in full effect right now.
But Baba still is gaining time. They were 16 seconds apart coming out of chapter 4, and only 9 seconds apart coming out of chapter 5. So Baba's keeping the clutch factor going into the final sections of the game.
Right, Isaac late skip. Easy first try.
Nice. I just realized his sub split is called leg skip for 26.
I guess that has been the wall. The deciding factor of 26 is for Isaac.
Well, he must have got it every single run if he got 5 of them today, so...
The consistency does not lie. All right, actually, if we can keep the focus on Isaac here, I want to see how Isaac handles this cassette room. Let's see. Please hit it. You can do it. Ah, the dude commentator curse. I am sorry. I'm sorry, chat. You blame me. All right, Isaac getting the nice backup strat. Bobby2 also going for the same strat.
Taking a plunge into the ravine.
Let's just say that resets the cycle. And yeah,
the one screen it doesn't. Cassettes are on the music timer.
Yeah, but anyways, you know, we got both players going here into 6B.
6P, the race decider, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Talked about earlier about how some of these screens are very long, and an unfortunate execution error at the end of one of these screens can make or break a run for someone.
Alrighty, things looking good for both players so far. Alrighty.
Nice start for both of them so far. I think 6B is one of those, like, it's one of those chapters that tries to nickel and dime you. It's not like that any one screen is incredibly hard, but it's just, you know, it's like I said, they're such long screens, and you wind up maybe like overthinking a little because the screens are so simplistic some of the time. You try to like overcompensate and cut corners a little tighter, and that's usually where the errors start coming in.
Yeah,
so we'll see if
can definitely be fatiguing, and especially, you know, in a tournament at mid-run, you know, you're 16 minutes deep, and you know, Celeste is a game. I mean, you know, luckily you can kind of take a short break in between each levels, but you know, when a level starts, your full focus is in that level for the whole time. All right. The descending section's looking good for both players. Baba, you two trying to close the
getting
gap.
the redash. I love that strat.
Ooh.
For those of you that might have missed it on Baba's screen, you're supposed to trigger the Kevin block and then hang on to the side of it. But by staying at the very top of it, he was able to land for just a frame, get his dash back, and then use his dash at the end of the screen. And that was super sick to watch. Nice bufferless demo there. As Isaac is entering the battle-in section, Baba about 2 screens behind, not too far. Entering it now.
Okay, and Isaac giving little room for Baba. Oh, I love this. Isaac looking so good. The stride on that screen is so beautiful. Baba's going to be coming up on it right here. Let's see if Baba can nail the end of this screen. Skipping that dash crystal to preserve it for later so you can jump up and over. Skip that feather. We don't even need it. Alrighty.
And the runners are pretty much synced as far as file timer goes. So the difference you're seeing on the screen is basically the difference between the runners' locations. So it's really close race. They're maintaining about a 1.5 to a 2 screen difference. And Baba has to be feeling the nerves now. This is such an insane run for them right now. Okay, let's see if they get the double wall jump for the... No, I'm not going to go for it. Just going to wait for the dash crystal to reset. Playing it safe.
But this room probably won't be played safe. Going to do the ultra.
Like
Beautiful.
A zoom-in car. I love that strat. Just headbutt battling at 1,000,000 miles per hour. A nice little reverse hyper here. Yep.
It's my favorite reverse hyper in the whole game. Like, just the fact that it was designed so that little Madeline sandwich there.
Oh no, going for the extra momentum. He doesn't want to grab the block because that'll stop Madeline's momentum. He just wants the block to push him so that he flies as fast as possible. But unfortunately, flubbing it twice, and that's gonna cost him a decent bit of time, as Isaac is already entering Chapter 7 on his side.
Yeah, I exited at 1844, so we can already kind of see there's definitely going to be like a 30-second or more discrepancy, and this is definitely Isaac's race to take here. If Isaac can just have a strong summit, keep things together for the tournament. But definitely not over.
Exactly.
Summit being the longest level in the run, anything could happen in this race still with how difficult Celeste is. All right, Isaac.
So entering Summit here, Madeline now has 2 dashes. Isaac has to basically fly up the mountain that he already flew. This is the Chapter 1 equivalent of Summit. And you're just going to see these players have practiced this, night in, night out for quite some time. This is a sight to behold.
Very interesting movement from Isaac on the previous screen. Very nice.
I think that's a little bit of a flub. I don't think we have to point it out.
Well, I will say, very nice adjustment to recognize, because that is a screen where you can die and die and die and die and die, and there was no death.
I don't think he wanted to headbutt the wall, but he survived just fine. We'll take it.
Celeste is like skateboarding. Sometimes you just got to do like a little extra trick,
This is as Dave and I pointed out earlier, one of the coolest sections of the whole game. Ooh, Isaac taking an uncharacteristic death there. I don't think we've seen many deaths on his end this race. But with these dream blocks, having a second dash allows you to hyper dash out of one end of the block and still preserve your dash to enter the next block. So Madeline is going to be zooming through this section of the map.
Okay, so maybe that one death could be the spark that ignites Baba. Kind of close the gap here in the summit. But Isaac, you know, besides that one death, looking pretty dang clean.
Entering 1500. Nice little demo here usually.
Yep.
And we're going to be entering in like 2 screens here for Isaac. One of the coolest looking screens in the section, because you just start basically ultraing across the whole damn level. It looks like Madeline is plummeting to the pits, but she dashes up just the last second to save herself. Really cool to see.
One of my favorite screens in the entire game. But all right, Baba moving into the resort section now as Isaac is moving on to the Golden Ridge section. Yeah, about one summit subsection separating the 2 players. Baba is going to have to dig deep.
Nice hypers coming out of Isaac here. Going to be having the cutscene skip here. I mean, not cutscene, sorry. Auto scroller skip in just a second here. Wow, I am stumbling on my words. But right here, you're going to see he's going to jump over here, grab this, squeeze through here, corner boost off this corner here. If you're moving away from spikes, they don't hurt you. So we use that to our advantage to get right on through without waiting for the block.
And Baba's going to be coming up into Golden Ridge. Isaac in the summit, been playing so well. Seasoned veteran, just coming out, securing this race. But the story is not yet written. Still needs to be finished. Let's see if Isaac can keep it together. All right, final screen. Yeah, getting a haircut there.
Dashed a little early, but recognized it and immediately readjusted. Good awareness by Isaac there. Coming into 2500.
Oh, missing that corner boost. That corner boost is so finicky because it's like, you know, if you don't commit hard enough, you get what happened. But if you overcommit, you fly into spikes that are to the right side. So that corner boost is always scary. So I love that wall jump there. And remember when we used to retry there in Death Warp? Do you remember the days?
I don't know that they ever convinced me that it was faster to not. They tried to. They used math. They used numbers. But I was like, I don't believe you. And I just kept doing the retries.
Yeah, you know, I like the retry.
Getting some assistance from Battling here in the last screen. This is a very long screen, so we're hoping for no errors towards the top. Sometimes you just go a little too fast, squish yourself on the blocks. Isaac getting through no problem. And arriving at 3,000 with only plus 15 on their timer. So, you know, they're still on 26 pace here. Trying to make it, was it 7 in a row for the day?
Like how? Like, I mean,
no,
yeah,
not like that.
Okay, like, but even despite that, this will be a 26. You know, that's insane.
Yeah, some people are just born good at gaming, Dave. Just be born better, bro.
I guess yeah, dude. I need to get better RNG. So.
Okay, we might be cursing Isaac a little bit here. Three deaths back to back, and needs to keep his composure because Baba's not that far behind. Okay, it looks like he's cleaning it up. I love the extra gravity from downdraft. I'm not gonna lie, it's like hyper dashing squared.
Yeah, and this is like the only chance of the game that you really get something like that. Or wait, is there downdraft in chapter 9? I don't remember.
I haven't played Chapter 9 since it came out, Dave. I can't help you.
Okay, regardless, we are talking about any percent. So, Isaac, coming up to my favorite flag. You know what it is. Flag 13. It's the best. Look at this. Angle dash. Angle dash. Right. Right. You see that?
I'm watching.
Angle dash. Threaten. You see this? This is like pristine Celeste. Pristine.
You're saying water level is pristine Celeste.
It is. I mean, do you not realize what you're looking? Do you see this? Like the wall jump. Getting that wall jump. Okay.
I don't think Isaac cares about any of these wall jumps. Isaac is just he's a man. He's at work. He's like, I'm just clocking in. Show all y'all kiddies how it's done. How you speedrun Celeste as he enters the final screen of the game. Flag 4. Doesn't even do the demo. He's like, whatever.
Whatever.
I can't PB. I'll just let it go.
Malin's just trying to
keep
get
it
home.
consistent. Yep. Try to stay in the running for that money. When there's money on the line, you don't gotta be fancy. Just gotta get the job done. Nice. Last flag. Trying to keep it at 26. Can he do it?
Oh, yeah,
he
yeah!
does! 26:59.6.
Let's go! Oh my god, we just witnessed a 26-8 tournament, baby. Let's see how many deaths. 12. I'm not sure how many retries are currently in the route, but very minimal deaths, a very clean run. Oh, that was great. That was great. But okay, before we started the race, we actually forgot to give you the answer to our trivia question that we asked earlier. Do you guys know the developer of Celeste? Let's see, we can get the answer on screen for you.
It starts with the same letter as Celeste.
The answer is Extremely OK Games. Yeah,
so here, Celeste's 2018 platform, a game designed, directed, and written by Maddie Thorson and programmed by Thorson and Noel Berry. It's a fully fleshed out version of their Pico 8 game of the same name. Their company was originally called Matt Makes Games. And then Maddie came out to the world. Shout outs to them for doing so, being brave. And changed the name of the company to Maddie Makes Games. And then when they brought on Pedro Nomura, they changed the name of the company again to Extremely OK Games.
And I like where they settled. But also, we've got another trivia question for the next break. So in Celeste, who composed the iconic music tracks such as Resurrections and Awake? Is it A, Lana Rain, B, Danny Elfman, C, Nobuo Uematsu, or D, Hitoshi Sakimoto? We would love to hear your answers for that, and we will have the answer after this break.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all, because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Canonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Speedrunner Series 2 by TGS, powered by Shaw. We are in the middle of our Celeste bracket. We just witnessed a awesome race We are mid in our semifinals. But first, before we get to that, we have to answer our trivia question before the break, which was, in Celeste, who composed the iconic music tracks? And that was Lena Raine, composed many of the music tracks for the A-sides, I think all of them. And also known for Guild Wars 2, features in Minecraft, and her contributions to Deltarune. Oh my god, that soundtrack is so good.
One of the best composers of our generation. Free!
True.
It's not even close.
True.
It's not even close. Such a beast. She's amazing.
But now, let's get back to the tournament. If we can get a look at the bracket. We can pull that bracket up. We got, okay, Zkad and Tiyo going to be coming up next to see who faces Isaac in the finals. All right, that is going to be awesome. And before we get into that, I just want to talk about a couple things. You know, we have a couple giveaways going on. One that you can enter is for a HyperX Cloud Stinger headset. And for that, all you have to do is ! headset in the chat. You know, if we can get a bunch of ! headsets in the chat, we would love to see a lot of people get into that giveaway. The second giveaway we have is for a iPhone. And for that one, all you have to do is make a speedrunning related tweet using the hashtag GameWithShaw. So we'd love to see all of your tweets on that. And with that being said, I think we might be ready to get into the matches. I think the players are ready.
It looks like it. So we got, the names should be a little off here. We should have Zkad on the left and Tiyo on the right. The names currently are from our match before this one. But they're going to jump right into it while we fix those up for you guys. And as our runners are jumping through the prologue here, Zkad taking a little bit of a dip already. Just to give you guys a little bit of an introduction to Zkad, because we did see Tiyo earlier in our quarterfinals race. Zkad is actually, if I'm not mistaken, the current world record holder for Celeste, right?
Yep.
Came out of the IL whirlpool that he was in, where he was basically just grinding ILs for years, and just decided, what if I just did all the ILs back to back?
You know,
what if?
Like a thing called a any percent run.
And yeah, just took the world by storm, 26-14. Crazy time for the Celeste category. And here we have both our runners jumping into Chapter 1. So Tiyo has a bit of an uphill battle being against the current world record holder, but, you know, in a race setting, you can't reset, you can't start over, you know, mistakes stick with you. So anything can happen in a race setting.
And with Zkad having 2 hiccups in prologue, that hill is a little bit smaller, but Tiyo is still going to have to pull out all the stops to overcome the pseudo final boss of this tournament.
Yeah, it's funny when I talk to some of the old heads nowadays. I was talking to former world record holder TGH this morning, and he was like, "Who has the world record now?" And I was like, "Zkad," and he's like, "Oh, that's not surprising at all." Like Zkad is so known in the community for how insane they are at this game, and we're gonna have Tiyo clocking in the end of Chapter 1 with a 130, and having about a 9-second lead on Zkad going into Chapter 2. So let's see if Tiyo can hold that out going into the rest of the run.
Yeah, and that 10-second difference is all because of prologue, because Zkad's Chapter 1 was actually 3 seconds faster than Tiyo's. So that prologue, you never know, it could be the deciding factor. This one is a best of 1, so all is on the line here.
Maybe that's the trick. Maybe there's no prologue IL, right? So
there is actually.
Wait, on the official leaderboard?
Yes.
Or is it on? Oh, that was a category extension.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure prologue has IL. Yeah.
That's crazy. Is Celeste gone too far? Chat, let me know.
Yeah, we're optimizing prologue here. But all right, Chapter 2 looking good for both players so far. I don't think there has been a death yet. Got
the battle line section, both runners blazing through. Like I said, Tiyo coming fresh off their quarterfinals win, so they're warmed up, they're feeling it. I'm not sure if Zkad was playing earlier before the race.
I think Zkad may have had a bye.
No, I just mean earlier today, because apparently
yeah.
Isaac was, just ripping 26s all day. So I'm not sure if Zkad was also doing the same, or if they were just, relaxing. Because different people approach competition, differently. Some people they like to just relax, get in the zone. Some people like to, if you go to a basketball court, you'll see the guy with his headphones on, just, vibing out, getting ready. And there'll be the guy at the foul line shooting free throws, guy dribbling up and down the court. Everybody likes to get prepared for the game a little bit differently.
Yeah, for some people, over practicing could definitely not be a good thing.
Yeah, so Zkad there. Oh, that was nice. I like that adjustment. Unfortunately, didn't maintain the speed throughout the awake section, but the fact that he was almost able to reset his positioning to get the speed back is pretty impressive.
All right.
So we got a 317 for Tiyo and a 328 for Zkad. Tiyo maintaining the lead. In fact, increasing it even a little bit there, going from 10 to 11 seconds.
You love to see this is exactly the kind of gameplay that we need to see from Tiyo here. Hopefully they can keep it up into Resort. The kind of like a difficulty spike. Longer chapter, way more hazards. Tiyo keeping it together. Okay, some hiccups, being able to maintain that cycle. Okay.
And I always feel like Resort is so different in the speedrun because of the circular nature of like where Zkad is, for instance, where you have to go up to get the key as opposed to continuing forward and then you come back down. It's not common in platformers to have to go around in circles unless you're getting secrets. So that little bit of change of pace can throw a runner off in the moment.
It's a little bit more labyrinth-like, for sure.
Yeah. But Tiyo's keeping his distance. He's like, stay away from me. I don't want anything to do with you. I'm going to be over here. You stay back there.
Tiyo playing a really nice game of keep away.
Into the immediate death.
At that point, you got to be so flustered. How did I survive? You don't even know what your hands are doing afterwards.
For sure.
Okay.
Celeste comes at you so fast because it's just there's no breaks. So it's if you go off the beaten path even slightly, you're just all your muscle memory goes out the window and you're adapting on the fly to everything that you're doing. So but that was such a better depth that the other one would have been, because the other one was in the middle of the screen. That one was right at the start.
Yeah. So, but with this Resort, it looks like Zkad. I think Zkad's sort of taken things. Let's see. That button press is going to be about 5:06. Yep, Zkad has definitely taken the lead here in Resort.
Oh, man. Tiyo had a crazy save there, but Zkad was just I'm just not going to make mistakes. I don't need to save things. I'm just going to demolish this level. And oh, I love that strat. That's so sick.
Beautiful.
Everybody always dashes to the left and jumps off the other wall, but he's just nah, that takes too much time. I'm going straight up. Tiyo hitting that second button, getting to Oshiro. Entering the towel section here. These sections used to feel so treacherous when the game was first getting fleshed out back in 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
But these runners make it look just so easy.
Light work.
There's just not a care in the world.
All right, Tiyo getting that key, finishing up. Huge mess section going on to the elevator shaft, where we will, see a bunch of demos. Okay. Nice little coin room here. This is actually one of my favorite screens in the game for some reason. Something about the movement, hitting that wall jump there, and then... Ooh,
I think the last wall jump there, it feels so good, because it's you're basically flying into your death, and then you just stop and wall jump at the very last second. It just feels so good.
Oh, yeah. Tiyo, back-to-back. Beautiful demos.
Nice. Hit them all pretty much flawlessly. No pause buffers, no nothing. Just going right at them. And they're both in the Oshiro section now. And looking to make quick work of this escape sequence. The section is so much nicer when you don't have to like struggle to get the berries.
Oh yeah.
You're just like later, dude. Oshiro barely gets a tackle like per screen. You're just like, I'm out of here, sir. Want nothing to do with you.
Zkad gonna be finishing it up. Let's see how they hit the ultras and corner boost on this final screen. It's beautiful.
At a flat 4 minutes for Zkad versus this 4:20 for Tiyo. So basically making up that 11 seconds and then some. Taking a 9-second lead, it should be. I'll check the file time when he loads up here. Yeah, it was like a 7:31. It's about an 8-second lead.
Oh, and also with Tiyo, I'm pretty sure Tiyo is actually pause buffering some things, but I think with the way that like the demo, it might be something with the way the demo dashing works that like it hides the UI when you pause. You know how you can hide the UI with the triggers?
Yeah.
I think Tiyo, that's happening with Tiyos whenever they pause.
Oh, I thought that was just a pause for the cutscene skip. I didn't see an additional pause, but I could be mistaken.
Okay.
I completely could see how I would have missed it if you did it that quickly.
It could also look like stream buffering, so you never know. But regardless, Zkad taking a short death here at the beginning of Chapter 4. Other than that, both players looking, pretty spicy.
Got the auto-scroller skip coming up here for Zkad, the first of 2 in this chapter. Oh, going for the Ultra version, where instead of popping off the ceiling like you were talking about earlier, just hyper into another hyper to have more speed than usual. Tiyo gonna do the version all the other runners have been doing.
Not getting the sub-pixel setup, yeah.
That's actually an unfortunate time loss, especially since he was nailing it earlier. That's got to be the nerves kicking in.
Yeah, definitely one of the more punishing deaths you can have. Zkad casual, just focusing in. It's time to get that auto scroller skip. Zkad just here clocking in.
We talked about a man on a mission earlier with Isaac, and Zkad is like, well, my mission is to get to Isaac. So I gotta step it up, basically. I had not seen that version of that. He basically like grabbed the bubble after the bubble was like going off the screen, like not off the screen, but like off the block. So it didn't even look like he entered the bubble, but he got his dash back. Was able to do 2 horizontal dashes. That was sick. Making quick work at the end of this chapter. The fact that these runners have gotten Chapter 4 to be consistently like sub 230 is insane to me. Like this is probably not even a good time for him by his own standards, but it's mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, 222, that nuts. Absolutely nuts. 954 exit for Zkad coming out of Chapter 4. But there's still a lot of Celeste still left to be played. We got some of the longest levels. And again, anything can happen. Celeste is very much like a game that steamrolls. If you start getting tilted, it can be very easy for it to all fall apart. So,
yeah, and the game is 7 chapters, but those chapters are not created equally. The bulk of the gameplay is definitely in the final 3 chapters. You can tell just the whole run is about 26, 27 minutes, and he's on chapter 5 9 minutes in, so it's like the last 3 chapters are really where the majority of the gameplay is.
Zkad doing depth corner boost, and it is easy. All right.
Tiyo not far behind, getting into the first checkpoint here of chapter 5, hitting basically all his hypers and ultras right now. So if he can keep this up, he might be able to gain some time.
All right, we've seen some mishaps happen in this final cassette room. Okay, Zkad having to take an earlier cycle here, but getting there nice and safely. Tiyo, depths corner boost, misses the first setup. Second, okay. Can't quite hit the corner boost, but nice backup there. Zkad going into 5B as Tiyo is approaching the tape room. All right, and actually, you know, we haven't had a focus for this. Can we focus on Zkad here? I want to show you guys the major sequence break of Chapter 5B. All right, so entering into this next screen here, you're going to see Zkad enter a loading zone, and he's also going to exit it by wall jumping here. You're normally not supposed to be able to fall down there. Normally you get locked up there, but since you fell down with that precise wall jump, you can reset your respawn point and skip to a later half of the level. Oh, that angle dash, so sick.
I love that.
Just threading it. The confidence in full force here from Zkad, going to be taking it to the second half of 5B if they can just make it past the incredibly long screen here. Okay, I wonder if that bubble entry was a little sketchy. What? What?
I love this. This is so good. Oh my god.
Okay.
I was of the old guard. I was the tryhard. I was the one that went for all these stupid strats, and everybody always told me, "Yo, that's not consistent. That's not good. Don't do that." And watching Zkad just shred this in a tournament race, I'm just like, I feel so vindicated.
Did you see Zkad just door skip that?
Yes, did.
Like he's just doing, like, we can't even talk about all the things this man is doing just because, like,
we did say that.
Just you don't even need to hug the final block.
This man is insane. Oh man, it looked like he just willed Tiyo off of that corner. He was like, "Wait, you're not supposed to stop there. Keep going." Oh my gosh, this man is destroying Celeste right now. Oh, I love that. Realizes that he made a mistake, doesn't try to fix it, just resets. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to waste my time. Unfortunately, does the same error twice. But, you know, sometimes that happens when you're going at 92 million miles per hour. It's kind of hard to make everything go perfectly. Ooh, that was a very uncharacteristic death. He just wanted to style and show us the backup strat.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, dash just, like, didn't come out. But, okay, Zkad, very, 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 very strong 5B. Let's see how Tiyo can finish up.
It looks like it was about a 13 3x 5B exit. The levels that end in hearts is kind of hard to see the timer because the players return to map. So if they don't have the live split showing, it's a little difficult. But I think Zkad has about a 30-ish second lead right now.
We can say that you know, Tiyo saved 5 seconds over their PB. I think that was actually gold split for 5B. I see the previous segment timer on their live split showing some gold. So Tiyo may maybe getting a nice spark of momentum here. Hopefully they can carry that to the end of the summit. But all right, let's see if we can get the God strat in the tape room.
You're gonna curse him again, Dave?
Yeah, I'm cursing everyone. Zkad, show him. Show him. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, baby. And Zkad gets the... I don't know what the kids call it nowadays. We used to just call it the Revel strat because he was the only one crazy enough to go for it.
It's the Revel. You know, the mango, the Revel, or the you know, it's all the same. Actually, this 6B has many Revos. Oh, that corner.
That was a little bit of a time-consuming death.
Yeah, that
screen is not short by any means.
Tiyo!
Oh, and Tiyo getting it as well. Let's go.
Buffered. Okay.
Not to be overshadowed. It's like, I can do that too. Look at me, guys. I can do it. All right, Tiyo already saving 4 seconds at the start of 6B by not dying in the first screen.
You'll love to
catching
see
up to Zkad. little by little. It's the little things. Celeste is a game of inches. You're not just gonna randomly save 40 seconds on the world record holder in one screen. You just got to be consistent across the whole run. So those little mistakes here and there from Zkad, those are the opportunities that Tiyo needs to capitalize on.
And
But the problem is there's not many of them.
Yeah, Zkad definitely making those opportunities not so frequent, but Tiyo is still holding strong. We're gonna take a look at Zkad here as absolutely just flying through the descending area. Okay, get the dash reset. Oh,
fell too fast. He was going too fast for his own good. Nice, gets out of the water. Nice little water boost there. You might have noticed that Madeline kind of glided through the end of that screen there, and it's because you can actually jump. I believe it's every frame that you're in the water.
Yeah.
So by pianoing some jump inputs, you can basically get a nice like super jump coming out of those ending sections of these screens due to the water. Easy bufferless. All right. Gets all the hard stuff, gets stuck on terrain. Typical day in the life of a speedrunner.
Oh, I love that. I love getting that hyper off the top of that block as it's falling. All right, and yeah, this screen, this is the Revo, and I call it the Revo because he showed it to me in Sweden. Oh wow, that's new. I haven't seen that Ultra. Wait, wait, you know what? That was not the Revo, but that was actually kind of sick.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little bit of a backup. I've seen that variant before, and I think they're still not supposed to get the feather there. But I don't. Zkad made it look like it wasn't even a thing. Like he was like, I'm just gonna go for it this way.
Oh,
ooh, takes a death. We got to check in on Tiyo here, who is also in the Battleline section. I believe that's the first screen of the Battleline section. So not too far behind, maybe like half a dozen screens here between the two runners. Gonna go for the version Dave was talking about earlier.
Yeah, you skip that dash crystal. Oh,
and does get it. Nice. This screen is always so dicey because you have to unlock this door while avoiding the fireballs, avoiding Battleline, avoiding the spikes, controlling the feather.
And then not getting hit by this final fireball. Like that final one, it has my number, I swear.
Yeah, so many people try to go straight at Battleline there, but both runners showing her respect, being like, we know there's a fireball left in the cycle. We're going to just climb the wall. And, oh, that's unfortunate. Nice. Gets the pause buffer for the delay. Nice.
God,
gets
that's so sick.
The fastest strat in that room there. And then we get the light. This strat is just so impressive every time I see it. It's not like the most difficult strat, but like just controlling Madeline when she's going that fast, super impressive. Same thing there. All right, Tiyo clearing out 6B here. Entering the second to last screen. This screen is very perilous. If you die on this screen, you'll have to go all the way back to the start of the screen, and you can see we've already been in the screen for at least 7 seconds. So you want to make sure to avoid all those lasers. And now we have to just collect the heart. And nice. Gets even the jump off the wall at the last second there. Clears out 6B. And seeing where both runners are, we're seeing that there's about a 500-meter section apart for these runners. Tiyo entering the base of the summit and Zkad entering 500. Chapter 7 is so cool. We mentioned it a couple times today, but for anyone that's just recently joining, at this point in the game, Madeline gets access to 2 dashes instead of her usual 1. So you're going to see her hair is pink, and our runners are going to be blazing through. Zkad going for a bit of an advanced strat there where you preserve the momentum from the platform, but unfortunately goes too fast, runs headfirst into the spikes, and Tiyo's entering 500 meters. You know, you gotta be pretty proud of yourself if you're in the same segment as the world record holder at the end of a race. Like, this man is playing phenomenally. Like Dave mentioned earlier, he hit that gold in 5B, and now he's trying to see if he can catch up to Zkad. But Summit is one of those levels that's it's a gauntlet more than anything, honestly. Zkad.
Did you see how Tiyo thought they were going to die there and actually paused, but then realized that they made the save? They didn't retry there. Yeah, they almost retried, but they didn't have to.
1,000 meters is my favorite section in the game, so as soon as Zkad entered there, I just started looking over there.
Yeah.
And look at those ultras, just preserving so much momentum throughout the whole segment. And I love that extra little dash there at the end. I didn't realize that they were doing that earlier, but I saw Isaac do it last race. They diagonal up right before the last battle line. Instead of letting battle line chuck them up to the last block, they just they cut the chuck short and dash upright and then right into the block. So I thought that was pretty cool. Nice little optimization from the runners.
God, Zkad looking so good right now. That screen was sick. Let's see how many ultras we get here. I count about 50. Okay. And yeah, you know, nice. even if Tiyo can't take this game, Tiyo will still walk away with many victories here. That gold split, and honestly, just being able to keep Zkad on their game this entire time, not making it easy.
Yeah, I mean, and saying you entered the Celeste tournament and you tied for 3rd with your only loss being to the world record holder, like it's a pretty big accomplishment to put on your resume. I'm not gonna lie, like I'd be proud to. You know, if that's the only person I lost to in the whole tournament.
Yeah, that's it right there. All right, Zkad, how far are you going to carry this berry, man? Oh, never mind. he collected it.
Nice
he's got another one. He's doing the skip with the berry. This berry is going to go the distance until it just goes in the backpack right there. All right, Tiyo finishing up the resort section, going to be moving on to Golden Ridge. But yeah, Zkad just looking nice. Getting another berry. Well, we got to make that pie.
I love all the little optimizations that have been added to the run over the years. These little extra dashes everywhere, like that demo right there. Just making so many small optimizations. And, you know, shout outs to not just the speedrunning community, but the task community as well for like finding all the best ways to optimize all the screens. And then the runners, you know, they push the game. They push the game so hard not to be outdone by their peers. They're just like, you thought this was the end? You thought 30 was the end? You thought 29 was the end? You thought 28 was the end? 27? Maybe 26 is not even the end.
Yeah.
See? I bet you he wish he retried, Dave. I bet you he wish he retried.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the way to go. But yeah, just like the level of like dude, I love that corner boost. Right, that corner boost. The level of consideration you need, like, for all the strats and the micro movements and stuff. Like, I wish we could accurately describe all of the nuance that is happening right now, but you know, just to describe the first level that's a minute long, it would take us about an hour to tell you everything that runners consider when doing this game.
If you ever want to have your mind blown, go look at a task file for this game. Like the amount of inputs these runners have to do, the precise optimizations, frame perfect jumps and tricks. Like, they make it look easy because they have so many hours of practice, and they've developed so many setups to make it more consistent for humans But these guys are really just doing task strats over and over and over and over. It's crazy. Like we're gonna see some crazy stuff in this downdraft, I'm sure, that Isaac gave us a glimpse of earlier.
All right, no flag 24 curse this time.
These dashes are so clean.
And I love that.
Later.
You just like skirt on the walls and you're just like, nope, I'm out.
The little wall boost at the end, just for good measure. And this game is not just about doing things quickly either. Like the way our runners preserve their dashes, especially on these clouds and stuff, it's you know, you only have about a 4 to 5 frame window to be able to dash on the ground and then jump and still have your dash. So, you know, they have really committed that timing to muscle memory to be able to do these tricks in basically like 1/20th of a second. This game is just very impressive.
All right, Tiyo having a very solid downdraft so far. Zkad just burning through the updraft and the final 10 flags of the run. Flag 7 getting hit. And what is the final time for Zkad? I think we're going to see another 26.
That might be a little bit of a given at this point.
Yeah. Yep. Final screen here.
I love when they don't even land for flag 5. Like, you still get it because it's a screen transition, but it's like, it just looks cool when they're just like, nope, don't have time to touch the floor. Sorry.
Nope.
Climbing a mountain. Goodbye.
Yep. Zkad just pulling out the Chad demo.
Oh my gosh. It always scares me when players go through those spikes diagonally like that, but Zkad's like, I've done this a gajillion times.
Alrighty. No flag 1 deaths here. Zkad 26. I believe that was 48, maybe 49 happened. Alright. Zkad, absolutely crazy run. Confident 26, just pulling it out for the race. Yeah, show me that journal. Alright. Okay, well, we have our finalists. We have our finalists. Zkad clutching that out. Oh, wow.
Tournament favorite. Clocking in our best time of the day so far.
Yeah, and we got 3 more matches. This next series, I believe it's Isaac and Zkad. I believe this is best of 3. You guys can see it right here. You know, soon the bracket will be updated. But yeah, Isaac and Zkad. Oh, okay. This is going to be insane. We got 1st place and 4th place here. Anything could happen with this. Wow. Wow. But
both of them have played 1 race today. And if you take their times from each of those races, they were 10 seconds apart. So this is a this is a good time to take a break before the finals. But before we go, you want to read the trivia question to the folks at home for us, Dave?
Absolutely. So, which mechanic challenged Madeline as she made her way through the Golden Ridge? Is it A, star blocks, B, vicious winds, C, hot and cold switches, or D, homing eye creatures? Have you been paying attention during the run? I guess we'll see. We'll be looking at chat. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching the Speedrunner series by TGS, powered by Shaw. We will see you in a little bit with the finals.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or 2 to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Canonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Add Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody to the TGS Speedrunner series powered by Shaw. Really appreciate you guys sticking around through the break. But now it is time to get into the finals. We have a best of 3. We got Zkad versus Isaac, 2 of the best Celeste players in the world today. Going to be going at it for our prize pool. Let's see. We also have the answer to our trivia question before the break. We asked which mechanic was in the Golden Ridge, and the answer is vicious winds. You know, they blow at different speeds, different directions, affect the gameplay in different ways. And yeah, you either love it or you hate it. Personally, I love it. Wind is pretty cool. I like the wind.
I think the wind in Chapter 4 is great. It only goes left and right. It's the one that goes up that I don't like.
But you like the one that goes down.
I love the one that goes down. It's great.
All right. Well, let's get into the bracket. As you can see, Zkad and Isaac have fought their way all the way to the finals for our prize pool. And only one can be victorious. And it will be $500 for the winner. Oh, who is it gonna? It could literally be anyone with how both of these players have been playing today, both getting 26s. But yeah, we've got some giveaways. You know, there's not much time left to get into these because, again, this is the final. So now is your chance to get into these giveaways. We have one for a HyperX cloud gaming headset. You can get that by typing !headset in the chat. So everybody, !headset in the chat. Additionally, you have a chance to get a iPhone 13. For that one, all you have to do is go to Twitter, tweet something speedrunning related with the hashtag GameWithShaw. We would love to see everything that you guys have to say, and would, love to see one of you guys win the prizes that we have. But without further ado, I think it's time to get into the finals. I'm ready. I'm ready for some fun. I want to see some Celeste. I want to see a good, clean fight between 2 titans of the community. Only one person can be victorious. What do you think it's going to be, Ben?
I don't know. I think Zkad is a little bit of the favorite here, so I don't want to just pick the easy answer. But knowing that Isaac has already done 7 runs today that are 26s, I'm a little concerned that he might get a little fatigued partway through.
Yeah.
But
Zkad is like your final boss of the tournament, and Isaac is your optional super boss. Like both at any day could take this. Let's see Zkad cleaning up the mistakes from the last prologue. Running it back with a nice pristine one. No deaths, no nothing. Love to see it. Happy we got to see one prologue death in the tournament. Maybe we will actually be graced with a flag 1 death.
I don't know if you noticed, but Isaac's file name for this race was Prologue Lover 69. So maybe a little bit of a jab there at Zkad's prologue from the last race.
The mind game's in full effect here.
But on the screen right now, we're focused on Zkad, getting to see some of this world record prowess on full display. And just as I say that, I'm taking notes from Dave's commentator curse, and Zkad takes a little bit of a death, but nothing too major. Chapter 1 has very, very small screens. So even if you die like towards the end of a screen, it's almost always, not even like a 2-second death. It's always going to be very, very short.
But Zkad not one to let the nerves weigh him down. Continuing strong. Isaac. So Isaac spent a little bit of time to mire that God tier prologue from the journal. So we will be able to see the pace of both runners upon the exit.
And Zkad having a little bit of hiccup on that vertical screen, fell back down twice, so he's going to wind up with a 103. Not the greatest chapter 1s, but not too shabby. Definitely more than passable for a race setting. And Isaac here is finishing up with a 132, so that's about a 104. So both players having decent chapter 1s. Obviously, they would both prefer it to be a little faster, but when you're in a race environment, you can't be too picky.
Yeah, Isaac may have like a slight lead here, but, at this early in the game, it's pretty much anyone's story here currently. Chapter 2, Oh, Zkad making nice adjustment there. Had a little hiccup, but back on track. Isaac gunning through. Gonna be reaching the mirror.
For anyone that's just tuning in for the finals, do want to let you guys know that Celeste races are determined by the in-game timer. That's why we don't have a big timer anywhere on the screen. So you're going to want to compare the timer in blue on the right-hand side of Isaac's screen with the timer in the top left of Zkad's screen. As you can see right now, there's about a 15-second difference between them because Isaac was hanging out on the level select screen for a little bit. We don't hold that against the runners, but just so you know, like even though Zkad is further along in the level, that time difference doesn't matter. So we'll try to compare the times for you guys at various checkpoints, like the end of levels and stuff like that, to keep you guys in the loop about who's in the lead and by how much.
And Zkad making it out of the battle in section. Final dream block sections here, and then going to be going into the awake.
The hyper was so sick. He like dashed out the bottom of the block and then like hypered like the last frame, so he was basically midair. That was so dope.
I love hypers out of the bottom of dream blocks. It's so good. Oh, Zkad hitting some walls here. All right, so Isaac can potentially make up some time with a really clean awake here.
Isaac did get it in the run earlier, but not looking like he's gonna go for it. Just gonna grab that one corner boost, call it a day. Still maintaining that momentum though. So overall doing the section faster, just not doing it at, max speed. So both runners are pretty much equal right now. Both finishing chapter 2 at about a 320. Give or take a few frames. So anybody's ball game still. Both runners neck and neck on the timer, despite the differerences you might see on the screen.
It's exactly the kind of finals you want to see. Two of the Celeste Titans, a neck and neck match. I am definitely hoping we see a game 3 in this. You always love to see it in tournaments. Oh, Isaac getting some deaths here in the first Dust Bunny room.
Zkad slipping off the floor there, but able to recover. Zkad did stumble a bit on chapter 3 earlier. See if they can clean it up for this run here. Nice, going under for Isaac. Isaac is getting some sick corner boosts. He's getting a lot of speed on a lot of these screens. Impressive to see the amount of control he has over Madeline. Nice, gets all the locks. Zkad with an early cutscene skip. So in Celeste, to skip the cutscenes, you have to press start and then go down once and press accept. But if you're not in a cutscene, it doesn't say skip cutscene, it says retry. So if you try to skip a cutscene before you actually make it to the cutscene, you actually just explode into little Mega Man bubbles. And yeah, you see exactly what happened to Zkad there, costing him a little bit of time and having to redo that screen.
With where these players are at and how they've optimized their cutscene skips, like they go for like as soon as possible. So the chance for a death like that is definitely way higher with top players.
Zkad stumbling a little bit on the climb, giving Isaac a little bit of a chance to catch up here.
All right.
Isaac entering the books section of a huge mess here. Gonna try to keep this momentum going. They've been having a pretty good chapter 3 after that initial death, and basically, doing their best to stay on pace, not fall too far behind. I don't think they're necessarily thinking about where Zkad is. Probably just thinking about, like how if I can maintain a PB pace run, I can win this race. That's probably the thought process Isaac is going through. He's trying to get his 8th 26 of the day.
Exactly. Like at this point, you really just got to play against yourself, evaluate your strats and like the risk level for what you want to take in the tournament. And I don't know, just play the way you think you got to play. Go for the strats you think you need to. You could kind of look at the stream to get a gauge of the paces, but honestly, you know, that might just cloud your head with a bunch of things you don't want to be thinking about. But
Yeah,
I think Isaac's going to be able to just, you know, keep the composure, play strong to the very end, much like Zkad.
And I'm sure both runners really want to win this game one. Like, you know, set the tone for the rest of the best of three. Yeah, if taking that momentum into game two could really be the difference between who wins game one and who wins game two. Zkad here in the final section of Celestial Resort, running from Oshiro. Or maybe Oshiro's running from him. You can never tell with speedrunners.
Yeah, I think Oshiro's running.
Oshiro's just like, get out of my hotel. Stop. You're so annoying.
Had to bop him once there. But yeah, things looking pretty good for Zkad's final presidential suite. Split. And gonna hit the final ultras and corner boost. Easy. All right, 7:25 on the file timer for Zkad. Oh, so clean. So clean, Isaac. All right, we got a 2-second game. 2 seconds going into Chapter 4, man. This is exactly what you want to see in the finals.
I'm getting antsy. They're so close. I just want to know who's gonna win.
Yeah, Prologue Lover 69 coming in full force with Chapter 4. Zkad.
Ooh, that's a 2-second death.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Isaac's right back in this. If he has no big mistakes here, these runners are even. Let's try to see. Nice. Gets the demo into the bubble so they can get the diagonal dash. Isaac's going for it as well. Yep, gets it as well. Nice. And these cloud sections are pretty annoying casually, especially with the wind pushing you opposite the direction that you want to go. But both runners make very quick work of it, straight to the end, and we have Zkad entering the first auto-scroller skip.
Oh, he does it.
He doesn't even corner jump. He just turns around and grabs the wall because his dash is so clean.
Oh, Isaac missing the setup.
Oof, Isaac giving back the time that Zkad gave him early on with his death.
That is a big death to have in this chapter.
Especially when you use the slower setup, you don't want that. So Isaac's probably shaking his head at that one. Hopefully he can brush it off. Zkad gets the second one. Oh my god. This man doesn't even blink. He's just like, auto-scrollers? Where?
Like, just think. On stream, we have not seen that strat missed one time. Dang it. Why
Dave,
do it? Why?
Dave, why didn't you wait for him to do it?
I'm done.
I'm
done.
my boy Isaac.
I'm done. I'll see you. Actually, I'll see you in Never Chat.
Send the check to Isaac. It's your fault. It's your fault if he loses.
All right, commentator taking responsibility for their actions here, as Zkad is going to be finishing up on the second to last screen of Chapter 4. Isaac looking good as well, dodging all the snowballs, sometimes bopping off the top of them. And there we go. What's the final time, Zkad? Show it to me. Got a 9:48. Okay, 2:22. A 2:22 resort. Or ridge. And we got a 9:57 from Isaac. So Zkad was able to pull ahead a little bit, but we still got so much Celeste left to be played. Hopping into the Mirror Temple.
The little camera jiggle on the level select screen. Isaac was not happy. He was like shaking his camera head.
Give me the mirror. You know, I'm done with this. Ridge, it's old news. Mirror Temple is the new. And this is all that matters. Zkad going to be getting this cutscene. I love that cutscene skip. to be able to get onto the switch really nice and quick. Zkad setting up for depth corner boost, and easy peasy.
Nice. Oh, misses the drop.
Oh,
Misses
going
the
too
bubble.
fast.
He can't control it. He's like Dark Phoenix.
Madeline's got a little bit too much energy today. All right, so this room has kind of been like the final boss for Zkad so far. Let's see, you got to hit your cycle. Of course you are.
Jumps right past the tape. But it
I
would
don't
get
even
it
need
back.
it.
Nice little 108.
And Isaac, you gonna hit your cycle? Yep. You know, saving a nice 0.2 there on the clean tape grab. All right, Mirror Temple, where runs come to die, also known as every other level. But, all right, Zkad, let's see if you can hit the bumps drop, man. Again, I want to reiterate, this corner boost that they do coming off this spike block, like right about there, like, oh god, that's so hot. That's so sick. Getting that jump. All right, nice pause buffer to be able to fall down there, reset your checkpoint. You glitched the game, man.
Keys? Who needs keys? Screw these locked doors. I'm already inside.
Yeah. And just the fact that you can reverse hyper off of buttons. That's so cool.
Not the fact that you could jump off spikes, Dave. That's not the cool part to you?
Nah.
How about this dash that he does here? Or this.
Oh, and
or this.
Or that. All right, wait. Let's focus. Zkad did door skip. Zkad did this door skip here, so let's see. I want to see it again. Oh.
He does it again. The man is a mad lad. Nice, nice. This is my favorite strat that he does on this level right here. Oh, I don't think he's going to get it this time. Oh, he still goes for it. Even though the Seeker was further to the left. But he doesn't get it.
Yo, okay, that's what Isaac needs.
I thought he had, you know, he actually looked like he almost saved it. Even though the Seeker, he killed the Seeker very far to the left. I think he might have just messed up at the very end of it. Isaac's only 2 screens away now. Hot on Zkad's heels. But Zkad makes this steal section look so easy.
Oh, whoa.
Can't leave without Tiyo.
They got Tiyo actually like came back down.
Chat, you guys don't realize how technical this section is. You have to carry Tiyo with the grab button, but all the properties of your momentum are basically different while you're carrying Tiyo. And Zkad takes another death at the very end. And another one. Oh my gosh. There we go. Zkad is able to pull it out. Finishes the level 1333, I think I saw. And Isaac's 1332.
I'd hate to say that you love to see a death like that, but man, if it brings this race 1 second in Chapter 6, like, come on.
This is so intense. That's exactly what Isaac needed. Okay, Isaac missed up the Revo strat last time, and Zkad got it. So let's see which of these runners are able to clutch it out this time. Leg skip first for the 26. Let's go. Okay. Isaac's getting the 26. Confirm.
For the 26. The perfect split name.
I wonder if Zkad does that strat, this feather. Yes, he does. Oh my gosh, that's such a cool strat. I saw it in the IL record, but I hadn't seen it today. Nice to see a runner pull it out. Oh my god. The runners are literally on top of each other. Oh my god, this is so close. This cassette screen is going to make or break it. I'm going to be the one to curse them now.
We're going to get 2 at the same time. Oh!
Zkad gets it. Isaac doesn't.
I thought Zkad was going to pull ahead, or Isaac was going to pull ahead because Zkad kind of flubbed the Kevin block setup, but whew. Okay, that's
all about the reverse hyper into the room.
and that's the decider. Like, you know, these super top level strats may end up being the decider. Who can hit the hardest
Oh,
stuff when it
another
matters.
reverse ultra. That one was a little fancy. Zkad may be feeling himself a little too much. Takes a death at the end of a screen. We've been talking about it all day, how these 6B screens are very long, and just like that, Isaac's back in the lead after being down. It was about 4 seconds that he lost by not getting that strat at the end of 6A.
Zkad taking another death.
When the money's on the line, the pressure gets to you. It's not just like when you're grinding for PB, it's like whatever, because you can lose the run and it's just like, okay, fine, I lost the run. You don't really feel the nerves till like the very end when it's about to happen. But when it's a tournament race, you know, the nerves are on the line the whole time.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess up anywhere.
Isaac took a small death on this screen. But yeah, it's like, I wonder how each of these players feel about this run currently, because, you know, if you're not keeping track of the other player, you have no idea how you're doing compared to the other person. So, like, that definitely has to affect how you play. Of course, you know, how you feel about the run as you're doing it.
I feel like they have to have the stream open. Maybe that's just a me thing. Like, I just need to know. I can't just be in the dark. But it's so hard to tell, especially if you take breaks on the level select and stuff. Like, you don't want to spend the energy. That's a bad death. That's not a good death. That was That was a
death.
That might have been the game, Dave. If Isaac can keep his composure, that could be the one that seals the deal.
Yep.
This level has not been kind to Zkad this time around. If you're a Zkad fan, you're hoping for a couple of flubs here and there from Isaac, because he's gaining a pretty sizable lead now.
The Isaac enjoyers might be eating good today, but we'll see if Zkad has anything to say about it.
Isaac entering the battle line section at around 17 flat. We'll try to keep track of where Zkad is when he enters. Give you guys an update on the difference in time. It's looking like a 17-10, so Isaac has about a 10-second lead. But there's still a lot of gameplay to be had.
That's
a little under 10 minutes left in the run. So anything can happen still. This Zkad is so extra. I wonder if that's faster. It has to be, right? He's the IL guy. If he does stuff, it's because it's faster.
It has to be.
But it's crazy to me to see a setup that uses the feather. Nice wall bounce. Let's see if Isaac does the... Oh, okay. Does it one go? Does the momentum trick? Let's go. Oh my god, doesn't even grab the other block. That was so hot.
How are people doing that?
Let's see if Zkad goes for it as well. Yep, gets it also. Oh my gosh.
Both these players on top of their game right now.
Pulling out all the stops. Ultraing into battle line for the super headbutt. My favorite headbutt in the whole section. Isaac is not taking his foot off the gas. He is getting commentator cursed. Maybe neither of us should talk.
Was in the process of engaging the clutch, but clutch has been engaged.
Oh my gosh. This is feeling wonky. He's off cycle. Be nice, battle line. Oh my god! That's such a big death. Oh my god, chat. We've been talking about it all day, how long these screens are. Oh no. And just like that, Zkad takes it back. And he's off cycle again.
Yeah.
Oh no, Isaac falling apart on the very last screen of 6B. Oh no, you actually hate to see that. Oh, that was tragic. Zkad entering Summit at about a 1907. And Isaac now has 23 seconds that he needs to make up in Summit. That's going to be a tall task.
Yeah,
as Zkad takes the lead entering Summit. Oh, but there's about 5 right there.
Yeah, with 8-minute level or however fast people are doing it nowadays, that 20 seconds, you know, it's dwindling.
We've been seeing people struggle on this screen. Okay, there's another 3. There's another 1.
Both these
We're at
players
7.
know. Both these players are. It's really sinking in. It's like, hey, I could win first place. I could win some money right now. Like it's really starting to settle in, and let's see which player can keep it together the longest.
1958 landing for Zkad. 2013 for Isaac. 15-second difference right now. He's made up almost 15 seconds just in that first section. Zkad's got to keep his composure if he wants to win this race. Isaac is hot on his heels. Nice little optimization there, grabbing the block because it's Sunnard to activate it. Both runners are going a million miles per hour. It's so hard to even talk chat about what's actually happening on the screen because they're going so fast.
I'm literally just taking it in right now. I saw that Zkad took another couple second death. Still probably in the lead, or I don't know, with the first 2 sections of Summit. Nerves, Zkad showing
he's about 8 seconds ahead right now.
Okay.
He's lost most of his lead in the first 2 sections of Summit, but he's still holding strong. Those deaths Isaac took in 6B were pretty big. But 1 or 2 more deaths for Zkad could spill basically his blood on the speedrun floor. He needs to keep it together.
Both players leaving everything out on the battlefield. Zkad Dream Block Hypers looking nice. Same with Isaac.
Oh
Man.
Flawless 1,000 meters from both runners. Neither of them giving an inch. Wow. That they basically tied that segment. They were both going so fast.
But now this is where all runs come to die. Okay, clean demos, both players.
These rooms are so precise. Any little mistake will spell the end of the Madeline's life and the runner's precious time.
Oh,
nice by Isaac there.
That's a second death for Zkad. Isaac taking the figurative lead with our visuals, but
and
still
takes a death.
Yeah.
Zkad is still ahead. Isaac is just ahead on where he appears on the screen, but Zkad is still ahead time-wise. His timer is about 8-ish seconds still ahead of Isaac's. But it's still anybody's race. Both players are incredibly nervous. You can see it. They're both having such uncharacteristic deaths. That death for Isaac being a bit bigger, though. So he's fallen a little bit more behind than he was a couple of sections ago. Zkad had some trouble on this screen last race. Can he keep it together this time? He does. Takes the safe route this time.
Yep, having a little bit of extra consideration there.
Nice. Gets the auto skip and gets the corner jump. Nice. How about Isaac? Also gets it first try. Both these runners hitting the hardest tricks in the run almost flawlessly. It's the little muscle memory that's getting to them. The little unforced errors in the screens that they usually take for granted. The pressure's finally starting to kick in for them.
Yeah, it's like the amount of focus this game takes is insane. Like you have to be in that flow state constantly, and if you get that moment's notice where it's like, oh yeah, I can win the first game of the series. I have the potential to take home the prize money. Yeah, the second you start thinking that, it can all slip. But okay, both players getting out of 2,000 meter. If Isaac can just get that, yep, okay. All right, so about 238 and a half. 238 and a half compared to 23. Wait, am I even saying words at this point?
You were saying some stuff, but I think your point got across. It's 38 to 53.
Yeah,
so it's about 15 seconds.
words are coming out of my mouth and I'm not even realizing what I'm saying. But regardless,
That's the hype. The hype is getting to you.
Yeah, it is. Zkad, Zkad. Okay, nice. Not taking a death. A little bit of hiccups, but still keeping things together.
But just like that, his lead has dwindled. It is about a 2-second lead now. I think you said 38 earlier when you meant 48, because it definitely wasn't 15 seconds. These
Probably.
runners are on top of each other, neck and neck, anybody's game. We're going to have to see the battle line touch time to give us our final check marker here. Isaac cleaning up this last room, and Zkad takes another death. That might have given the lead to Isaac. 24-50 touch. 51, sorry. Oh my god, they are both neck and neck. They are both. This race is literally going to be up to who does this section better. They are basically tied going into 3000.
Literally, TGS Speedrunner Series Celeste Tournament Finals, neck and neck, game 1. This is what you love to see, man. This could honestly come down to the God tier prologue that Isaac had. It may, we were kind of joking about prologue aisles, but like honestly, if it's, half a second off, the prologue was the decider. I'm saying it.
Nice
Okay.
downdraft section for Isaac. Zkad finishing up his. Let's see if he goes for the corner boosts here at the end. Yep. Nice downdraft for Zkad as well. Dave's favorite section coming up here.
Yep.
I don't see it, but if you like it, more power to you, right?
Dude,
Celeste is a game about acceptance.
Exactly. Oh, okay. See, Zkad missing that wall bounce there earlier, but keeping it together. But we have some of the harder flags coming up. Isaac making it out of flag 13 as Zkad is on flag 13 currently.
He touched the flag at 26.
Oh!
That could be it. That could be the game, Dave.
I think that's it. Okay, Zkad really needs Isaac to slip up here.
Zkad was... Oh, no.
Oh!
Zkad's going to be kicking himself about this summit, but I think that might have sealed the deal for Isaac. Isaac hitting flag 6 here, approaching the last screen of the game.
Yeah, Zkad kind of having a Madeline meltdown right now.
Isaac able to keep his composure throughout the entirety of 3,000 meters. I don't think he's had a death in 3,000 meters, right? So
I don't think so, yeah.
He has just been keeping it together. Grabs flag 2 just to be safe. Coming up on flag 1, Zkad takes another death at flag 9. Unable to recover mentally, I think, from that flag 13. Dave was talking about flag 13 all day, the intricacies of it.
Yep, and there it comes.
Gets the gold for round 1 with a 27-27. Just to confirm, you guys can see there that Zkad's timer has passed 27-27, so he is indeed behind. And Isaac wins game 1 with 15 deaths. I don't think that's the type of run he wanted, but
dude,
he's happy to take the W in this one, I'm pretty sure.
Like, okay, so he finished 30 seconds slower than the previous run that was finished pretty much. So like both nerves coming out from both players got a 26 beforehand, and we didn't see a 26 this time. So I think both players know who they're up against and the amount of work that they need to put in. And we're gonna be sitting tight for just tiny bit, getting the players ready for the next match. Not gonna be doing a formal break, but like so many things. I was so ready to say that if that 6B didn't happen for Isaac would have taken the game. But then Isaac ended up taking the game anyways. So I'm going to say that if that flag 13 didn't happen, Zkad could have definitely taken the game.
Well, it was really all of Summit, right? Because Zkad had some pretty bad deaths in the base, some pretty bad deaths in 500 meters, and then he had more deaths in 3,000. So he went into Chapter 7 what, like 20 something seconds ahead, and by 1500 2000 they were pretty much equal. Then they were actually equal going into 3000, and then flagged their team.
To have Isaac have the ending of 6B and come back and just win it, like, I don't think I was ready to just say, yeah, it's Zkad's game, but Isaac taking game 1. If they take this next game, they will be the winner. But we will have to see if Zkad has anything to say about it. Waiting on the players, we might be able to hop into the game. Gonna be waiting. Like, honestly, Celeste is such a taxing game. Like, whenever I finish a run of this game, my shoulders and my back, like,
you have to roll your shoulders like this.
Seriously, your body just like, oh my, like, it's actually like painful. So like you need like a little bit of time in between the matches. But yeah, you can see the journey that the players have gone through to get to where we're at. We got Zkad, Isaac in the finals. Isaac taking game 1, and we'll see who can take that $500 first prize.
And we talked about. Okay. Before we jump into the next game, we do want to remind everyone that there's 15 minutes left in the giveaway. Dave, do you want to remind the chat how they can enter the giveaways?
Yeah. Let's get it, chat. So, giveaway number 1, there is a HyperX Cloud Gaming Stinger headset. If you want to get that, exclamation point headset in the chat. Headset, exclamation point headset in the chat enters you to get that. Now, there's another one for an iPhone 13, a brand new iPhone 13. If you want that, tweet out a speedrunning related tweet with the hashtag GameWithShaw. We would love to see what you guys have, what you guys enjoy about speedrunning. Maybe a certain person you like watching or something you've done yourself. Get your tweets out there. Exclamation point headset in the chat. We want to see you all getting those giveaways. And, shouts out to Shaw for helping us put on this amazing event. And, I think it's about time. Game 2, Zkad, Isaac. Who can take it? Literally, Isaac just needs to win this one game. You win this one game, you win the tournament. Zkad, you win, you force a game 3, and then we have one game to decide. Will Prologue Lover 69 take it, or will Madeline seal the deal?
I love his name still. And speaking of Isaac, clutching out that game 1, we talked about how that 6-speed death, we thought originally sealed the deal for him, right? But that might have been like the moment where he was able to release the pressure. He might have been like, oh man, that stinks, but let's just finish out the run. And maybe that's what gave him that summit that was able to take the lead away from Zkad. So now that Isaac has that win under his belt, he's going to be feeling less pressure, and Zkad's going to be feeling more pressure. So let's see if that plays into this next race.
And yeah, I can totally feel that. If you take a mistake like Isaac's 6B last run, you're just thinking of game 2 at that point. You're just unplugged mentally. You're not stressing about game 1 because you think it's over. But then you kind of just end up playing without nerves. So it's good trade-off. All right, let's get it. Chapter 1. Zkad last time finished out with a 103, 104. Isaac was able to finish with a sub 1 time, I believe. Let's see if we can get 2 sub 1 cities here. All right, we're focusing on Isaac here.
And now the players are going to feel right at home, even when they're, you're grinding on your own. Once you've played chapter 1 once, you get into that reset space. You're like, I'm warmed up. I'm ready to go. These players are ready to crush this level, and crush really the whole beginning of the run, to be honest.
Yeah, chapter 1 is kind of like a playground that you just always return to. I don't know. You can pick up Celeste after not playing, and it's just like riding a bike. But yeah, when you get that warm up in city, you're feeling good. You're just like, yep, I'm ready to go. And Isaac is just that, looking pretty dang good so far.
Yeah, almost flawless chapter 1. That was pretty much great.
56.
56 from Zkad.
Okay.
Zkad's upset.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I'm taking the gloves off. It's time to bust it out.
Let's not forget, guys, Zkad is the world record holder, known for being an IL grinder. Loves destroying these levels on an individual basis, and now he's in the 90% tournament, showing you guys how nonstop practice presents itself in a run setting.
Oh, Zeke had little bit of a hiccup. I think that allows Isaac to kind of even things up or take a second lead. Or yeah, it's very even. It's just very even right now. We gotta wait for the next hiccup. Maybe who knows? We might not even have a hiccup for the rest of the chapter.
Yeah, Zkad's on a mission. This man looks like a robot right now. He is just going.
He's out here ready to terminate, get that prize money.
Got some nice little missed input there. Isaac's, if he was watching, would be happy to see that. I think he's a little focused on his own game.
Yeah. You just have a picture-in-picture of Zkad's game feed, like, in the corner while you're racing.
Oh my god. Not even zigzagging there, just demo hypering through the very, very bottom of the block. That is so insane. Alright. Neither player got the awake section last time. Let's see what they got for us this time around.
Zkad opting to do the save and quit. Skip the standing up animation for Madeline. Isaac is zooming. He's going the distance.
And Isaac gets it. Let's go. Zkad does save a little bit of time on the return to map, but Isaac saves the time executing the task awake. Nice.
That's
takes
a
2-second lead.
Yep. Okay. Oh no, Isaac!
There go the 2 seconds. We're back to an even ball game.
Dude, so the intro of that screen, you can start moving Madeline before you can fully see the whole level, and sometimes you just fall straight into that hole.
That's freaking great. That's what I love about Celeste. It's even the simplest of screens, you really have to stay focused. You really have to stay in the zone because Madeline will take any opportunity to plunge off the mountain. She's ready. She doesn't want to be here.
You just hit Task Awake, and then you start the next chapter, and you just trip on a pebble.
I tripped on a pebble. I literally just pictured Madeline tripping. She doesn't even have toes. Just little round footsies.
It's just ah. But all right. So, minus that little beginning little funny thing that happened. Chapter 3 or chapter this is chapter 3. Looking pretty good for both players.
I thought he didn't grab the key. He went by so fast that the key didn't start following him. This man is flying through this level.
All right, no early cutscene skips from both players.
Okay, entering the huge mess section. We've seen this a couple times already today, but players will have to go around, clean up the mess so that they are able to progress and grab the key. That involves stomping on these jelly-like obstacles that are in each corner of the section, starting with the boxes. I was going to call them briefcases for a second. Oh, an early cutscene from Zkad. Oh my gosh, any little mistake just changes the lead over back to the other person.
Isaac kind of evening it up there, taking a little tumble of his own. But yeah, so Zkad is a couple seconds ahead because of the timers.
It looks to be about 4-ish seconds. 17 stomp, 23. No, more like 6 now. Clean book section from Zkad to take a little bit bigger lead. So I think overall Zkad is making more mistakes, but Zkad's mistakes are coming right at the beginning of the screens that he's on. Whereas Isaac, even though he has fewer mistakes, his mistakes are happening more towards the end of the screens, so they're costing him a little bit more time. So it's basically the old debate always of consistency versus, if you go for all the fast strats and mess up a few of them versus going for all the consistent strats and mess up one of them, like which one is better?
Would you say that the strats Zkad goes for are consistent? Because I see them and then I'm just bro.
No, I'm saying Zkad is the fancy one and Isaac is the consistent one.
Okay. I was like, wait,
Zkad making more mistakes, but they're not costing as much time because he goes for so many insane optimizations.
God, seeing this visual sync is always a pleasure with Celeste races.
Yeah, it's crazy that Celeste has gotten to a point where we're we don't even care about the demo. We're just yeah, they're gonna get both demos back to back, easy first try every time. We just want to see what the final time is, how they are going to destroy this level. These runners are going so fast right now, literally transitioning at the exact same time. But Zkad's timer is a little bit ahead. Let's not forget that we're using the in-game timer to decide the winner. So even though they're in sync, you can see that Isaac's timer 7:17, 7:18, Zkad 7:13.
The end of level sync. All right. So yeah, about
7:13 versus
6 seconds.
7:19. I love that Isaac shakes the camera he's you can't see me head shake, so I'm gonna shake the camera for y'all.
It's it automatically goes to the next chapter. You don't need to move the analog stick.
I love this bunny hop. Preserves so much momentum going into the next screen. These guys are destroying this game. They are going so fast.
Laser focus right now. Not seeing any hiccups in this chapter yet.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're going so fast that the only thing we really can talk about is when they have little hiccups. Because if we try to talk about how well they're doing a certain screen or strat, they're already 3 screens in the future. But here comes a important screen that cost Isaac last run. See if he can get it this time. Nice, both runners get it first try.
And I think Zkad did it without the setup. Also, he just did the ultras.
Oh no! That can happen when you try to optimize that corner jump so perfectly like that. You can just be a frame too early and not get it.
Going underneath on that screen is so insane. Seriously, props to these guys for going for it. Or I know that's the thing. All the top players do nowadays. But for me, I see that and I'm okay, no, that's scary. All right, Zkad, auto scroller skip, nails it. All right, Isaac, you got to hit this. You have to hit this right now. And you do, because you're a god.
Nice. Glad both runners got that. I wouldn't want to see Isaac fall too much further behind. I want him to keep it a close race here. Because as we saw last run, the last few chapters can be really taxing if you make mistakes on them. So, this is still anyone's game. I just want to, like you said earlier, good, clean fight. Despite our runners not interacting with each other at all. Oh, that's not a good death. That was not. I'm actually surprised that Snowball even came out. It's not supposed to come out on the cycle that they do the level on. That was actually really surprising. Zkad with a monstrous 930 coming out of chapter 4.
A 215.
That's gonna be hard to top. Isaac about 23 seconds behind now. Not insurmountable. He was that far behind last run, but definitely much earlier in the run. We're only done with about a third of the run, even though there's 3 chapters left. Most of the gameplay is in the final 3 chapters. So we're going to take a nice little focus here onto Zkad. Watch him destroy this 5A. He's been pretty consistent at his 5A today.
Yeah, he's been nailing this cutscene skip to teleport onto the switch here. I've seen him hit it every time, and this time is no different. See if
And
you
then
can get the
right
corner
into
boost.
the corner boost. Gets 3 for 3 on that as well. Got it in the semifinals, got it in game 1, and I got it in game 2. It's so cool in Celeste how Madeline preserves her momentum and positioning through transitions, so runners know exactly like when to enter the screen high, when to enter the screen low, when to enter the screen with a hyper dash. That's a pretty hard cutscene cassette time to beat there. 105. That's pretty good.
Okay, Isaac hitting a good cycle as well. All right, so the 5Bs we saw last time were absolutely insane. Let's see if the runners can deliver the goods again. Zkad coming up to Bub's drop. God, I can't get over that corner boost. It's so good. And Zkad is good. You know, if a runner misses this, you lose like 20 seconds or something. Or you lose a lot. But Zkad taking a quick death there. All eyes on Isaac, though. See if you can get Bub's drop. And, yep, okay. Have not seen a miss Bub's drop this tournament.
I love how normalized the pause buffering has become. I feel like back in the day, everyone always tried to... I don't know if they changed something about it or what, but people did not use the pause buffer back then.
I remember, like, there was a while where I didn't pause buffer for Bub's drop, but then I picked it up. It made it easier for me. Never did it anywhere else, and to see the amount of areas that it's been implemented into the run is really cool to see. Oh, Zkad, yep, door skip, yep. You know, these things just happen with the dude.
I love that, like, up left dash to, like, kind of line up the drop so he can fast fall through the rest of it. Let's see if he gets his secret strat this time. No, another same exact screen as last run, giving him a little bit of a hassle.
And Isaac was able to nail their door skip, kind of messing up one of the coins there, but not dying. Anything's better than dying, so can Isaac make up some time on this screen? Oh.
And both runners making their way through 5B, keeping the race close. And then, again, the same mistake from Zkad. Almost like repeating the footage.
Yeah,
the
not
way
getting that pop-up when grabbing Tiyo. Kind of just
like,
kept going straight to the spikes.
He might need to, you know, after the tournament is done, if he wants to, you know, keep grinding, maybe take a look at that screen, because he's made that mistake a couple of times now. And I know he's not happy about that.
Yeah. Luckily, Zkad was able to... Isaac kind of clipping Theo's head there. But yeah, Zkad was able to rectify one of the mistakes at this final screen of 5B, so at least was able to make up for the mistakes past. But 5B, old news. Now it's about 6A. Zkad was able to hit the cassette tape room pretty flawlessly last time. Isaac was not able to, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Zkad missing a like skip. Zkad missing another one. Okay, third time's the charm. Giving Isaac a little bit of leeway to kind of close the gap. That reverse is so awesome, Zkad.
Zkad seems to be, you know, he's having a little bit of a hiccup here and there, but I think for the most part he seems to be pretty in the zone. Not really struggling too much on any of the bigger tricks. Hitting all his like movement. Like usually you can tell when a runner is nervous because they're like fumbling and stumbling everywhere. But Zkad, even when they make mistakes, they recover very quickly. Except there.
Zkad gonna be missing the tape room. Also, just want to say, everybody, congrats to LaunchGuard on winning the headset.
Uh-oh.
All right. Yep. More Madeline meltdowns happening in the tape room.
Oh,
is that what gives Isaac the lead?
No, not quite. Isaac is still about 2-ish seconds behind, maybe. Five. I misjudged how long it takes to grab the cassette. But he's a hell of a lot closer now.
Race is never over until it's over, man.
Just as I was praising Zkad for, being in the flow, commentator's curse strikes again.
And Isaac taking 2 deaths on the first screen.
Kind of repaying the favor that Zkad did for him last race. Same. These runners, they're letting us know which are the difficult screens. They're like, hey guys, in case you missed the last run, this is the screen that kind of stinks.
This is just a test of pure endurance right now. Who can withstand the pressure? Oh, that's from both players in the beginning of 6B right now.
Yeah, and this is what we were kind of talking about at the start of the set, where someone in the chat said Isaac's been playing all day, and then Zkad, this is his 3rd run in a row. We don't know if he was practicing beforehand, but when you're playing this much Celeste, it does start to wear on you. If you're not used to just banging out no reset after no reset after no reset, it can be a difficult situation to get accustomed to. As we're going to take a focus in here on Isaac.
Really going to need to clutch up right now. With all the deaths that have happened, not entirely sure, the pace of the runners right now, but judging by how everyone's 6Bs have gone so far, Isaac, you gotta close this out strong, man.
Yeah, and we have this descent section here. Can be a little daunting. I think Isaac chilling on the advanced strats, not trying to step on any other Kevin blocks to reset his dash. He's just like, I'm just gonna make it through here. I need to calm down. I need to focus up. Get through this chapter in one piece.
All right, Isaac with money on his mind, looking to end the set. Doesn't want to go to a game 3.
Nice.
Yep, just looking good.
Few more descent site screens here, and gets the demo dash unbuffered. Nice. Okay. Entering the battle line section. Great job by Isaac there, getting through that part. That part can be a little tilting sometimes. One death throws off your whole momentum, and then you're just kind of like jumping into spikes over and over, trying to like get back in the flow of where you're supposed to be.
All right, let's see if the nightmare that was Isaac's last 6B continues to haunt him, or if Isaac can see the light here. All right, nice. Looking good.
Gets the feather skip. Nice. And all right. If we can maybe get Zkad back on the screen so we can see how close these runners are to each other. The suspense is killing me. I don't know how far apart these runners are. Nice clear there by Isaac. Can he get the momentum?
The way they go
here?
under that block and that.
Nice,
and
gets it first try. Perfect.
Everything they do.
Gets the movement speed there, and yep, clears that out. We're nearing the end of 6B here.
Yeah, it's looking like Isaac has completely forgotten that last 6B. This is a new reformed Isaac, ready to go, ready to win this tournament. But Zkad appears to be actually, I can't tell who's winning right now. I think Zkad is actually in the lead right now.
Zkad is up by about 12-ish seconds here as we're nearing the end of 6B, assuming neither runner has any repeat hiccups from last run.
Oh, didn't get the wall jump. Oh, and Zkad played with the bumper. Okay, I don't know what's happening right now.
Both runners are flubbing They are trying so hard to make it to the end. But yeah, Zkad has about a 12-second lead going into Chapter 7.
Just
Looks
both
like-
runners just playing with the bumpers. Just why not?
Hey man, sometimes pinballing can be fun. Like you can just, you
Bro,
just
there's
wanna-
money on the line. It's time to get to work. It's not time for pinball.
Sometimes it's just, I'm just saying, you want to just clown around a little bit, have a good time. It is a game after all. Our runners are just enjoying themselves, I'm sure. Neither of them is upset at what happened in that last screen. I'm
not
positive.
Yeah. I mean, you see how good they're playing right now?
Okay,
Zkad?
Zkad has messed up this screen every run today. Come on, Zkad, get it together. We are synced up, but the timers are about 8 seconds apart. So Zkad is up by about 8 seconds going into 500 meters. And oh my gosh, this is very reminiscent of the last race between these runners, where Zkad had a very small lead going into Summit, and then Isaac was just able to clutch it out with a cleaner Summit. So let's see what happens this time around, Dave.
And here's the thing. In terms of the demons of both players, Isaac's is in the past. That 6B, gone. Now you just ride out into the sunset. Zkad's final boss, Flag 13 from last race, he's going to have to overcome that still. So we will have to see if Zkad is reformed and ready to approach 3,000 meter and stuff. But first, we got to get there.
Why are these players always so synced, Dave?
Yeah.
What the heck?
I don't know.
I can't take this. I'm just going to sit back, enjoy this section. Enjoy the hyper dashes, guys.
Yep.
These guys are going to fly through these blocks.
We're just taking it all in right now. The awesome music. The zooming. And chat, we have just received an announcement. The winner of the iPhone giveaway is Uncle Vinch. Uncle Vinch, you have won the iPhone. And again, Launch Guard, you have won the headset.
Zkad died on the last screen.
What? Oh!
He died on the very last stream block. He's still in the lead, though. He's still in the lead. It's like a 4-second lead now. Oh my gosh. I was just praising that optimization earlier today. They stored that commentator's curse for 2 races later. They were like, Ben, we heard you like this strat. I'm gonna mess it up for you.
They got rid of menu storage, but now we got commentator curse storage.
Yeah, Isaac died here last screen. Can he make it through? He does. Oh my god, what a save by Zkad. What a save. That was insane. That could have been really bad. That could have been really bad. But the nerves are showing for Zkad. The nerves are showing.
All right.
22-16 landing.
Yeah.
14. 2-second difference. Zkad in the lead. 2 seconds.
Will
Isaac
we get a game 3?
Isaac's not about it. He's like, this is my summit. I'm gonna show you guys the way. Zkad's like, I'm not even gonna collect this berry, bro. I'm out of here. Just kidding.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, this may be the sickest Celeste finals that I've ever seen for a tournament. To have, like, again, 2 Titans be this close. This freaking close. Game 2, after how that game 1 went.
Oh my gosh. It feels like 1 minute Zkad is unstoppable, and then he just has a slight hiccup. Like, if he can just maintain his composure through the end of this chapter, like, he does the faster strats, he has the better time. He is in the lead currently, but Isaac is not letting up. Isaac is not letting up at all. He's showing why I called him Mr. Consistent earlier. He's shooting for his 8th 27 of the day. or 26.
Zkad hitting the corner boost that he messed up last run. Isaac took a short death. But, you know, Isaac, you can't have too many of those, man. Now it's time to engage the clutch mode. Got a couple minutes left. You just got to finish strong. Way easier said than done, especially with the, you know, the stakes of the tournament and just the run itself. But you can do it. You can do it, Isaac. And Zkad can hold on to this lead if they play consistently. But there's not much of a lead, so...
It's close. It is...
We
I think that death Isaac had may have given Zkad a slightly bigger margin of error. But that, just as I was saying that, Zkad returning the favor. We're going to see here.
Is that it?
37 landing for Isaac. I think
Isaac is definitely in the lead right now.
Yeah, that was a big one for Zkad.
Okay.
39 landing, 2 seconds behind. Isaac has to show us that he can crush this 3,000 meters. Isaac struggled on this a little bit earlier. Gets through it flawlessly this time. Zkad not too far behind.
Zkad needs to dig deep if they want this game 3. Oh, Isaac! Isaac bonking their head, not getting the wall bounce.
That could have been the tie. The little hiccup that Zkad needed. God, I can't even find my words. This race is so tense.
That was the equalizer right there. Oh,
yeah, I think Zkad is ahead now.
Oh,
I think he's 2 seconds ahead. If I saw the timers right. It's going to be so close.
Oh,
and flag 13.
No!
Oh, no, 14. It's not even Dave's favorite. It's the one right before.
Yeah. That wall jump is what you don't want to miss. Okay, Zkad. Oh, Zkad with the sit.
No way.
Who is writing the script?
He's like, I'll show you how to mess this flag up. Oh, my gosh.
All right, Zkad's final boss, flag 13. Can they rewrite history? No! History repeats itself. Oh my god. What is this?
Oh, I think,
okay.
If Isaac can clutch us out, I think he's got it. Only a few more flags to go. Who's going to win?
Dude, it's looking like we might not get a game 3. Unless if we see the fabled flag 1 death. We're going to need to see a couple.
One massive screen stand between Isaac and victory of this tournament. The championship, the grand prize, it all comes down to this screen for Isaac. If he can execute this, he's got it. 2 flags down. Flying with the feather, gets through a third. Grabs the checkpoint. 4 flags down, last one to go.
Yo!
Isaac is on a mission. Can he do it? Gets past the last spike. And Isaac does it. 27-16. Just gotta wait here for that time to pass on Zkad's screen to confirm. But I'm pretty sure there it is. Isaac is your any percent Celeste champion. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think anyone expected that. I don't think anyone picked him as the favorite, but he was definitely a Titan and he came to play.
Yeah, with Isaac being 4th place, it was definitely in the realm of possibility, but like Zkad being 1st place, like it was the story to beat Zkad, and Isaac did just that. Hats off to Zkad.
I'm sweating, Dave.
What?
I said I'm sweating. I can't take it. That race is too intense.
Like, I think that is the best Celeste finals that I've actually seen of a tournament. Because, like, a lot of times it can be very easy to, like, you know, see a meltdown that just results in a blowout. This was, like, mutual meltdown that kept the, you know, the tense intensity just at the right level. God, that was good. Hats off to every player in the tournament. Again, GG's to Zkad being the runner-up. but Isaac is your TGS Speedrunning Series 2 Celeste champion, powered by Shaw. Want to thank everybody for hanging out today. Here's the final look of the bracket and your champion.
Congratulations also to Baba and Tiyo for third place. And yeah, all the other participants in top 8. Skun, Rocky, I think was the other person's name. Talia.
Alrighty, well,
Wow,
want to
Dave.
give one last shout out to our sponsor. Yeah, we got Shaw here. Shaw here providing phenomenal internet speeds for Canada. Want to thank them again for helping us out with this, and then also doing the iPhone giveaway. Was such a good time. Again, shout out TGS, GSA. Thank you guys all so much for having us. I'm Dave
If you want your
Serio.
internet to be as fast as our runners today, you need Shaw.
You need it.
But I'm sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying.
No, it's all good, man. I just, after that match, I think we're all kind of frazzled by that one, but we saw some good Celeste today. My name's Dave Serio. It's been a pleasure commentating. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter. I stream every day. And yeah, take it away, Ben.
Yeah, I'm Ben Teasy. Handles below on Twitch, on Twitter. It was an honor and a pleasure getting to come back and commentate an event for the Celeste community. So shout outs to Dave for reaching out to me with the opportunity, and for the TGS guys for having me. It was awesome to work with them. Loved it. And yeah, Celeste is an insane game. They runners have pushed this game to such incredible heights, and I can't wait to see where they go from there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And also want to give a quick shout to Speedrun Academy. GSA has been sort of making a database that allows making speedrunning more accessible, and you can find a lot of research. So yeah, be sure to check that out. And yeah, we saw some awesome Celeste, guys. Isaac is your champion. GreenSuigi is your champion for SM64. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we look forward to seeing you at the next event. We're
May
doing
7th, Speedrun Ladder, right?
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be a break the record format. Stay tuned for more details on that. But for today, thank you so much for chilling. You all have a good night.
I appreciate.
Speedrunning is seeing how fast you can complete a video game. Your goal is to be faster than the last time you did it. Be even faster than that, and you might have a chance at getting a world record. You can speedrun any game, but before we get into that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to finish Super Mario 64? If you're a casual gamer like me, it probably took you days, if not a week or two to complete. Kano, a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, completed a 0-star playthrough of the game in 6 minutes, 29 seconds, and 950 milliseconds. That's faster than it takes to bake a pizza pop. Kano achieved this time while doing a 0-star run of the game. He completed the game so fast because the challenge didn't require him to collect any stars throughout the game. A key game mechanic of Super Mario 64 is collecting stars. However, you don't need to collect all the stars to beat the game. There are different ways to speedrun each individual game. These different methods are called categories. In Super Mario 64, the challenges play off the game mechanic of collecting stars. There are categories where you have to collect 0, 16, 70, or 120 stars. Naturally, a run where you have to collect all 120 stars will take longer than Kano's 0-star run. But this doesn't take away from his accomplishment at all, because his world record is still fast.
I'm tired.
The rules of speedrun categories are often explained in the category's name. Glitchless Ocarina of Time Run means you can't use any glitches. All Trophy DK Racing Run means you have to unlock all the trophies. Cannonless Super Mario 64 Run means you can't use any cannons in the game. I think you get the point. Each game is unique and it has its own set of categories. The best way to learn them all is to sit back and watch some speedrunning. So buckle up and get ready for some speedruns that are almost as fast as Shaw Fiber Plus Internet with the TGS Speedrunner series, powered by Shaw.
Did you?
Make my own gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone bill's super high, and gear's expensive.
Everyone knows you can save hundreds by adding Shaw Mobile to your internet.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
At Shaw Mobile, save hundreds.